on YouTube, what happens when you upload a video, what happens when you hit publish, how much is it being suggested. And the more data that I got, I felt like, you know what, I was actually misleading people, and I want to clarify this because it's really, really important. YouTube has its formula of how to actually suggest videos to your subscribers and to, out into, different suggested related videos. And there's a point where it stops. And I had the question, I had the assumption, do you know what? YouTube, when I upload my next video, because I would upload it at the same time, not a very good assumption. So what we were able to do is we have a few channels, 5 of them that we actually own, that upload 3 videos a day. And after doing 6 months, 8 months of different tests, because I could do tests on these channels since I owned them, it was really easy to see what could happen. And I found that with these channels, we tried different times, early morning, mid-morning, afternoon. We did every variable that you can. And we were looking at not just a US-based centric audience, but worldwide. And we tried it in different areas at different times to see how it was able to go. And what we found was this. There was nothing. You could upload 10 videos a day, and it would not take away from your suggestions as long as the videos are performing. If it's a bad performing video, there's some other triggers that actually happen on that. And there is, man, I just wish that black box would go away because then you can see everything, but there is a 24-hour decay rate. It is like clockwork. So when you upload a video and you hit publish, you literally have 24 hours of the best suggestions, suggested video placement on YouTube ever. And it will go, and as soon as it hits right at a full day, you'll drop every single time. It doesn't matter if it's the most viral video of all time, it will literally drop a portion of the suggestions. And what it does is it takes in that information and it goes a little bit of time, but you can see some of these are really, really good videos. You had like 560,000 views in 48 hours, and you can see right at that 24-hour mark that it just drops. And it will recover, and we'll talk about some places where it will recover, but you could have really good retention. Your retention could be going up, and yet at 24 hours, it's gonna drop. Everything's gonna drop on that because there is less value on newer content after 24 hours. And so before I would always say, hey, the first 48 hours is the most important. Well, no, it's the first 24 hours that are the most important because it can set in motion for good videos to really, really amplify the suggestions that actually occur, okay? And this has been done over, I could literally do like a presentation for 5 hours and just click slide after slide after slide, and you would see it. There's another decay rate that happens. You notice when you upload a new video and you're searching in YouTube that there's a little new label that's there? Well, that goes away at 7 days. And at 7 days, we've seen the same thing. So you'll actually get momentum on day 1, and then it comes down and it starts to come back up, and you start to go out further. But on day 7, that new label goes off, less suggestions actually occur at that time, and you see a drop. And some of these drops are scary because you have really good views, and then this one had this one video had almost 2 million views in that 7-day period, but you can see that it went up and then it dropped and then it dropped even further, and then it just kind of hovered down at the bottom. Now, I don't want you guys to freak out about this because YouTube, the platform, is a long tail strategy. This will pop again. This video will literally pop again, and I'll explain why and how. But you can see after the 7-day mark, I mean, you're having great success, but then boom. And all of it will come back down to it. If you want to look on your own channels, just see, hey, what's happening in real time? And then after a few days, literally look at, what was the main traffic source? and see the traffic source kind of drop there. But you can see the labels here. Oh, we got Team Edge here right at the top. But you can see the little label, they literally disappear. Now, the next thing, this is probably the biggest change that affects everyone in this room, more so than the ad apocalypse. And it is the creator ads, or I'm sorry, the creator videos. When you upload a video in your content, you'd always have the next up that YouTube would say, hey, do you know what? We'll find the best content for the viewer to watch, but you guys get, some presence on your videos and the suggestions that are there. And this happened in the fall. We noticed it actually this time last year where they started to experiment with it. And we're like, wait a minute, where are these things going? And then I think PewDiePie or someone did, a really big call out in October-ish. But yeah, it's no longer there. So that's a big deal because right now, even some really good videos, you can see that there are no more suggestions for that creator. And I bet there's a lot of you are like going, my gut just dropped. Oh, but you probably noticed the change in your channels, and you're probably wondering, where is my views going? Well, the bottom fell out of your suggestions that's going on. Now, I do have a client that is very popular, and they have good audience retention. They own all 20 spots of the 20 suggestions you can get. And it's possible to do it if you understand how to navigate people through your content, and you're being a little bit more strategic. Says, oh, I'll just throw up this card, but you're being more strategic in some of your processes. So you could blame that on mobile because there's more mobile viewers, and the way that YouTube interacts with content is 100% mobile's fault. So if you don't like it, just smash your phone and walk out. But it is a good thing, guys. I'm here to tell you, it is really, really good. And I'm hopefully, the whole purpose of this is to educate you enough that you can make the right choices so that you can actually make really solid incomes on YouTube and not have to worry about a lot of things. But a lot of this stuff is best practices that creators forget about once they taste success, and they ride the joyride and then it falls out and they're like, oh, wait, this is just crazy. But if you do the right things every time and you have the right strategies, then it can go from there. So this is in my order of importance of the best things that you could actually do on YouTube. And I really stand by this because of all the different triggers that occur on YouTube. The first thing that I would do is spend a lot more time on the thumbnail and title. And if they're not going to click it, they'll never come into your ecosystem. They'll never come into the system that triggers everything else. And yes, you need to have clickable titles. You need to have clickable thumbnails. And if I was to spend more time on it, I would do 2 or 3 times more of the time in creating the thumbnails and make sure it's really, really engaging. We saw one from Team Edge. I think they have some of the best thumbnails on YouTube. And I like them personally because they tell a story, they're very engaging, and it sucks their demographic right into their ecosystem. So this is one of my clients, Studio C. But you can see if you get the right thumbnail that's engaging, that tells the story, says, well, I want to see what they're doing. And if you have to put a little text on it, it's fine. Don't overemphasize text, but spend more time on that. Now, with channels, see, I like to experiment just as much as Google and YouTube likes to experiment. And I want to see what would happen if we just fixed the thumbnails and we just fixed the title. Instead of creating more content, that we just focus in on that. This is what happened to a channel. Look at it. You can see the point where we actually changed the thumbnail strategy and the title strategy, and you can see the growth after that. Was it immediate? No. Did it happen? Yes. How long did it happen? It was literally a month and a half. And there's certain things that happen that got the right factors, and we'll talk about those factors so that YouTube would actually trigger. The next is the most underutilized tool or function on YouTube is playlists. I have met with thousands of different creators and brands, and not one of them has actually yielded the full potential of playlists. And Matt was saying, hey, now they're in favor with YouTube. Well, they've always been in favor of YouTube. They just didn't have as much weight. They have more weight now. And so actively creating a playlist strategy would be wise. You can see with a channel that had no playlist strategy, they had 2 playlists, okay, all videos and another one, and we created a playlist strategy. Look at the growth at that. And it's not just videos in playlists, that's one of those indicators. That means YouTube's bot is automatically adding videos from our playlist into other playlists, and it's getting more video views. But look at the clicks on that. I mean, it's crazy. So next, tags. Tags, I've heard so many people, well, you know, this creator never puts any tags in their video, or they use the same 4 tags. Well, I'm here to tell you that that creator will hurt at one time. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but they'll hurt. And the reason why is because YouTube needs data, and they only have the data that you provide them. And they have the data that they currently have, and they have the data of the viewer that's actually watching your content. And so when you first upload the video, if you don't put tags in your videos, then it can't go to related videos on your channel. It can't go to related videos on other people's channel. And that alone, there's no like character limit, go up to 500 characters, but just make sure that they're relevant. If they're not relevant, you will hurt. They're actively going after spam and stuff. So you want to make sure that they're relevant. I generally do about 350 to 450 characters for my tags. This definitely helps with suggestions in the first 5 days, but it could be only 2 or 3 days. It depends on how much data is coming in that YouTube knows, okay, we don't need any more meta information. We can now take it off of the information that we currently have and serve that out to where we need it to be. Next is cards. You can see our card strategy. People say, oh, these cards, they suck. You know, I like annotations better, or, you know, whatever. But just doing a simple card strategy, look at how many clicked on cards. You know, over 250,000 people actually clicked to go to something else. Now think about this for a second. If YouTube's AI says, you know what, this video is great, and there are people clicking to go to this next video, why don't we suggest that as the next up video? Okay, think about that for a second. And card strategies of when they actually hit are really good. And I'll tell you an easy strategy that most of you probably don't think at. Your first card could be at 0000 when it comes up. Your second card should be about 10 seconds before your audience retention drops. So your audience retention, if it's 3 minutes, 25 seconds, then you want to literally have it 3 minutes is when your first card or your second card hits. That just entices people, and you'll want to adjust it. And the biggest mistake is that you always put it there, and you might have higher audience retention or lower, and you want to just keep on inching it as you get more audience retention on that. Next, you can't see this, but it says end screen elements. So at the very end, having end screen elements, and we were one of the first people that was actually in the beta. There's like 5 other channels that was on the beta, so we actually have a lot of data on this and what actually works. So we've tested every variable. I'm here to tell you that this is the combination that I would do 100% of the time. I would not vary it from this set, except for when I really want to push another video and I put more emphasis, but I would do it for a small period of time and then change it back to the set, which is the latest upload. And I would put it on the left-hand side because it's a higher conversion side for some reason. And what's best for viewer. And then the third option would be your subscribe, you know, so they can actually subscribe. If you do more than 3, you better justify it, because the more options you give, the less they'll actually click, okay? And just adding a simple end screen strategy, you can see what that can actually do for a channel. And this is pretty impressive that you can get over, you know, 1.5 million clicks on something that you wouldn't have had before. And that's going to your content, going into your systems that are there. So let's talk about, man, I don't have a lot of time. Let's talk about triggering suggested videos. And with that, one of the main factors, and there are, there's thousands of different factors, but there's a lot of weight that actually occurs for certain factors. And the ones that we notice that are the most prominent, the one that we actually have a lot of data on, are the factors that I'm going to show you, which is increased watch time velocity. Matt Gillian calls it view velocity. I like to do watch time because I think there is a difference between that There's a lot of data that supports it too. It's like the watch time of the video, watch time of the channel, so on and so forth. Related meta information upon upload. This is a trigger. It's going to trigger all your videos first, and it's going to say, hey, these are similar topics and it's similar engagement, and there's a similar types of people that view it, and so let's put it out to other content that they engaged with. This AI is really, really smart. Related meta on other people's channels. So, for example, I can guarantee you that when someone watches a video on my channel, that there's a high probability that Tim Schmoyer would get a suggestion in one of my related videos, and I would for him, because we have a lot of similar content. We've collaborated together. We've put annotations and end screen elements and cards pushing each other's traffic, and we're trying to promote each other because that's how you grow on YouTube. And so it's going to go out to those suggestions where it's at. 2, upload frequency, minimum 3 times a week. You can't, if you really want to see massive growth, you can't do less than that. Now, I know a lot of content creators have higher production, and I've worked with a lot of higher production crews and channels, and sometimes it's not feasible. It's not even financially feasible or time feasible that they can actually do this. There are other little strategies that make sense that you can post more frequently. It's just you have to get over, well, that's not what I want the channel to be. It's like, what does your viewers want to consume is the big thing, and that should evolve as you evolve as a content creator. Next is the viewing history and behavior. I'm here to tell you that YouTube has a profile on everyone in this room and in this building of what they like, how long that they engage with content. And when I say engage, it's like they might hit rewind, they might watch it 2 or 3 times, they might share it with someone, they might embed it on their website. YouTube has a lot of this data, and they understand behavior very well. And that behavior, this is what I want to explain, is if you understand the behavior of your viewer and you help the viewer do certain things, you're going to see numbers like what we're talking about here, because it's just going to go through the roof. Main factor, and this is one of the triggers that really disappoints, is YouTube looks at your last performance of your last video. So if you have your last video that just tanks, like it's just bad, and it just like literally bombs, that next video you have is not gonna be suggested as much. And so don't expect that to get this high volume. Now, whenever we have a hero video that we put a lot of time, effort, energy, and money in, we actually look at what are the first, the next 4 videos before it, and what's the video after it. And we put that a part of our hero plan for that, because you have to lead up to it and get momentum and really know your audience well enough of what they'll actually consume and engage with, and then literally spend more time on your thumbnails. Triggering too. When you actually create a playlist, it creates an ID. When you actually add a video in a playlist, it does some pretty amazing stuff. So this is what I want everyone to do tonight or today sometime. Just go add 6 videos into a brand new playlist and do that just today and tomorrow and see what happens. You'll be amazed. And it could be random videos. It doesn't have to have any type of thing. It's just create that instance that's actually happening and see what triggers from your current views, also on the related content that you're actually putting out there. New playlists. I stress that, if you're uploading content daily, that you should create new playlists 2 or 3 times a week. These are new playlists. And there's like a lot of content creators says, oh, Daryl, you can't do that because my subscribers will be inundated. Your subscribers don't care. This is all for the AI for YouTube. And realistically, there's hardly any people that click the playlist and see what playlist you have and under that tab. It just doesn't happen. But they're searchable. And YouTube, listen, YouTube associates those videos together. And where do you think that they associate it? And if you can get traffic between them, then you're getting more suggestions when you do related content that's in that specific playlist. Also, updating cards is a very big thing. I think a lot of people just put it in there and it's static and they forget about it. A great tool that everyone should own is TubeBuddy. The reason why I love TubeBuddy so much is because I can change 1,000 videos and change 5 cards on every video in about 20 minutes, where it would have took me weeks to do something like that. And you can go to tubebuddy.com/go. And that's an affiliate link, by the way. Next, updating end screen elements. If I know that, hey, do you know what? I want more traffic to come in that 7-day period because this one video took off and it was great, and then it had that 24-hour decay. I want to be able to boost it, and I goose it all the time, where what you do is you change all your end screen elements at the end of every video and point to that one video. And then also there's a featured video one, you push that to it, and you can get all this influx of views that are coming from people that are watching your content to a specific video. Do you keep it on there for a long period of time? No. Don't keep it on more than a day, or you'll destroy what you're doing. But then I would revert back to what you had before. And so keeping track of this is really important, and especially if you have a method behind that. Now, I only have like 6 minutes. There's a lot of information that we went through. And two, if everyone's on Twitter, if you literally will tweet me, if you don't get your question asked here, just put Ask Daryl on it, and I will respond to it when I get a little bit of time. But does anyone have a question here first off? Dane, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to you next. But I don't know if we have a mic. Can we, right here in front?
Daryl, do you think metadata in playlists is important or not, or descriptions?
Anywhere I can put, go ahead, do it one more time.
Metadata in playlists or descriptions in playlists important or not?
Yeah, I do it 100% of the time. And the same reason is, how is YouTube gonna know what these videos are about? Do not put spammy titles in your playlist, because there's an automatic filter that kicks in that if you put certain, like if you try to stuff it, it will automatically give you a community strike. Trust me, I've been there. I've gotten a strike before. Yes, even me. But yes, I like to fill everything out because YouTube doesn't have data on that playlist, and the only way that you can give them data is within the videos that are incorporated in that playlist, but also the meta information.
What do you mean by spammy titles?
Spammy titles, so like for example, if you're doing product reviews on cameras or whatever, you use like Canon camera, amazing Canon camera, vlog camera, and that's all one title. You know, that's a spammy title. We had a question right here. She has her hand up, 4th row back.
I just want to say, you mentioned that we should make new playlists multiple times a week. Do you find that they need to be displayed on your homepage?
No.
Also, what's the sweet spot for how many playlists you should have displayed over the page?
So I would use all 10. 10 spots that you can do for the sections is what they call it. They don't necessarily all need to be playlists. YouTube's going to announce, or they announced some features that are going to be really cool that I can't talk about, that will help cross promotion of other channels if you own those channels, or you want to partner with some channels. But I'd use all 10 spots. But I would be very hesitant of what you actually put on the front page, just because that's your front page of your channel, but keep it in the playlist section. So let's do right behind, he had his hand up the longest. That's with, yeah, you.
You mentioned that the positive reception of the video is one of the most important things to its technical success. I'm going to assume that YouTube's AI needs data to understand it's positive, like in the form of likes or comments or shares or something.
I was with the search and discovery team. These are the people that are in charge of that division, and it has no relevance on suggestions, none. But what it does is what the viewer does in the video, and how they engage with the video, and what they do next, and where they go, and how they interact. That makes a huge difference. And so you're thinking, well, why isn't it just likes, comments, and and shares? Well, it's more than that, because how they watch the video, based on the other percentages that you actually have for that particular viewer. If it's higher than normal, then they're going to actually see more of that content. than they previously had. So if they watch a dog video, but they really watch the dog video and they engaged with it a little bit differently, for the next little bit, they're going to see a lot of dog videos. So right in the back, Roberto Blake, right in the back. Yeah, no.
All right, thanks, Daryl. We talked a lot, you and I, about user experience and that the user behavior is what's triggering things now. That's what the AI is looking for. If you were going to summarize the user behavior that we should be focused on in like 3 to 5 points, what does that look like?
Yeah, that's a powerful question, and I wish I could do a presentation all on that. But I want to make sure that when the viewer watches it, I want to predict what they're watch next. I want to predict what comes up in next up and the 4 suggestions following that. Because if I can pull that in there, everyone can pull out your phone and see before the first swipe that you'll see 4 videos. And when you swipe, you'll see all that content. That makes a big difference if it's your content before they move on to somebody else's content. Great question. Right here, let's see, we need another female. Is it another female? Oh, okay, right there.
Earlier, you mentioned card strategy, how you put it at 0, 0, 0, 0.
Not for every channel, but it might work. It might work for you. Yeah.
Do you have a reason for that?
Just because they're not going to click on it.
So,
But when it opens up for the next one, it gives them an option below and above. It's just real estate.
do you have any particular strategies that you use for cards yourself?
Like on my channels that I own, or
Where do you place them other than average audience?
well, average audience retention is one, and then I basically look at different drop times, and I try to put them at each point. So, but keep in mind, there is the feature tab that it brings up the feature video. Don't compete with that because they'll cancel each other out. So you want to make sure that it's separate from that. Right here.
You mentioned titles and the thumbnail. You mentioned titles and thumbnails being super important. Is there something that you've seen that works really well with thumbnails and titles?
Well, it's like understand your audience. So if you have a tweenie audience or you have, a teenager audience, you got to appeal to them. But ultimately, YouTube has some great resources on it. But it should tell a story. You should be able to look at it. I think Vsauce and a few others have like some of the best thumbnails and titles out there. Very simple, but yet it tells a story. And the more that you can do that, it's really good. But check out Team Edge. I really love their thumbnails because everyone is a reaction story within a thumbnail. I don't even have to watch the video, and I don't, but I look at their titles and their thumbnails. But yeah, great question. Just right next.
So there's a rumor that if you schedule or have your video unlisted for too long and then hit publish, it won't perform as well as you just went public immediately.
Yeah. I used to believe that as of my whole life until yesterday. And it's true. Because I noticed some changes to it, and I was able to get a little bit more data from the right people. And so I changed my thoughts on it. I still need to test it. So I'm still in the skeptic stage, but more leaning towards it doesn't matter anymore. I think it's when you actually hit publish and it's public, not unlisted, not private, but it's public that occurs. And so that's when the 24-hour clock hits. I did test that one out, and that we noticed that there's no difference between that. But yesterday it wasn't. So, okay, way in the back. We got to go to the back, and then we're just wrapping up here.
Going on that last question, what if you upload a video and publish it very quickly? Is that how you fall back to?
That's the worst thing you could ever do in your whole life. You want to know why?
Yeah, well,
Because you probably shoot HD, right?
yeah.
Okay, so what happens is until you see every single resolution on, like you'd have to click in the video and you have to click to select a resolution, the different, sizes of the video. Yeah, that would hurt you. So like I always do 4K, 60 frames per second, until I see that from all the way down to the most bottom one, which is like 122 or something like that, then that's when I'm ready to publish. Because what happens is not every viewer has, HD access, and they might be looking at 360 or whatever, and they're not going to be able to see your video. They're going to see, oh, there's an error that's here, and that's really bad through your click-through rate. So they went on it, they went to go do it, but guess what? They couldn't see anything, so they jumped off, and those are very bad signs. So what I would do, and they've improved this, but it might be an hour or two on 4K 60 frames. Everything else should do it within 10, 15 minutes. You should be ready to go. So then we had another question in the back with the beard. Just hand him right over there. There we go. That's a good looking beard, by the way.
Thank you. So my question is about playlists and adding to playlists. And that is using YouTube's auto add to playlist feature based on tags from your own channel. Will that help with suggestions?
That's the only way that I would add to playlists when uploading new content. So it goes to some general playlists. And I like to do that with tags and also in title, that it just triggers that. And based on the content, because every channel is similar, that it has similar themes, I want them to go into certain playlists that build up those things. So yes, that would make a big difference. If you literally, think about this for a second. If you literally upload a video and say, oh crap, I forgot to add it to a playlist. You go add it to a playlist in the video itself. What do you have to do? You have to hit save. You don't ever want to hit save for at least 7 days. So be very careful what you do. There are some data that it looks like they might have fixed some of these things, but as in the past, it was very dangerous. But you can add it to a playlist if you go into the video manager, select just the little radio icon, and then up at the top say, okay, add it to these playlists. That's a very good option for that. And then there's some other things you can do as well. Okay, just 2 more questions, and then I will be outside until my voice is gone, and we can answer that. So let's do a female over here, and then who really wants to have it on this side? Okay, you over here. You? Which one? All right, sounds good. And like I said, tweet me. I'm at Daryl. You can't see it. It's like, let's see if I can do this. It's like at Daryl Eves, and you can put Ask Daryl on it. So, sweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is your titling strategy? Do you care a lot about Google keywords and SEO and all that stuff, or do you care more about your personal audience?
I care that when someone sees the title, that they're like, oh, that's very interesting. Oh, yeah, I want to click on and watch it. And then they look at the thumbnail and says, oh, that's very relevant to what the title is. That's what I care most about. To do stuffing for positioning of search engine, I could, mark my words, I could care less if someone finds me in search. Do you want to know why? Because if I can get them through suggestion and have them click through that, I can get, maybe 1 million times more visibility than I could otherwise. And even with my own content, like my channel that I spend 20 minutes a week on if I have time, for my own how-to videos, I really don't care for search. I just care for suggestion, just because it is my #1 traffic source. So, okay, last question over here in the hat, reverse hat, super cool guy. And then, like I said, I'll be outside and answer any questions or whatever.
To your point about playlists, if you have multiple channels and say we follow the strategy of making a playlist every week just for the sake of the algorithm, would you recommend putting videos from those different channels together?
It really depends. It really depends if the channels have similar content. If they don't have similar content, I would completely avoid it. There is a couple things. Is YouTube will see how many people are watching your videos, where in the world they're watching their videos, like what country, how long they're actually doing it, how they're engaging with it. And so you want to be very clear. I have one of those big mistakes that I made, that I decided, hey, this is going to be great content worldwide. And I focused worldwide before I focused into a core audience. And now all my audience is in Indonesia and Saudi Arabia. Not saying those are bad. The CPMs are just really low there, And so I just didn't miss that core audience that's there. So to overcome that, and this is a big factor, YouTube's going to look at data immediately. And so whatever your subscribers are or wherever they're at, is going to help figure out where that actually gets suggested out in the land of YouTube. Guys, thank you so much for this, being here. I'll answer some questions. Follow me on Twitter, ask the questions there. Thank you. All right, guys, don't forget to get that free training at vidsummit.com/free replays. And that's something that is 32 hours of the best and brightest minds in the industry talking about the business side of YouTube. And then also, if you are interested in coming to my next Vid Summit, it is in October 10th through the 13th, and it's going to be the biggest and best event ever. It's 1,000+ people. That's just the business side. It's not a fan experience. It's just 100% the business, the brass tacks about how to really grow audiences, monetize audience, work with brands, and what brands want, and also agencies. It's all sides of this business, and it's the business side of the industry. And I'm really excited about it. So I want to personally invite you, go ahead and check it out at vidsummit.com, and don't forget to pick up your free replays. Guys, thank you so much for watching this long video about the algorithm. Hopefully you found it useful. If you have additional questions for me, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the bell notification. And also, just tweet me a question, and when I get a free time, a moment or two, I'll answer it. Thanks, guys.
When someone asks you, what do you do for a living? What do you wish you could say? I'll bet it's something crazy, like a professional gamer, or a musician, or an entrepreneur. I'll bet you want to create something amazing while making some serious money.
Joe, your sales numbers.
Instead, you spend 8 hours a day taking shit from a guy who strangely resembles Michael Scott, punching in sales numbers with more commas than you've ever had in your bank account, drinking coffee like it's your last meal, and struggling with outdated office supplies. Why?
I don't know.
I'll let you in on a little secret. You can make a full-time income doing something that you're passionate about. You can become a content creator, a YouTube influencer with millions of fans around the world, and you can start right now.
Hello, everybody on the internet. This is your insightful and helpful YouTube expert, Daryl Eves. Are you looking to start a new YouTube channel, or you're looking to grow an audience from, small numbers to big numbers? Well, if you're interested, this is the video for you. And let me tell you why, is because today I actually have one of my subscribers coming on, one that actually reached out to me when I was had a little celebration of 100,000 subscribers. I wanted to make a specific video. And I actually selected him to do a channel evaluation. But guys, this channel evaluation is going to be completely different than other channel evaluations before. And the reason why is because we're going to give a lot more tips than just the 5 tips. I literally have taken him through the process of how to really build a channel and to grow a channel right from the beginning. So if you're interested in really building an audience on YouTube or expanding your views or whatever it may be, then this video is for you. So let's do this. DarylEves.com. Now, if you're really looking to grow this audience on YouTube, there's a lot of little things that you need to do. Now, for those that really don't know what I do for a living, I actually do consulting and marketing strategies for some of the top businesses and brands and YouTube channels in the world. And let me tell you, I love what I do. And the reason why I started this channel is to help everyone find a way that I can make these little videos that people can really learn how to have better tactics on YouTube and really understand how YouTube operates. And I really, really love what I do. I really love this channel. I really love going out and consult and working on these strategies. However, I get a lot of requests from people out there in the world for me to help them one-on-one, and I'm not able to do it. I'm really not. And the reason why is there's only so much time in the day. And so I thought, you know what, this is a great way that I can actually give back and do a specific video and take someone through the process the same way I actually would a client. And I don't know if you remember, but a couple months ago, I had this little celebration video that I was putting together, and I had my subscribers, submit some, video responses. And I went through it, and I was literally blown away at all the different responses that actually came in. What they were wanting to do on YouTube, their desires, their love, their passion, why they're on YouTube specifically. Here, let's just watch a quick clip.
It would be my YouTube dream to grow my channel to 5,000 subscribers by summertime.
And my YouTube dream is to teach people my simple, delicious homemade recipe which I showcase on my channel.
And my YouTube dreams are just to get as many subscribers as I can and just to make awesome videos to make you guys laugh and enjoy my channel.
And my YouTube dream is that my channel continues to grow as it has, largely due to your help.
And my dreams are to really help a lot of people who want to get bigger and stronger.
YouTube community in Tulsa that's so big and so active that YouTube has no choice but to bring a YouTube studio right here to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
So it would be nice if I could reach more animation fans and get more people to become fans of my animations. And to quit my day job.
Now, one of the submissions that came through really just got me to the core. I'm like, oh my goodness, I literally need to reach out to this person. And I went on Facebook, did a little stalking, and I found Nick, and we kind of had a little dialogue. And Nick was actually doing some things on YouTube, and I'd like to introduce you to Nick Nimmin right now. Hey, Nick, how's it going?
Doing excellent, Daryl. Thank you.
Hey, first off, I'm a fan of what you got going on right now, but it wasn't always this way. And you were doing some stuff on YouTube. So could you take some time and let people know what you were doing, a little bit who you are, where you're at in the world, and let's kind of have this conversation.
Okay. Yeah, sounds great. Who I am. My name is Nick. I'm a graphic designer and now a YouTuber. And I am in Thailand. That is my place in the world right now. And basically my channel that I had before, well, I still have the channel, is making random videos, giving tips and tricks to people that make YouTube videos and people that are trying to make videos for their business and things like that. And what happened is basically after I saw Daryl's video asking for submissions, I said to myself, I got to submit to this guy. I've been watching him, for a long time. So I got to send him a video. And if nothing else, I even mentioned in the video, I don't think you actually put it in your clip, but I said, if nothing else, I just want to let him know that, that I appreciate what he does on YouTube, and sharing all the information that he does with his subscribers. And when I made that video, I submitted it to him. And then he contacted me back and said, dude, you're doing the wrong thing. And that pretty much started our dialogue. And that has gotten us to where we are today, 1 week and just a little bit more than 1 week into the live channel.
You know what was really interesting, Nick, is I think that was my first words to you, wasn't it? I guess I was a little too blunt. We talked for a little bit, but I'm like, okay, I don't beat around the bush. I'm going to just tell you how it is, and like, you're doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, you got right to it. That's for sure. You got right to it.
Well, but the whole thing is I actually saw something in your video submission, and I want to talk about that for a little bit. It kind of blew me away. First off, the video quality was amazing. Of course, you have some great video quality. You were giving tips on that. But it wasn't the video quality that made me go, I need to reach out to this guy. You actually delivered content with energy. And I'm like, man, this guy reminds me of Vsauce, like kind of a little bit. It was like that little style a little bit, but you actually had your own little flair to it. And it was engaging. And I'm like, man, I was actually interested in the video. And not just because it was talking about me, but I was interested in the video. And I'm like, man, I wonder what he could do. And, that's when I reached out to you, and I was quite blunt, saying, hey, you might be going the right direction. Or I think I was actually a little bit more
oh, yeah.
vocal.
Yeah, a lot more blunt than that.
I think I said, you're doing it all wrong. Not all wrong, but anyway. It developed a little conversation. And what I would like to do is take some time now, Nick, right now, and help my subscribers like you out there know the process that we actually went through. And I actually have the same process. When I get a new client, I go through the exact same process. Doesn't matter if they're a Fortune 100 company, an entertainer, a YouTuber, a brand, or a business. I go through this process. And the reason why is because there's certain things that everyone need to do if they're looking to succeed on YouTube, or actually to succeed to get that audience development, because that's what we're talking about here, that it needs to happen. Do you remember, I know this is back in February, but do you remember the first thing that I had you do? I think it was like the very first thing after I told you you're doing it wrong, but it was one of your assignments and tasks to do. Do you remember that?
The very first thing that you had me do was read Primal Branding.
I did. And
yeah.
The whole thing about it is, this is what I have my clients do as well, is because Patrick Canlin, I had him on, a little discussion, a little interview, wrote an amazing book. And what I love about it is it puts everything into perspective of really creating an audience, all the things that you need to do. Now, he gives 7 different tactics to do that. If you're interested, look in the link below in the description. I'll put a link to that specific video. But he goes through 7 things that we all need to do to develop a tribe. And then he actually came out with another book called Social Code that goes a little bit more in depth, and it's kind of an updated version that you could probably read in an afternoon. However, the thing about it is I want people in the mindset of all this branding that actually occurs, all this audience development that occurs in a way that we don't look at. You know, you might kind of see it, but you really don't see some of the things because it's just really in our culture, and it's just basically what it is. And primal branding really identifies what those are and groups them in a way that you're like, oh my gosh, I never thought about it like that, or I've never seen that. Okay, now that makes sense. So we talked about primal branding. We also took some time to talk about doing a new channel. What was your first reaction, Nick, when I told you, hey, just start a new channel? What did you think about that?
It took me about probably 5 to 10 seconds to actually let it sink in that I'm doing the wrong thing. You know, to think, this is Daryl Eves, and he's telling me that, hey, dude, you're doing the wrong thing, right? So it took me, 5 to 10 seconds for that to actually sink in, a little pride hit. And then from there, I got excited about it. Here's this guy that has no reason to reach out to me. And he's reached out and he's given me his advice on what he thinks that I should do with my, with the time that I spend on YouTube. So, I was grateful for it.
And like the thing for me is I knew you had passion, and I wanted to know where that passion was. And we actually had a discussion about passion, of what you like to do or what really interests you. And you actually had an idea that has been in your head for quite some time. You just never really ran with it. Can you kind of explain that idea?
Yeah, the idea is for the channel was basically to answer the questions that we all have.
Yeah, and do it in a way that's entertaining and really engaging. And so Nick had this thing in his mind for years of, hey, I want to kind of do this, but never really made it happen. I think the blunt conversation got it to start, wouldn't you say?
Without question. Like, there's not even a hesitation on the thought. I mean, as soon as that conversation started and you started talking about ideas and things that I would want to do and stuff like that, I mean, that came right to the forefront of my mind as far as, hey, this might be a chance to run with this idea.
So the first thing outside of primal branding and really understanding, creating this audience, we did recon. Recon is the most important thing that you can do when preparing a marketing campaign. You need to go through the process of understanding what's actually working out in the world. Why does it work? Have your data, make the analysis. And we actually went through a couple channels. Now, do you remember any of the channels that I kind of pointed you to? We had the discussion on what they were doing right, and they would be more similar audiences. Do you remember that, Nick?
Yeah, Number File, Smarter Every Day was one. There's a King, gosh, what is it? King of Random?
King of Random, yeah. So, and yes, it's not the same type, but it's like the same type of delivery. You're giving content out there. And so one of the reasons why we discussed Number File and Smarter Every Day, because those are the types of videos that Nick would be producing. However, King of Random is like making random, different things that happen with science and technology. And I wanted to show him that and have him dig deep into it a little bit, because there was a lot of elements that Grant Thompson is doing right. The things that he was doing to build his audience and how he was engaging and how he made it interesting. It has a lot to do with delivery. And I think the biggest thing of Number File and Smarter Every Day and even Grant Thompson's channel, King of Random, is their delivery method. And what did you think about, when we went through, we did an evaluation of some competitors out there or people that were actually making it in the industry. What was your first thought? Did you feel like you could actually do this? Or was this something like, okay, maybe a little hesitant?
I knew that I had the technical know-how as far as, the equipment and how to use the equipment and, things like that. But, the initial jump was a little intimidating because, here's these guys that have been doing this for a long time. And, there's somebody new trying to come in and trying to, run alongside of these guys, and because technically we're targeting the same people, we're all going after curious people. Right. So, to make the jump and say, okay, I'm prepared to put in the work necessary to try to run alongside of these guys. It was a little intimidating for sure.
Well, and here's the
motivating also.
Motivating for sure. But here's the thing, your direction isn't necessarily the same as Number File. It's not the same as Smarter Every Day, and it's definitely not the same as King of Random. You had a path. Yes, you have a similar audience, but people like to consume content, and they're only going to put out so much content, in a given week. And we are basically competing for other people's time. And if you even have a similar type of channel, not necessarily the same type of videos, but you do it in a way that you're engaging and the video's engaging and the script is clever, then you're knocking it out of the park. Now, I know after this, we went through that process of here's some ideas. We kind of brainstormed a little bit on some ideas that you could make videos for. And you had a few that you already had in your mind, because in your mind, you already said, oh, this is something I'd like to do. I'm not necessarily there. And you had a couple ideas. And do you remember what happened next? I've actually remember it in the sense of, because I do this with every client, I actually have them make some samples. You remember that?
And that part was even more intimidating than thinking, hey, I'm going to run up against these guys, because I knew, when I'm putting these together, I'm thinking, he's going to look at these and, here's where the judgment's going to fall, right? So making the videos and when I was initially putting them together, it was intimidating, but, it was also motivating and inspiring to try to make something that was, as good as I could make it. But yeah, I put together the 2 videos and submitted those to you, and waited, biting my nails, waiting for the feedback on it.
Now, I wasn't as blunt as saying, hey, you're going the wrong direction on the feedback. The videos were really good. I wanted to see the capability, the turnaround, the writing that needed to occur. And he turned it around quick. I was actually surprised how quick it was there. I think you were quite motivated to get it turned
Absolutely.
around.
Yeah, absolutely, I was.
And when we went through it, it was good. It was good quality videos, but I gave you some feedback. Do you remember that feedback?
Yeah, you gave me editing advice. For example, on on one of the videos that I submitted to you, it was almost 8 minutes long. So one of the first things you said is, hey, you got to cut the time down on these. You gave me advice on the branding for the channel. Basically you're saying you got to work branding into your videos, as far as at the time I had just a normal logo.
When someone asks you, what do you do for a living? What do you wish you could say? I'll bet it's something crazy, like a professional gamer, or a musician, or an entrepreneur. I'll bet you want to create something amazing while making some serious money.
Joe, your sales numbers.
Instead, you spend 8 hours a day taking shit from a guy who strangely resembles Michael Scott, punching in sales numbers with more commas than you've ever had in your bank account, drinking coffee like it's your last meal, and struggling with outdated office supplies. Why?
I don't know.
I'll let you in on a little secret. You can make a full-time income doing something that you're passionate about. You can become a content creator, a YouTube influencer with millions of fans around the world, and you can start right now. All you need is a camera, computer, and an internet connection. That's it. And if you ask me, that's pretty fucking cool. Imagine your life as a successful content creator. You wake up whenever you want. You check your phone and see thousands of messages from people all around the world. They make the risk you took 2 years ago totally worth it. At noon, you open up your computer and start outlining your next video. Your fans have been bombarding you with suggestions all over social media. Hours later, you get a text from a friend who wants to catch up and grab food. When you're a content creator, guess what? You're on your own time, not someone else's. You create things that get watched by hundreds, thousands, millions of people. And these people, man, they love you for it. And when people ask you what you do for a living, you have to actually try to contain your enthusiasm, because you don't want to be the guy who obnoxiously brags about having the greatest job in the world. Even though you do. See, every day, people watch hundreds of millions of hours of YouTube videos that generate billions of views. In fact, YouTube has over 1 billion users, almost 1/3 of all people on the internet. Yet the average person doesn't believe it's a viable way to make a living. But that's going to change starting right now. Hi, we're creators of Jump Cut Academy. We are some of the world's most successful YouTubers who are on a mission to teach the world how to become social media influencers just like us. Together, we have over 10 million subscribers and well into the billions of views. And that's why we're able to teach you how to launch your own successful YouTube channel, even if you're a beginner with zero experience. We put together a free 4-part video training series that you can sign up for right now by clicking the button below. This free training teaches you step-by-step how to launch your channel, including a simple method to find your hidden in plain sight channel ideas based around your biggest passion in life, how to create content that is primed to go viral using 3 specific psychological triggers, why attention equals money in today's influencer economy, and how you can be one of the first people to jump on this opportunity and make a full-time income following your passion. And that's just scratching the surface. Why are we doing this? Because we all started out as your average Joe and found success through YouTube. Some of us are college dropouts who now run multi-million-dollar online businesses based on YouTube. Others were struggling stand-up comedians who now have millions of subscribers and make a full-time living off of videos filmed in a basement with an iPhone. We're sharing everything we've learned so that more people can break free from the traditional path in life and make a living doing what they love. Interested? Click the button below to learn more. It's 100% free to get started.
As far as, at the time I had just a normal logo intro that you see all over YouTube where people, they cut out the actual video and make a animated logo, kind of like you probably saw at the beginning of the video that you're watching right now. But you told me for my type of channel that, that I needed to change that and other branding advice that you gave me, as far as the in-video stuff.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is going through and picking, the different parts of creating the video. I didn't give him much direction on how to actually make the video before. I just wanted to see what he could do on his own. And Nick, like he said in the beginning of this video, he's a student of Tim Schmoyer, David Walsh, myself, and others that are out there. So he had a lot of tips and techniques that he already knew, and you applied them, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I might not be the smartest guy in the world, but I'm smart enough to know that if other people are doing something that I'm interested in and they're having success at it, they're most likely the people that I need to listen to. And, that's the advice that I need to follow in order to make something that's a similar product.
So as we did the feedback with Nick, we took some time and really went through the feedback of the videos. The next thing that we actually did was go for topics that he could actually do. Do you remember how many topics I had you make?
It was right around 100. I think it might have been 100 exactly. You had me come up with 100 different ideas of videos that, I had to research. It wasn't just come up with ideas off the top of your head. You actually had me get into the details of stuff that people are actually looking for.
So you're doing a lot more recon, going out and trying to figure out, okay, now I have a channel. I've made 2 videos. This guy's making me go out and find 100 different topips.
Right.
Oh, wow. What was that?
I mean, there was a week of my life gone, right? Hunting down 100 topics.
But did you see how you thought your channel was before you went through those topics and how it was after you found those topics? I mean, did you have any aha moments at that time?
Well, one thing that stood out to me was, a lot of the things that I see on YouTube are people looking for ideas for stuff. For this particular channel, it showed me that basically people are always asking questions. So as long as I research them properly, there's a good chance that I can reach a lot of people and answer the questions that everybody's got.
Yeah, and that's great. And I think the big thing too is going through the process. It puts you in the mindset. Okay, I'm going to be serious about this. We're going to go through and make 100 videos or do 100 topics and figure out what's going to work. We actually went through a couple things, and this is something that you guys want to take note on. I had Nick not only go through the process of going out and searching what questions are people that are searching for, but see what would be trending. We talked about trending topics. We said, look, Star Wars is coming out. You need a Star Wars video. I'm curious. about Star Wars. I'm a Star Wars geek. You're a Star Wars geek. What would people be asking? And we had strategic timing videos. Those are called those types of videos when you're piggybacking on top of a trending topic. It would be a tentpole marketing strategy where you're really capitalizing on these key events. And I remember of those 100, I think it was like 20-ish or so. I made you go and really figure out what would be an evergreen strategy of, okay, something that's like that happens every year that you can answer that people would be searching for at different times in the year.
Yeah. Yeah, that and the stuff that people are constantly searching for in general. Not just the yearly events, but you had me search down, in addition to that, you had me search down things that people are searching for every single day.
So that's the key right there. So he went through his recon, he was collecting information, he was checking with other channels to see what they were doing right, what he liked about it. He made some sample videos that had some feedback. And that feedback's critical. And I know I'm not the only one that you showed. I know that you showed it to other people. Other people gave you feedback too that you took that advice as well. And the key next would be we went over branding and we went over how to really build an audience. And I gave you some advice that was really, really critical that I believe of building a YouTube audience. But it wasn't building an audience on YouTube. What do you remember what that advice was?
Well, you shared with me the importance of getting, your Facebook, your Twitter, your domain name, basically any social outlet that you can, so that when people are searching for you or you're searching for people to watch your videos, to where you have a greater chance of contacting or being in front of other people through the other networks besides just YouTube.
Yeah, other networks besides YouTube. And first off, you want to do the branding, like what we talked about. What would be a great name? Well, is the .com available? Well, yes, it is. Well, is all the other social profiles available? Well, yes, they are. So go out, buy the domain name, get all the social profiles all set up. That way, you have consistent branding across the internet. And it didn't take very much time for you to do that. And then the next thing was, okay, what type of logos can you make? Now, you as a graphic designer,
made it a little bit easier.
What's that?
Yeah, I said that side of it made it a little bit easier on my end, being a graphic designer already.
Yeah, and you're able to do that. You're able to do your channel art. Now, those individuals that don't do that, there's a great place called Fiverr.com. You can look in the link below in the description to figure it out. Great service. You can find a designer that can help you get these things that we're talking about created as well. So we talked about those branding elements, but there's also
you had me. Like I actually put together, if you remember, I put together a handful of samples, and we actually bounced those back and forth too to make sure that we had the logo,
just
dialed
right.
in, and
yes.
that we had everything dialed in right.
Yeah, and that's critical too, is keep making sure that it all flows and go from there. But I also talked about some branding that you didn't really realize that was branding at the time. I mean, I think you did, but you didn't really include that in our branding discussion, which was catchphrases.
Yes.
Tell me about that a little bit.
Well, when we later talked about the catchphrases, I ended up going back into my videos because they were already recorded at that time. So I went back into my videos and I added a lower third call to action. Basically, the whole idea is that you were wanting me to get more viewer interaction. So basically, instead of just throwing my videos at viewers, I'm trying to get them to interact on my channel or basically start a conversation with me.
Yeah, and I think that the catchphrases in this earlier on, we've talked about catchphrases and how to do social call outs a couple times. The first time that we did it, the discussion was early on, before you made any videos besides the two, was what you were going to say at the beginning of every video and more at the end. So what do you say at the beginning of every video?
I'm Nick. Welcome to All Our Questions, where I search the internet for questions that we all want answers to, and I answer them. Today's question is, and then I fill in the blank.
Boom, right there. So that right there, you're going to, pretty much every video of that specific style, you'll be doing those types of intros. And so we focused in on that. That is branding right there. And then you had other little key phrases, throughout the video. Next, I had you do something that most people would be intimidated by and just literally not do, and that was to make a few videos. How many videos did I actually have you make?
20.
20. So we went through the list of your 100 topics, and I had you personally make 20 different videos. How was that? How was it?
It was time consuming, but the idea behind making 20 videos in advance is a profound idea for people's mind states, I think, because, one of the things that you see a lot when you're looking around forums and whatnot on about YouTube, with creators is, oh, I have an update coming up this Thursday and I don't know what I'm gonna make the video about. So by making the videos that far in advance, one, it helped me get my rhythm together, and two, it releases that pressure from my mind as far as, what am I going to make a video about, because I've already got videos for months down the road.
Yeah, you got months down the road. You have a template because you have those 100 topics. Well, realistically, it's 80, right? Because you've already used 20 of those. And so you're always going to be doing recon on getting more topics, but you already did the prep work before, and you did the 20 videos. And one of the things that we discussed in detail when you made those videos is, okay, what's the strategy to get people to watch them? We talked about that strategy. We don't have time today to go through everything, guys, but I have a lot of videos on talking about strategies of how to get people to watch videos. You can check that out. But we also discussed the timing, because you made those videos. They were good. We did some edits on, had you do some edits on a few of them, tighten them up a little bit. You got some feedback from other people, which was great. You had everything set. And then we talked about the schedule of release, because isn't that key in understanding what video would be the best to release and then the next? And I gave you some pretty interesting, that first initial release, that you weren't just going to release one video, in a week. What kind of advice did I give you on your specific channel?
On my specific channel, you recommended that I do 2 times a week, at least, and that I release on a Wednesday and Saturday, opposed to Friday and a Sunday.
Right. And with that discussion, you just launched your channel not too long ago. Let me just do a little quick snippet of your channel trailer, and then we'll continue to talk about the discussion we're having on your release strategy. Is that cool?
Okay, yeah, perfect. Right? Who's actually going to do that? But
I'm Nick. Welcome to All Our Questions, where I search the internet for questions that we all want answers to, and I answer them.
So if you consider yourself a curious person and you want to know more about the world that we live in and the questions that we all have, then go ahead and click the subscribe button on this page so you can get answers to all our questions.
Okay, so you kind of get a feel of what Nick's going to do. There's a lot of energy in that channel trailer. He actually created that trailer as well once he had that content that was made. And the strategy was to release is we wanted to figure out what he was releasing, when he was releasing for the next 2 months. And we wanted to do it twice a week. And so he came up with the schedule, looked really good. We adjusted a few things on it. And then the first week, though, which you just barely launched your channel, and you can see right here, you just have a few videos. You posted more than twice a week. Why did you do that?
Because basically when the channel first went live, you had me do a video per day for the first 4 days and basically try to spread that around to try to get the momentum rolling right out of the gate.
Great. And what happened just that first week? I mean, what did you do?
First week?
Yeah.
First week, as of this conversation, I'm at 97 subscribers out of the first week, which is fantastic.
That's awesome. And all you did was released your videos, put them out there, and then you started to push them off of YouTube. I saw a lot on Facebook and other communities.
I've got them. I have them everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put them out everywhere.
Yeah, and so you're starting to do the legwork of the strategy we talked about. of, okay, now that you release a video, let's go through your launch sequence, which, you're literally going out to these communities and on different social profiles that you already created, and you're using on your personal profile plus this other profile, and you're just pushing that content out there, and people are watching them. I think your first video had like a couple hundred views. These are organic views. These are not paid views. In the first day, most people struggle to get 100 views, when they're starting a new channel in the first month, but you were able to get it in a day.
Yeah. So far, every video that I've put up, with the exception of one, within 24 hours, I've been able to get it to over 100 views.
That's great. And with this, with this strategy, so you're doing twice a week. We scheduled out when it was going to release for the next 2 months. What does your day look like now in preparing for another video? So you're already pretty much set for 2 months, and then you're just kind of planning out there. What's your process that you actually go through to create content now, even though that you have 2 months worth of content just waiting to be posted?
The process is basically to open the list of the original topics and see what's next on the list. And then once I see what's next on the list, then I research it. And then following the research, I'll start putting the script together. And usually once you start putting the script together, it involves a little bit more research, just, because you think, oh, I need something, really interesting here. So I really got to dig in. And then after the script is written, I will usually sit on it for at least a day, sometimes 2 days, and then I'll actually revisit that script just so I can see it with a fresh mind. And then as long as everything's good, I'll make a few edits here and there, and then I'll record it.
And the great thing about it is you're not pressured to put it out there because
at all. Yeah.
You have the time to do it. My favorite video thus far that's released is the Grand Canyon video. And your strategy, what I love about that is you're at the Grand Canyon, which is only like an hour and a half from my house, and I'm surprised that we didn't connect.
Yeah, well, it's on the other side of the world from my house.
Exactly. I'm just surprised that we didn't connect. I don't know if I was out of town or whatever, but anyway, you're here close by me. You did one on the Grand Canyon, and it was engaging. It was like a lot of questions that people wanted to know how big the Grand Canyon is. Also, you went to China. And you're like, hey, I'm already there, so let me just go ahead and make videos that I love to do, right?
Right. Yeah, I actually did 2 videos in China. I did one on interesting facts about China, like what are some interesting facts about China, and then the other one is how big is the Great Wall. And I also have in Japan, what are some interesting facts about Japan. I did a video there as well.
Yeah. See, and that's the key thing is as you're traveling, this channel can provide you content. All you got to do is a little prep work beforehand, and you can go out and shoot it, and you're good to go. I mean, you're golden. And the great thing about it is, there's a lot of people that are curious, and if you don't necessarily need to leave your house at all to do any of those videos, like how big the Grand Canyon is or how big, the Great Wall of China is or anything like that. You could actually be in your own studio, but it brought an element. You're already going on a trip. Why not make a video about this? Right. You didn't go to China just to go see the Great Wall and record a video. Were you on business or what did you do?
I actually, because of where I live, every 3 months I'm required to leave the country. Because I have to get a stamp on my visa that says that I went out of the country, every 90 days, then I have to come back in. So because of that, that allows me the opportunity to be able to go to different places around Asia or the world. And while I'm there, I might as well take my camera with me and make some videos.
That's awesome. That is awesome. So
yeah, and it's fun too. It's led to some cool experiences. Like I have another video in the queue about is skydiving safe? So even with that one, that wasn't something that I did it in the States when I was there, but that's not something that you have to go to some other area really in order to do it. It's just taking something that I was going to do anyway and saying, okay, well, how can I work a video into this because it's something that people want to know.
So my question out of all this, you've been doing this. We literally started in February. Now it's gone several months into this. And tell me, are you having fun in doing this?
I'm having a blast. I'm having an absolute blast. Like it's everything from like writing the script is is fun because, you know, as I'm writing it or editing it or whatever, you know, like the ideas will come for, you know, where to put in a little joke or where to put in like a little, you know, whatever. And then when recording videos, you know, you make videos, you know how enjoyable that is. Everybody watching this probably makes videos, and you guys know how enjoyable that is. You know, and then the interaction that I'm getting on YouTube itself, you know, just stuff that people are saying and be able to interact with people that otherwise I would have never met or never been able to have a conversation with. I think it's incredible.
Now, here's the thing, guys. Everyone watching is Nick was passionate about something that he was kind of holding back in his mind, and that little blunt conversation that he was doing it wrong, let that surface, and now he's doing
on fire.
Now he's doing something he's passionate about. And when you're doing it with something you're passionate about, guess what? You'll always find the time. You'll always be motivated. You'll always be pushing the envelope. And that's where you're able to succeed. So my advice to everyone out there, if you do not like the type of content that you're putting out there, figure out what that is. Go through the process of preparation that Nick went through so that you can actually be ready to make content that you're excited about, that you're ready to make your channel do and grow in so many different ways. And here's my prediction about Nick's channel, and I don't say this lightly. He will succeed on YouTube. He will succeed on the internet. The reason why is he's passionate about it. He has a plan in place. We haven't even talked about monetization. We don't have time to do that. Maybe we'll have to do it on another time, but we have a monetization in place and so much more. Is there anything that you'd like to say, Nick?
Well, like you mentioned a second ago, you know, it's really important. Like, you know, if you want to do something, you'll find the time to do it. If you don't want to do something or you're not into it, then you're going to find a lot of ways or a lot of reasons that you shouldn't do it. And, you know, like with me, because I do graphic design, you know, that's currently because the YouTube channel isn't making any money at the moment. So the graphic design is how I earn my living. So just like most everybody that's watching this video, you know, I have that job that I do. And then after that job or before that job or during that job sometimes, you know, I'll work in whatever I have to work in order to get the videos made because I enjoy making the videos. And because of that, it takes the stress away of saying, you know, oh, well, I got to put up a video because then if I put this video up, hopefully, hopefully somebody will sign up for an email list or, you know, whatever. It takes that away and it makes it something to where it's like, oh, you know, I can't wait until I'm done with this project so that I can hurry up and get home and start working on my YouTube videos. You know, it's just a totally different mindset when you're doing something that you really enjoy and that you really believe in doing.
And that, I think that's it. I mean, that's the whole thing. And that's why I believe he's going to succeed. If you get a minute, you can go over, look in the description below, and there will be some annotations in this video as well. Check out Nick's channel. If you like what you see, subscribe, because I'm here to tell you, you'll be one of the first subscribers to a very, very big channel. I've worked with some of the biggest channels in the world, and he has all the elements that's needed to really succeed, and he's getting the right direction here. One thing that I do want everyone to know is Nick and I, he hasn't paid anything. You know, we've gone through this process because he submitted a video that I really liked, and I approached him of helping him. And my thing is those that submitted early when we did this little, like I was trying to do this little thing for my 100,000 subscriber video. I still have all those videos. I'm going to go through it and select my channel evaluations out of this, just like I did for Nick, just to really help the people that really made this channel what it is today. So thank you so much, Nick, for coming on. Any last concluding thoughts that you want to say?
Yeah, I want to thank you for reaching out and taking the time. I know you're busy with what you do, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for reaching out to me and making this, you know, humongous change in my life. It means the world to me, and I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much, and I'm excited to continue to work with you on this because I know you're going to succeed on it. And thank you, everyone, for coming on. If you haven't subscribed yet, what's your problem? We give out great content here. We're trying to help you as creators, businesses, brands, really maximize your video presence online and create that audience. So if you haven't subscribed yet, click on the subscribe button. And if you get a little bit more time, watch this video that I had an interview with Patrick Kenlin about primal branding. I really believe it's some of the essential things that most people need to have before they really put out content. And then I also have another video here too on another channel evaluation. So thanks everybody for coming on, and have a wonderful and productive day. Hey everyone, this is your easygoing YouTube expert, Daryl Eves. Now, it's not every day I get to travel to San Bruno and hang out at the YouTube headquarters. And let me tell you, this place is cool. There's a lot of cool things going on. They create this amazing atmosphere that's very playful, very fun, very energetic. There's a lot of cool things. Now, a couple things is they actually have a slide that goes from one floor down to the other. Now, I've been here 4 times, and I've tried every time to go on that slide, and I've gotten shot down. I'm not an employee. So I guess for the liability or whatever, but there's a lot of great things that are happening. There's some amazing food. It's very energetic here. But the thing that I like the most is that you're surrounded by super smart people. You might be talking to people about YouTube. These are the people that actually work on YouTube every day, some engineers and so on. Now, in this recent visit, I went with one of my clients, Studio C. Some amazing talent at Studio C, and they were selected to be a part of an accelerator program at YouTube. And that's an awesome thing, because we sat in a room and strategized on how to actually improve their channel. Now, here's the thing that I want to tell you guys, is I've been there 4 times at headquarters for the same type. And I found that YouTube teaches and preaches 5 key areas that they want every channel creator on YouTube to do. So if you're interested in this, this is the video for you. We're going to learn all about those 5 things that YouTube wants you to do for your channel to get more exposure, more views, and a lot more engagement. Let's do this. After going to YouTube and sitting down with strategy teams several times, I found that they always focus in on 5 key areas really to improve your presence on YouTube. Now, the first of those areas I believe is the most important. I know a lot of you struggle with this, which is getting your videos found. So the first area is discoverability. Now, with discoverability, it's broken into 3 different parts. The first part is making sure that your video is optimized. Make sure your meta information is done correctly, your titles are done properly, also your description, your tags, and you're uploading a transcription to do closed captioning. Now, if you're interested in how to do this, I've made a couple videos on that. You can find them in the links below. First, how to properly upload your YouTube video, and second, how to properly tag your YouTube video. Now, outside of the meta information, that really helps you get found. The second area, which is improve your thumbnail. Now, you might not think that that makes a big deal, but for this specific client that we went to YouTube for, over a 1.5 years ago, we actually changed their thumbnail strategy, where we put the logo on every single thumbnail video that was actually coming out. And secondly, we actually made the thumbnail a little bit more engaging. Their view rate doubled every day. And the reason why it happens is because when someone's watching a video, they really like the content, they're going to see over on the right-hand side related videos. And when they see a thumbnail that is consistent, they're like, oh, good, I want to watch another one, and it increases their user watch time. Now, the third area of discoverability, which YouTube preaches and teaches, which is collaborations. Now, collaborations can make the biggest difference in the world. If you find a channel that has similar audiences and you're able to get them to do a collaboration, and what we'd always encourage is what you do for one, where you upload a video on your channel, they upload a video on their channel, and you cross-promote. When that happens, magic happens. You're actually able to grow an audience fairly quick. Now, with Studio C, we actually did a collaboration with Brooklyn and Bailey. We've done other collaborations too, but with Brooklyn and Bailey specifically, we got over 50,000 subscribers in a short amount of time that actually joined the channel because Brooklyn and Bailey suggested that they did, and there was some really, really great content. Now, for the second thing that YouTube always focuses in on, which is getting people to watch a video. Studies have shown that humans have less of an attention span than goldfish. I know what it is for me. When I go onto a specific video, I have about a tolerance of 5 to 7 seconds before I jump off and see something else. So in those 5 and 7 seconds, you want to be able to hook that viewer. When you can hook the viewer with the content that is engaging, visual elements, whatever it may be, you have a little bit more wiggle room, about 20 to 30 seconds. So during that time, make sure that 5 to 7 seconds you hook them in. Then you have about 20 to 30 seconds to really engage them and pull them in to that video content. The reality is this: it doesn't matter if you're a gamer, a vlogger, if you do informational videos, it doesn't matter if you're a musician, you have to hook them in. You need to engage them within the first 20, 30 seconds. Now, the third thing is to engage the viewer. Now, I know a lot of you are like, wait a minute, Daryl, you were just talking about engaging the viewer. Well, yes, I was, with the video content. This engage the viewer is outside of the video content and is more on the tools and also the set systems that YouTube wants you to do. Now, the first thing is annotations. Put annotations everywhere. This is a way that you can really engage the viewer to take action within the video. Now, is also an element that you can do outside of annotations, which is YouTube cards. I would encourage you to use YouTube cards as well to really engage that viewer to take action to go to the next video, or to subscribe to this specific channel, or to watch this specific playlist, or to buy this merchandise. That's what it is. You want to engage that viewer as much as you can. It also comes back down to your schedule. Make sure that you have a schedule of release and time of when your video actually comes out. If it's daily, it's the same time every day. If it's weekly, it's the same time every week, and so on. There's another element that a lot of people really don't really look at of how to engage a viewer, which is your channel art. You know, making sure that your banners look good, making sure that it's very clear to people that are viewing what the channel's actually about. Now, the next area is to create the fans. We're actually having a good conversation. You're connecting with me. Now, the best way for the content creator to connect with the people that are viewing the video is through commenting. Comment on your videos. Make sure that when someone leaves you a comment, you comment back. And when you actually upload a video, like I actually get a lot of comments on my videos, and there's no way that I can actually go through all the comments in a day. I like to set aside time when I actually upload a video to comment on every video. Now, my friend Sean McKnight and Brooklyn and Bailey termed the phrase the power hour. So they actually set aside 1 hour of their day when they upload a video to actually comment on every single video. Now, here's the thing. People love to hear feedback. There are people that says, oh, I can't believe that my favorite creator is commenting on this. This is great. That's how you create fans. And the more that you can engage the fan, more that you can engage the viewer to be involved in your growth of your channel, the more your channel will grow, because you're going to get more people really engaged. Now, one of my friends, Peter Hollins, does this amazingly. I've never seen a creator do it as well as he does. He actually takes requests from his fans on the music that he actually produces, and he pretty much does that almost every single time. Because why? It engages a community, creates fans, and he's able to produce content. Now, the last but not least is be consistent. Consistency is the biggest thing that you can do on YouTube. Be consistent in your branding, be consistent in your message, be consistent in your scheduled time, be consistent in the types of video that you actually create. That's what YouTube focuses in on. Those are the 5 tips that YouTube wants all of us to do. But all this is for a reason. And I want to tell you the #1 factor that YouTube actually has in ranking channels, ranking videos, which is viewer watch time and also session watch time. So what that means is when someone comes on and watches a video, you get some points for that, okay? If someone watches a video and then goes on the YouTube binge where they watch a video after video after video, that's really good for your channel. And the great thing is, this is what people don't really understand about viewer session time, is when someone comes in and finds your video, and you're the very first video on YouTube that they watch, when they go to Peter Hollins' channel and watches 40 videos, you get credit for that session watch time because you initiated that person to come on YouTube and to watch that video. That is a secret that a lot of people don't talk about. And if you can get people to be engaged on YouTube for a very long time, that increases your channel authority. And that's it. I mean, those are the areas of focus. I'm going to go ahead and dig deep a little bit further in upcoming videos on really how to optimize and focus in on those 5 key areas. If you're interested in optimizing your videos and also getting the right titles and tags, look in the description below. And honestly, guys, I really love this. I love talking about video marketing. I love that you guys are watching this video right now and supporting me by subscribing and watching other videos. So if you have a tip that YouTube focuses in on, or you want to elaborate a little bit more on one of these 5 key areas, go ahead and put it in the comments below. And if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? It's time to subscribe, and it's time to get involved, because honestly, as we grow this community, it's going to really help a lot of you grow your own communities. Thanks. Okay, I just had a request that someone was wondering how to upload a YouTube video. Now, many of you that are my subscribers or are watching this video probably are saying, you know, I've uploaded a ton of videos and I think this video is going to be pointless. But my question to you is, are you doing it right? Are your videos actually being found and watched? If not, this video is for you. I will show you how to properly upload a video to YouTube. Plus, I will show you what YouTube deems as important. Let's take a look. DarylEves.com. Okay, to upload that video, the first thing that you need to do is to sign into YouTube. So go up here and click on sign in and log in. Now that we're logged in, on every page right at the top, you're gonna actually see an upload button here. And all you need to do is click on the upload button. Okay, now what it's going to bring you up is to this screen right here, and you can either drag and drop your files here and it will start to upload, or you can click on it. I'll go ahead and click on this and select your file here from your desktop or wherever you have it located. And now what it is going to basically bring into this screen why it's uploading. This is where you need to put in all your information of how basically people are going to find you. Now, the title is the most important thing. You want to do a lot of research on it, see what people are actually searching for. So I'm going to go ahead and give this my title here. I've already done the prep work on it. Outside of the title, the next 2 sentences of your description are the most important thing. So I'm going to go ahead and put the next 2 sentences in there, and we'll make sure that it's done right. We have a call to action. That's something that most of you can improve on. I can tell you, I've seen a lot of descriptions, and a lot of your descriptions are weak. I'd spend a little bit more time with your descriptions there. So you can go through your descriptions a little bit. Okay. Another thing is tags. Tags are extremely important. You want to make sure that you use the tags properly. This is so important. You got to do some research. I'll have a video actually coming out on tags and how to actually do tags. But from this screen, I like to do a couple other things. Keep it in the privacy setting. I like to keep it private for right now until I have all my tweaking done. You want to make sure you keep the same category. Always keep the same category. You want your channel to be an authority in a specific category. There's another thing that you probably don't know that's on this screen right here. This add to. If you click down this, you can actually add it to a playlist. If you don't know what a playlist is, I got a video coming out on that as well. So you can do that really quick. For monetization, you can add ads to this as well. I don't want to add ads to this one. You can add a video location, so we'll go ahead and put in my location, Utah, okay, and recording date as of today. So now it processes through, and it actually picked up my thumbnail, so you can go ahead and select a thumbnail, or if you have custom thumbnails enabled, you can actually upload a custom thumbnail. Okay, last step, all you need to do is double check your work and change your privacy setting from private to public and hit save. Okay, now I know some of you are probably wondering, how long does it actually take to upload this YouTube video? Now it really depends on how big your video file size is and how fast your internet connection. So it might be a while to upload this video. Now for me, what I do when I wait for my videos is I practice my magic tricks. Now check this out. Isn't that cool? That's so awesome. Now for my latest trick, I hope I really have this down. It's a really cool trick. All you need to do is look at this YouTube logo on my shirt. Look really close. You are getting sleepy. When I click my fingers, you're gonna wake up and subscribe to my YouTube channel and watch all my YouTube videos. Did it work? Hey everyone, this is your chubby but yet adorable YouTube expert, Daryl Eaves. Now, I was just recently asked by one of my subscribers on the importance of utilizing tags in your YouTube videos. Guys, tags are extremely important to YouTube, especially if you want to have the discoverability and visibility of your YouTube videos. So what I decided to do is put together this video and show you my 4 types of tags that I always use when uploading a video to my channel or to the channels of my clients. And also you want to watch the video to the very end because I'm going to explain to you when YouTube just literally disregards all your tags and does what they want to do. And I'm going to teach you why they do this and how to actually do a thing, a little trick to get YouTube to relook at your older videos and reevaluate them. So if you're interested in this topic, stay tuned. DarylEaves.com. Now let's jump right in and let me show you how to properly tag your YouTube videos. Now you can use this technique on any of the videos that you actually upload. All you need to do is hit edit and you can use the same technique, and I'd encourage you to do that. And at the end of this video, I'm going to give you a super tip on what I actually do with my tags consistently. But where I need to actually upload a new video for a client, I thought, hey, this is a great way that you're able to see what I actually do to properly tag my YouTube videos. So let's go ahead and hit upload, and I'm going to throw in the video that we're using. Now, this is an awesome video. It's a collaboration video with Peter Hollins and Studio C. Some great YouTubers. It's a Marvel's Avengers Age of Ultron parody that they did a music video for. Now, if you want to know how to do the titling and the description, I would encourage you to check out my video on how to properly upload a YouTube video. You can see that link in the description below. We're going to focus all our attention on the tags here. Now, there are 4 different types of tags that I always use. The first one is the specific tag. Now, specific tags are one words that really are keywords that describe the video. So where this is about Avengers, I'm going to go ahead and hit Avengers here. Notice that YouTube has given me suggested types of tags to use, keywords, and none of them are really related to what I'm doing here. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter or return. And I'm going to do another key term, which is Marvel. And I'm going to go ahead and hit that as well. And we're also going to do SHIELD, because SHIELD is the organization from this, the Avengers, right? And then we're also going to do SHIELD with periods between it because we've done our research and we knew that that was it. So that is the specific tag. These are one-word keywords that describe that specific video. Now, the second type of tag that I always use, and it's actually my favorite, is the compound tag. Now, the compound tag is multiple words that actually describe the video itself. So where the first one I always do is the title itself as a compound tag. Now, you also want to do, outside of this, you want to use the title itself, but you also want to take out any conjunctions or prepositions in this. So, you know, the ofs, its, ins, ons, you just get rid of those because YouTube really doesn't look at that. So what I'm going to do is do a compound tag, which is Peter Hollins, and we're going to do it here, Peter Hollins. And I'm going to also do a specific tag because the name of his channel is one word, okay? Also a compound tag would be Age of Ultron and video, music, parody, okay? And we also want to be very specific on here. So we want to do Avengers, music, video. Okay, now with the compound tags, you can also see that YouTube gives us suggested tags as well. So you can see a couple of these here. I'm not really going to focus in on this quite yet. I'm going to do a couple more compound tags, Iron Man. We also want to do Hawkeye. Black Widow. Okay, so you're able to see the different types. That is the compound tag. The next one, number 3, is the generic tag. Now, the generic tag are just general words that would describe the YouTube video. Where this one is a parody, I'd put parody. Where it's also a spoof, it's a spoof, and it is funny. Okay. And you can also see that there's a suggested tag for comedy, and it is a comedy. Okay, those are generic tags. Now, the 4th tag is one that I don't necessarily use every single time. It really depends on the type of video. So where this one is a really well-known, the 4th type of tag is misspelled keywords. So any words that you can misspell, I would do this. Now, keep in mind, I would rather spell other things right on specific tags, compound tags, and generic tags, and use my tag limit than to put some misspelled tags that hardly anybody's actually searching for. So if we did misspell tags, let's go ahead and we'll just do Avengers like that. And you can basically pull in all the different types of misspellings that's there. Now, here's a special note that you need to keep in mind. You can only use 500 characters in all your tags. If you go over that limit, it won't let you upload. It won't let you save. You need to make sure that you stay under 500 characters. Now, you might think, oh my goodness, that is awesome. There's a lot of tags that you can actually do. In reality, it's not. You'll fill it up quite quickly. Now, before you go, you need to remember a few last things in utilizing tags on your YouTube videos. First off, don't mislead YouTube viewers. Make sure your tags are the keywords that are related to your video. Next, YouTube uses all the meta information, including tags, to rank videos until they're able to collect enough information of their own to make their own assessment. So generally you have about a 5 to 7 day window before YouTube makes their assessment. So make sure those tags are really powerful in the beginning so you can have the discoverability and the visibility that you're actually needing. And now for the power tip. Go back through every one of your videos and make sure that you've optimized the title, the description, and more importantly, the tags. And once you do this, once it's optimized, this is gonna really increase your views because it's gonna have YouTube reevaluate each specific video and see how to actually rank it. Now, I've personally put together a free 30-minute advanced training on how to actually utilize titles, descriptions, transcriptions, and tags to get more visibility and more views on YouTube. Not only on YouTube, but throughout all the search engines. Go ahead and click over here to sign up for my free training. And I think it's now time for me to do the best type of tag out there.
Subscribe!
Today, I want to answer one of your questions about how do you get the ball rolling with views in the first place? If you are brand new to YouTube, you have a brand new channel with 0 subscribers, how do you just get started with gaining exposure? That's coming up. Hey guys, my name is Tim Schmoyer, and it's Thursday, which means it's time for some YouTube Q&A with you guys. Krieza wrote and asked this: how do you get the ball rolling with views in the first place? I found that if you are new and upload a video, even if someone types in the exact video title, it still doesn't come up in the search. People more popular with a similar title show up instead. So how do you get people to see your video in the first place? Great question. This is actually something we talk about a lot here at Video Creators, so I will link up to a bunch of those different videos in the description text below this video. videos, so you can go check those out and see some of the other things that we've already discussed that kind of answer this question, but I wanted to give someone else an opportunity to answer this question. So I tapped the shoulder of Daryl Eves, who is also certified by YouTube in audience growth. He's worked with a lot of great channels on YouTube and has helped channels like the Piano Guys get the hundreds of millions of views, and even on his own channel, which I will link up below. You can click right here to go check it out. He does something similar to video creators, but he kind of talks about audience growth a little bit broader than YouTube. I mean, he has a lot of great YouTube content, but he also talks about like Facebook and Google Plus and things like that. So go check out his channel. But in the meantime, here's Daryl to answer your question.
Now, really, this is a great question, and I know a lot of content creators on YouTube feel this same frustration. You put all this time and effort in producing awesome videos, and it's really nowhere to be found in the search results, and it's not getting any views or interaction. And this can really be devastating and really discouraging. Now, in the next few minutes, I'm going to show you my basic game plan for succeeding on YouTube. It's really simple. And this simple plan will really help you get the ball rolling on views and getting more people interested in your content and ultimately subscribing to your channel. But first, we truly need to know why people actually watch YouTube in the first place. And I personally believe it's for 3 basic reasons. Number 1, someone they know recommends a video. Number 2, viewers seek out to be entertained. It might be a music video, a funny cat video, or something else. Number 3 is the viewer searching out information on a certain subject or to be educated, like how to play a bass guitar. Now, let's break it down for the basic game plan to really succeed on YouTube. So here's the breakdown. Step 1, do research. Now, don't just slap up videos to your channel. Take some needed time and do some research. Ask these questions. What is your channel really about? Who is your target audience? Where is your target audience actually congregating outside of YouTube? Why would your target audience be interested in your video content and also your channel? And how can you get the viewer or potential viewer to subscribe and share the video? Now, step 2, recon. Find out what blogs, forums, Facebook groups, Google Plus communities, websites, people that are really interested in your content. Now, recon is really, really important. Over 75% of my video views come from outside of YouTube. Now, think about that for a moment. It's really important to do recon. Step 3, video structure and production. Now, make sure you have a production formula for your videos. Shh. Now, I'm going to share with you Tim's secret formula for his video structure for his channel. Now, don't tell him I told you. Tim's formula is really like this. Make sure you hook the viewer in the first 3 to 7 seconds of the video. Then you want to show a bumper. Now, this is optional, but it's really effective for branding. Then next, you're actually going to have your main content displayed and then engage the users and have a great outro and call to action. Now, wait a minute. Now, this is the same formula that I use for my channel. I think I just gave away my secret formula, my secret sauce. Dang it. Oh, well. Now, a special note. This is really important for all of you to know. Different types of channels and target audiences will have different types of video structure, okay, and different formulas. So do some research and see what formula works for your channel. Now, step number 4. Upload that video and optimize. You're going to go ahead and upload that video, but make sure you do it to private. Then you want to take time to optimize your title, your description, your tags, transcribe the video, and also do a custom thumbnail that really engages and catches people's eye. Once this is done, you can go ahead and set it to public. Step 5, share that video. Now we got Facebook, we got Pinterest, we got Twitter, we got Google Plus, we got Facebook groups, Google Plus communities. You really have that recon list. All you need to do is get involved in those communities and share your video. Share it with them, but do it better. Don't spam them. The world has enough spammers. Make good quality posts and embed your video or put a little video link. Now, the next step is an important one, so you really need to understand this one. Step 6, engage and interact. Now, take time to comment on your video. Also, comment on the video in all the places where your video is being shared. This is really important. Why? This gets viewers engaged, and it actually creates a community of your own. Now, step 7, evaluate and adjust. Now, make sure you look at your video's analytics and really evaluate how users are actually finding you, what type of engagement's there, and really track all the necessary things that you need to so you can make adjustments for the future. Now, step 8, look for collaboration opportunities. Now, wait a minute, this video is a collaboration video. I guess Tim and I practice what we preach, right? Well, it works. Now, honestly, most of you that create content on YouTube would benefit by taking a little bit more time to get to know your audience, creating a simple game plan for your channel, and also for all your videos. I have a game plan for my channel and really have set a video structure and a schedule for all my videos, and it works really well for me. And I can tell you, working with Tim the last few days and also being one of his first subscribers for Video Creators TV, Tim knows his audience and has a clear plan. So if you're really looking for more views and visibility for your videos, make sure you watch this video a few times, take some notes, and create your own game plan.
Thanks, Daryl. That was awesome. I want to add in a couple thoughts of my own that I hope will answer your question concerning how the search results work and why you can type in your exact title and not have it show up and have all the popular videos show up instead. And that is because YouTube ranks, like they determine how high in the search results your video will rank based on how much watch time it has. And watch time is simply just how much time that video has accumulated from people who are watching it. So if you watch this video for 3 minutes, this video has accumulated 3 minutes of watch time. So there's a couple ways to increase watch time. Again, like we've talked about some of that stuff here, links below to those videos. You want to go check it out. But ultimately what you are seeing at work is that YouTube definitely values watch time higher than they actually value like how perfectly optimized your metadata is and how perfectly your metadata, which is titles, tags, and descriptions and caption files, some include that, you know, thumbnails, how perfectly that relates to the search query. Like that is a strong correlation, but what's even stronger is how much watch time the video has accumulated, which is how Google determines how valuable this video is. And the longer people spend watching this video, the more valuable Google thinks that this video is. So very practically for you, that means it's important to drive as much watch time to that video as possible within the first week of it being published. And that goes back to following all the best practices that Daryl just talked about and others that are linked up below. So go check all that stuff out. You guys got some research to do if this is something that's interesting to you. I would love to hear from you guys about what tips, ideas, advice would you have for Creaza or for anyone else who might be in a similar situation. Comment and leave those down below. And also, while you're down there, check out Daryl's channel. The link is in the description text. And I'm sure a lot of you guys will find his videos equally as valuable as these, so go check that out. And if this is your first time here, I'd love to have you subscribe. Welcome. Every week we do Q&A just like this to help you guys out on Tuesdays. We take a look at online video news and talk about the implications it has for us as creators, as YouTube is constantly updating and changing. And then on Wednesdays to give you guys some YouTube tips, ideas, advice, suggestions. And Thursdays we do basically what you just saw right here. And I do all of this because I really believe that a lot of you guys have messages that can really change lives, that influence people, if those people could just find and hear what you have to say. So thank you for letting me be a part of you guys who are building your audiences and your channels for the purpose of changing lives. Subscribe if this is your first time here, and I will see you guys again next week. Bye.
What's going on, everybody? This is Karate Code. Welcome back to a new video. So in this video, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to get your first 100 subscribers on your YouTube channel in just a week. All right. Now, before we get on with this video, let's go ahead and see if we can hit 1,000 likes. So please smash the thumbs up on this video. And with that being said, let's get started. Now, getting 100 subscribers on YouTube is one of the most difficult steps when starting a channel because you have to get the ball rolling and you have to get an audience starting from scratch. This is how everybody starts off from 0 subs and they build their way up. Now, how do you get subscribers, you may ask? There's a lot of ways you guys can do that. Now, before I go ahead and explain that, there's a couple things you guys got to know. A lot of channels on YouTube fail because they don't follow specific rules. They don't do the right things. They end up doing just gibberish bullshit on their channel. They upload random things and get nowhere. So you guys follow my advice and guidelines, and I guarantee you guys are going to get 100 subs really quick. And not just that, within a few months, you can even get up to the thousands range. All right, so one thing you guys got to keep in mind is make sure you guys have a set genre for your channel. So what do you guys want to do on YouTube? Do you guys want to do vlogs? Do you guys want to do Let's Plays? Do you guys want to do a cooking channel? Whatever it is, have a set genre. Do not mix a lot of bullshit together because that's going to end up not doing well. It's okay later on to change your genre of your channel, but have a set genre. Number 2, make sure you guys brand your channel out with basically channel art and social media links. Now what this means is basically when you guys brand your channel, you want to have fan pages for your channel. Even though it might sound silly, even though you have no subscribers, it's good to do that. Claim your channel names, claim your social media names. That way later on, you can always just promote your videos, you can share on your social media and get up there. That's what you guys gotta do. Now starting with that, to get subscribers, you guys gotta start from 0 and build up. So how do you get an audience with nobody that watches you, with nobody that knows who the hell you are? So the way you guys can do this is simple. I know I am against sub for sub, and you guys know that, but in this video, this is an exception. I want you guys to comment below in this video on what your channel is about and find someone else that does videos that are going to be similar to yours and just basically subscribe to each other. Now, once you guys do that, you're going to have a small audience. Get to about 50 to 80 subs or 100, and once you get to 100, stop asking for subs. Do not ask for more after 100. Once you guys get 100, that's when you start producing videos. So you guys can do a lot of videos, and what you guys got to keep in mind is the most important way that you want to get views on your videos is to make sure it benefits off of other people. You guys won't believe how many videos there are on YouTube that's simply just straight up boring. I've seen like 2-hour gameplays where like the person talks maybe like 5 times and it's just silent and then like it's really boring. So you guys gotta make sure you're entertaining. Put it this way, do you want to watch the video you put on your channel? If you guys think your own video sucks and it's boring, then chances are it most likely is. So make sure you guys have an entertaining video. Now, if you're a funny guy, I don't know, you're a comedian, you're just hilarious, you're a class clown, that could benefit you, because if you're funny as fuck in your videos, then you could best believe for surely that you're going to get good subscribers. Now, this does not mean you have to be a funny guy. You can even be entertaining. There's a lot of people that just speak their mind and get up there because a lot of people enjoy that. I don't know, tell stories, and you guys best believe that you'll make it on YouTube. Everybody starts off of nothing and goes somewhere. Look at me for an example. I had nobody to tell me and nobody to guide me on what to do with my channel. Nobody told me any of these tips, and I learned the hard way. It took me about 3-4 years to finally get my channel to pick up. In about a year or two, I got 5,000 subscribers, which is pretty decent, but I lost a lot of subscribers too because my channel was not picking up that well and it was doing poorly. I wasn't getting good views and it just sucked. But later on, I learned the mistakes I did, and I want to make sure that you guys learn the same thing that I did. I don't want you guys following my footsteps and just fucking up your channel. So make sure you guys do what I tell you. Now, apart from that, guys, like I said, you guys also should be consistent in uploading your videos. Do not expect to get 1,000 subscribers off of 2 videos. You guys gotta upload. Now, you might have a busy life, yes, but at least try to get 1 or 2 videos a week. Put some time into it. The key goal to success is the word now. You guys gotta do it now. So whatever it is, you guys want to get 1,000 subscribers, you guys want to make it big on YouTube, you got to act now. If you guys act tomorrow or act later or a month later, nothing's going to happen. You guys aren't going to do anything. You guys are going to procrastinate, get lazy, and not do shit. So make sure you guys get up your ass and start uploading right now. And the reason I'm being like this to you guys is because there's a lot of fans on my channel that want to start YouTube, and it's really heartwarming when they tell me that my videos help them out. And I want to make sure you guys follow the right footsteps and you guys get on track and you guys can make it on YouTube. Don't tell anybody that you're not going to make it on YouTube, because tell them to go fuck off and that you're going to do the best you can. Because trust me, a lot of people say YouTube is based on luck. That is complete bullshit. YouTube is not based on luck. It's all based on how motivated you are and how good of a quality content you guys produce. If you guys bust your ass off every day, couple of hours making videos, doing good videos, and just basically supporting everybody, best believe that your channel will get up there, and I promise that. And you guys are gonna see, someone's gonna comment in this video, and you guys are gonna see a year later that the person that commented in this video, they're gonna have over 100,000 subscribers, and the only reason they made it is because they followed the guidelines and advice I gave them. So I wanna make sure you guys are on the right track. thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope that I inspired you guys to do better and basically help your channel push up there and basically do good. If you haven't already, make sure you guys subscribe to my channel. I'm not forcing you. Just leave a thumbs up at least. And with that being said, I'll see you guys next time.
If you're growing your YouTube channel, you've probably noticed that it's very hard to get those first 100 subscribers. Today, I want to tell you guys why that is, and then also give you 7 different things that you can fix, address, think about on your channel that will help you get those first 100 subscribers even faster. That's coming up. Hey guys, my name is Tim Schmoyer and welcome to Video Creators. This channel is all about helping you guys grow your YouTube audience so that you can reach people and impact them with the message that you are spreading. Alex wrote and asked this question. Tim, in your opinion, why is it so hard to reach your first 100 subs? Great question. I think there's 2 things that make this difficult, especially for those first 100 subscribers. And then let me give you 7 different ideas of how to fix a lot of this stuff. So number 1, I think it's hard because it's probably the first time that you're doing this, right? Like anything that you're doing for the very first time is difficult. You know, any athlete, any business entrepreneur knows this. You know, it takes a lot of repeated practice over and over and over again. It takes a lot of failures. It takes a lot of learning what works, learning what doesn't work, and then evaluating those failures and correcting them and then moving forward. And it takes a lot of pain, a lot of energy until you finally start growing and getting the success. And as in the case of an athlete, you start winning your races or your competitions, or music is the same way, learning music, like all these things. Being a creator is the same thing. Like you don't get Olympic gold overnight. But as any musician or actor or athlete or business entrepreneur, any of them will tell you, though, is the key to this is not to keep repeating your same mistakes over and over and over again that are holding you back. Persistence is important, but continue to learn from channels like this one. Go through the YouTube Creator Academy course. It's free. I'll link to it down in the description below. Make sure you're talking with other YouTube creators, learning from their experiences. You're digging into your YouTube analytics and seeing what information Google can provide for you, and a whole lot more. And this also kind of then goes into my second reason why I think it's really hard, and that is just because there are so many different skills you need to learn and acquire to really successfully grow your channel. For example, there's storytelling, there's pacing, there's YouTube thumbnail design, right? There is video editing, there's body language and nonverbal communication to learn to use on camera, how to write really good, enticing titles. And then once they click, you have to learn how to hook that viewer and keep them watching. And not to mention all the like lighting and sound and camera angles and equipment that just goes with like video production in general. And then there's a whole business side of a YouTube channel and branding that goes into this. There's so much to learn, and no one becomes an expert at any of those things overnight or very quickly. Growing a channel does take time. That first 100 subs does seem to take longer, but then once you get it, you probably figure a few out, and then 1,000 will come a little bit quicker, and then 10,000, and then 100,000 coming quicker. Like once you kind of start learning these skills and applying them to your channel, you do start to grow faster. So let me give you guys 7 different things to really consider and think about, and mistakes to avoid on your channel that could hopefully help you get that 100 subscribers even faster. Number 1 is you need to have a clear value proposition for a specific target audience. What does that mean? Well, I work with hundreds of YouTube creators one-on-one, and this is one of the most common mistakes that I see, is that they aren't pitching any sort of specific value to anyone in particular. In fact, if I ask them, hey, complete this question for me. You guys should subscribe to my channel because, and most of the time these creators like don't even know how to finish that, because I'm funny, because this is a cool channel, right? You got to be very specific. What value do you propose to deliver to a very specific person? You need to craft and create all of your content, your channel, everything needs to revolve around delivering that value to that specific person, so that when that specific person finds your channel, they're like, oh, where has this channel been all my life? Like, this is what I need. They subscribe, and they watch every single video you do. That piece is so important, guys. That's actually how I start my ebook, 30 Days to a Better YouTube Channel. You can download the first few days series completely for free that really will help you dig into determining your value proposition for our target audience, give you some exercises to work through to help you out. So link to that in the description below, and go download that free sample and get started with that today. Number 2, I highly recommend that you research your videos before you shoot them. I work with a lot of creators, and their process for coming up with ideas is just, I think this would be a good idea. But I really think it's a good idea to go to YouTube and maybe do some searches for your idea. How much competition is there? Are there a lot of search results for this? Are there very few? Are these videos that you see that are relevant to the type of topic that you want to make videos on, are they getting a lot of views? Are they getting like a low number of views? And just start kind of evaluating each of your video ideas that you have. And the idea is to make videos that you see ahead of time have the potential to get views. So when you do those searches ahead of time on YouTube, a few tips for you. Number 1 is you want to look for videos that have a high view count on channels that have a relatively low subscriber count. Finding a video that has 5 million views on a channel that only has 10,000 subscribers is really good. But if that channel has like 10 million subscribers, then you kind of know, okay, that's why they got that many views. You can also go to google.com/trends and see how some of your topic ideas are trending over time. Are they picking up steam and getting more and more momentum, or are they kind of dying off? And so using some of that data, you can then decide which topics that you really want to invest your time into making a video. And when you make it, you already know ahead of time that that video has potential to do well. Number 3, another common mistake that I see a lot of small channels making is that I highly recommend that you spend more time crafting better titles and better thumbnails. And it's not like an unknown secret, but a lot of people don't consider that a lot of top YouTube creators actually spend almost just as much time crafting their titles and thumbnails as they do the videos themselves. And the reason for that is pretty obvious once you think about it, is that it doesn't matter how amazing your video is if your title and your thumbnail don't entice them to click in the first place. I highly recommend you watch some videos here on YouTube that just kind of go into some basic design principles as far as like graphic design is concerned, and then also make sure that those thumbnails are very clear and discernible even from a very small size for mobile devices. Number 4, I think it's really important that you simply ask your viewers to subscribe. When someone gets to the end of your video, hopefully they've enjoyed it, and you want to tell them what action do you want them to take as a result of watching your video. Well, encourage them to subscribe. Not everyone is as familiar with YouTube as you or I might be, and might not naturally think, oh, I could subscribe to this channel. So just asking them, giving them a little bit of a reminder is often a good idea too. Number 5, pay close attention to your audience retention graphs in your YouTube analytics. That graph can teach you so much. It will reveal patterns. If you study them over time across all your videos, you will start to notice patterns. Okay, why are people abandoning my video at certain points? What are some of the common themes and trends I see about when people abandon my video, when their attention starts to drop off? And the more you do that, the more you'll be able to craft future videos going forward to hook those viewers better and to keep them watching longer and longer periods of time on your content, which will give you more watch time and session watch time, which will boost how your videos perform in search and suggested videos, and how YouTube exposes you, and then your channel starts to get a lift and more exposure overall. If you're not familiar with audience retention and graphs, I'll put a link in the description that'll teach you more about that. Number 6, I recommend finding ways to tap into existing communities to get exposure. It's really hard to grow a new community from scratch, so consider making content that taps into other people's communities. For example, maybe make some videos that tap into the Harry Potter community, or maybe into a movie that's coming out or is popular, or celebrities, or even tapping into other YouTube creators communities. I actually did that here on the Video Creators channel. I made a video that reviews Casey Neistat's vlogging setup. So people who are familiar with Casey Neistat are more likely to watch that video and thus get introduced to this channel and get content that's relevant to them as creators, which is my target audience here at Video Creators, as well as sharing a common interest in Casey Neistat. Kind of pulls them in. And number 7, study every everything you can. When you watch other people's videos on YouTube, try to reverse engineer what's working well for them, what's not working well for them. Pay attention to what titles and thumbnails are you feel like you're most attracted to clicking on, and then ask yourself, why this one and not that one? Pay attention to how different creators hook their viewers in the first 15 seconds of their videos to keep them watching more. Learn design layout principles, learn camera production and video production and editing, and work on your on-camera presence and personality, and so much more. It just takes time, and you can do this. Guys, I know it feels frustrating, and I know maybe sometimes some of you guys are like, you know what? I don't think it's possible anymore to become a YouTube star and grow a YouTube channel, and that's absolutely not true. I work with channels that have gone from 0 channel at all to 60 million views a month in only like 3 or 4 months. Others have gone to 20 million views in 9 months. Guys, you can do this. It's still possible. What those channels did to accelerate their learning curve is some of them were publishing 3, 4, 5 videos a day. That's right, every day. I can't do that. Not everyone can do that, but that's what they're doing. They're just accelerating their learning process as fast as possible. Each of them had done crazy amounts of research. They had Excel spreadsheets all mapped out with ideas, and I want to encourage you guys, keep going. And if you feel like you want to quit, I actually have a guide, a YouTube guide to not quitting on your YouTube dreams, because I've been there, and I made this video around that same time when I was feeling some of that pressure too. So that link is in the description below to go to that video, or a card will pop up here. You can click on that too. One of the awesome things about the video creators community is that there are a lot of creators here who have passed 100 subscribers. And so if that's you, I would love for you to share some of your tips, some of your advice. What did you do that pushed you past that first 100 subscribers? And if you don't yet have your first 100, read the other tips and advice other creators are leaving for you in the comments. You will learn a ton from them. I always learn from them every single week when we do these videos. So thank you guys for helping each other out, supporting each other down there. If this is your first time here at Video Creators, I would love to have you subscribe. Why? Because this channel is going to help you grow your audience. It's going to help you spread your message and reach people who really need to hear what you have to say. So thank you for letting me and this awesome community be a small part of that. Subscribe, and I'll see you guys again next Thursday for another YouTube training video. See you then. Bye.
All right, guys. Well, how's it been so far? Has it been good? Anyone learn anything? Who's in Tommy Powers one? Did you learn something? He's so good. Yeah. Like all the presenters is great. I personally vet the presenters that come. And it's all about relevant things that you can do right now that's applicable. And if you just take 1 or 2 of those items, then it can really, really take off. And it can explode your channel. It can explode your brand. It can really take off to the direction that you want to do, as long as you're strategically planning. My topic today is a little bit different. It's something that most content marketers won't really talk about. I like to do stuff like that, okay, for sure. But another big thanks to TubeBuddy. If you haven't checked out their booth, go check out their booth. They're a sponsor of this event. They're one of the only ones, well, they are the only sponsor of this event, but I love Phil and his team, and they're really great to implement any of the things that I think TubeBuddy needs. It's a great tool. So let's start out by triggering massive audience growth. Now, there's somebody in the audience that just got, how many subscribers did you just get in the last, Chad? How many have you got in the last? 300,000 subscribers in 3 weeks. Now, that's all, yes. Now, how many copyright claims have you ever got in your life? 125? How many copyright claims have you won? 125. Okay, so he'll talk about that in a second. But here's the cool thing. Chad doesn't know this, but I was able to peer into his computer and see how he got those 300,000 subscribers in that short amount of time. Okay, there's a couple key things that actually happens in the algorithm that YouTube really loves. Chad's actually really smart. He gets it, and he understands about trending topics, how to actually do the stuff that we're going to talk about today that can really catapult any channel out there to really perform where it needs to perform. Now, you've been struggling for how many years? 6 years, and this is like your takeoff. Even though that you had 300,000 subscribers before, it's just like this is your catapult, right? Well, today I want to talk about that, and it's all just, there's triggers within YouTube and their algorithm. Matt Gillian's going to be here to present and really deep dive into it. I'm going to give kind of an overview level of it, and then we're going to really deep dive into some stuff that I know Matt's not going to talk about in specifics, okay? So when I deal with people, like I might go and meet with them, the first thing that comes out of their mouth, if they've been a YouTube creator for a long time, is my channel is not growing, okay? How many kind of falls into that category? Shake your head, yes, all right? You know, there's times that we plateau. And another thing is, and I've come across a lot of content creators that they say, oh, my channel is dying. Like I'm literally losing subscribers. I'm not even where I was a few years ago. So what's the deal behind that? And so it's all about a couple key things. And once you understand what YouTube wants you to do, then it becomes easier to have YouTube promote for you. And there's a couple triggers that work really well that will really explode your channel. Another one is my channel's growing really slow. I'm not seeing any traffic. I'm not doing anything like that. Okay, you know, it's just really slow growth. So today I want to talk about what YouTube wants. So YouTube wants money, right? Everybody would agree with that? They want money, okay? But how they want to bring that money is a little bit different than what most of you are thinking. YouTube's all about the channel. It's all about your channel. But channels, to have them trigger the growth, is kind of a hard thing to figure out. You guys are trying to figure out, how do I actually get this to work? What do I need to do? What's the triggers behind it? A lot of the standard basic practices, like let's do collaborations, get in front of new audiences, so on and so forth, is great. But have you ever seen those channels like What's Inside, where last year they had 1,000 subscribers, and what are they at now? Like 4 million or 3.8 million subscribers. There's something that happens that triggers events to have things to go in front of the right people to kind of snowball. Kind of, you have a virtual snowball. Would you guys like to see some of those examples? That sound good? Yes. Okay. So this is the most important thing and this is in Chad's case right here. Channel growth equals a single video. Channel growth equals a single video. You need to look at, there is a lot of best practices when it talks about hero videos, but that doesn't always have to be a hero video, but a single video can catapult your channel to where it needs to be. So What's Inside, for example, last August, a year ago last August, they cut open their silver play button. They went from 100,000 subscribers to 1 million within a couple months. How did that do it? It was that single video that literally took off. And then they had the rattlesnake video that, you know, got 44 million video views. I mean, that single video really catapults the channel. But there's actually some methodology and some science behind this that I'm going to share today and help you kind of have a better understanding of what it's all about. So YouTube's goal is to have strong channels, okay? And the only way you can have a strong channel and trigger the growth is through single videos. Now you're like, well, what am I supposed to do? Now, YouTube of 2013, 2007, 2006, it's changed, it's evolved, okay? Who's seen a huge dip in 2000, it's like 2013, like a huge dip in their channel? It just kind of stopped. Right about then, they kind of switched over to the new way of their algorithm, and they're just tweaking and modifying this. And Matthew Gillian, he's going to go through in detail of that algorithm. He's going to kind of break it down. But what I'd like to do is kind of explain the process so you actually understand what they're actually looking for instead of just trying to replicate some of the things that don't work. So channel growth, does that mean more views, guys? What would you think? Yeah? Yeah? Well, let's do an example. So I have a video A. These are real examples. I have a video A. They got just over half a million, 600,000, views. Would you say that's a pretty good video? Not too bad. Audience retention on is 32%. Is that decent? Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Now look at this one. Video B has 1 million, like 1.6 million, so it has over 1 million more views. Audience retention is 64%. Which video do you think is better? B, wouldn't you say 100% B? Who would agree with that? Raise your hand. Okay, so you had the bulk of the people that would agree with that. Now, most people that teach and preach and say, hey, this is what you need to do, it's all about the views. It's all about the views. I'm here to tell you that it's not all about the views. It's all about the right views. So here's the two examples that we have, A and B. One has more than 1 million, 1 million more views, has a higher audience retention. You're like, hey, you know, YouTube wants them to stay on, it's super long, and they want audience retention, right? Would you agree with that? That's what they want, right? Here's the difference. B, this is the minutes watched. Okay, so this is watch time, and this is the minutes watched. They have 5.4 million views watched, and it's 64% retention. So anyone want to take a guess at video A? 10 million minutes watched and a lower retention. So now let me ask you again, what video is better? A? Okay, let's kind of break it down. Because like for me, I just don't accept stuff like this. I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird, but let's like figure it out, right? So let's figure it out. So it has 1 million less views. So what's the difference? What actually made that work so that we're able to go where it needs to go, right? I like this. So it has more than double the watch time than the other video. So what's the differences behind it? Okay, everything's about watch time. Matt's going to talk about watch time in detail, what it means, like the entry points, exit points. I'll give it a little bit more high level. But what I want to kind of talk about it is when it's dealing with one specific video. He's dealing more with the channel itself. I want to talk about a single video that can literally transform your channel. And if you do it strategically enough in the right sequence, then there's certain times that YouTube just like literally promotes the heck out of it. Okay, so let's talk about that. Here's the 2-year growth of a client. They have over 1.6 billion watch time minutes, just about 500 million video views. You see some pretty big peaks in their two-year timeline. We could talk about the peaks that are there, where they're really, really high, but I don't want to, because that's kind of very odd. Like you won't always get those peaks. What I want to talk about is something that you can do and put it in your marketing plan to figure out what you're able to do. Don't laugh, because you know what those 2 peaks are, Studio C. Okay, let's talk about this. These are small peaks, and what I like to do is I like to figure out, can we get something to boost up a little bit? Okay, so when I'm looking at some channel audits, you have a baseline view, you have your baseline views that you get, and these are views per watch time, and you try to figure out where that is per day. YouTube does a great job. You can kind of hover over any of the dots, and it'll tell you how many views you're getting per day and what your watch time per day is. Okay, the goal that everyone in here should have is to increase your watch time, not your views. If you can get your watch times to double, you're going to make more money. And I'll show you how to do that in a second. If you can get your watch times to double, you're going to grow your audience at a ridiculous rate. So these small little strategic things. Now, these could be collaborations. These could be perfectly timed trending videos, something that's going there. What we want to do is figure out how can we actually do that. Now, YouTube says, hey, these might be hero content. You're putting a little bit more time and effort into it, a little bit more plan. But sometimes those plans are kind of unexpected. But it's going to happen, and what you do after the video comes out will make the biggest difference. If you don't do the best practices after, this tip's not for you. You have to do everything within sequence for it to work. So with this baseline view, this client had 1.1 million watch time minutes per day. Now, who would like that on their channel? Would you agree? Okay, that means every day they're having 1.1 million people watch time minutes that are actually going on their channel and consuming their content. Now, that's pretty decent. I would say that's great. But for us, we want more. And you know what? If we can get more audience, then we can get more watch time. If we get more views, we can get more watch time. It's all strategic. So what do we need to do? So you notice that there's a baseline there. What we're always trying to do is to have YouTube increase our baseline, okay? And we want to do it within a certain amount of time. So Chad, I'm picking on you because you like I told you when that video came out, it would be big, and it has been. The whole thing about it, if he does the right video sequence afterwards, he could be at 1 million subscribers in just a few weeks. I really do believe this. So it's all about, you know, getting your baseline, having that, and then we're just kind of tweaking it up. And we're doing it really small. Like, I don't want the one-hit wonders that goes off and goes through the stratosphere. That's great, but what we want is sustainable growth that we can predict within a reason to say, okay, we're gonna get this many subscribers based on our baseline and what we're doing. Is this making sense? Okay, so we had a video that was released and it did really well. It broke our baseline. Notice that how it came up. This is within a 28-day period right here, okay? But notice that how it came up, okay? Did it go back down below the baseline? No. Okay, why? I want you to think about why it didn't go below the baseline. But I'm gonna answer that at the end of the presentation, why it didn't do it. But we wanna understand, how can we capitalize on this? How can we actually get it to do what we wanna do? So it came above the baseline and it stayed above the baseline. Now I can guarantee you, if they wouldn't have done the plan that we all put together, then it would have been well below the baseline. You'd have like a huge spike and it'd come down and it would go probably to the baseline or a little bit below the baseline and then jump back up about where the baseline's at. But what we want to do is kind of ride the wave, okay? So the new baseline is 1.8 million minutes watched per day. So they increased 720,000 minutes every day. New baseline. So if you're thinking like this, you're like, okay, can I strategically do a video that will catapult me up? And if I have good content that will be engaging, can I do that? Will my baseline increase? This proved that it did during that time period. That's just one, that's like a one-off. No, you're gonna see that this is systematic. This is the algorithm that YouTube wants you to understand. So during this, they got 21 million more minutes watched per month, just by that one baseline click. Can you start calculating money on that real quick? You're getting more minutes watched, and if you do the right advertising structure, you could get a lot more money, and your CPMs will go up based on this as well. Okay, could I get some water? Someone could just need a cup of water. That'd be great. Alex, would you mind? Okay. All right, so you all following? We good? So let's talk about the 2-month baseline. So we had our first initial month, right? We had that spike. Now what we wanted to do within that next month, we need to have another baseline jump, okay? That you need to be very strategic. Within those, it's like almost 4 weeks. If you can get something within those 4 weeks, you're golden. If you do daily content, it needs to be like before next week. I mean, you have to have a little teeny jump. But this one, they post 3 times a week. And so this strategy is a little bit different for them than it would be for daily, but you can kind of do the math on this in a second. So we had another baseline jump right there, another little video, and this is all predicted. This is something that we figured out, hey, you know, our audience would love this. It's good timing. It's gonna work from there. You know, it's great. We can actually predict some of these things from happening. We have the right collaborations. We have the right promotional piece that's going out to get the audience to come on and try to do this factor. So when we increase there, now the numbers are starting to go a little bit smaller here, but you notice that we just gained 1.1 million just within the first two months of this. So if you look at it, so our next baseline was 2.8 million minutes watched per day. Is that getting better? Okay, so that's just from a single spike. We almost had 3 million minutes watched in a day, and that was from the single spike. But you notice right here, it even spikes up higher. Spikes up higher right there. And notice it's coming down down below the baseline, but then it'll trigger back up. So that baseline is really important to understand, you know, what what your channel's doing, the direction that it's going, if it's going to stall out or what have you. Okay. So that ended up being 1.1 million more minutes watched per day and 33 million more watch time minutes a month. Okay. So let's talk about the 100 days. Now, this right here is Goldilocks land. I want everyone to remember 100 days. This is like the best thing for you to understand about doing any type of content on YouTube. If you can do it 100 days and you start seeing things, then things tend to happen. And it tend to happen in a very positive way if you can get the algorithm rolling from it. Because what you're doing is like, you tripled your watch time views in a short amount of time. You just have some flags coming up, YouTube says, hey, this is a new hot channel, that something's coming out. What do we need to do with this channel? Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. But here's the first 100 days. We had another breakout. This one was very strategic. I think you're talking about it tomorrow, Jared, are you? Yeah, so very strategic, that breakout. And we got 12 million minutes watched in that specific day. Okay, you see where it's going? Where's the new baseline going to be? Well, let's figure that out. 5.2 million minutes watched every day. You see what's going on? We're just getting little stairs going up, a little bit higher, as we have it very strategic, okay? So the next thing would be per month, you're at 153, they've literally gained 153 minutes watched from that first initial baseline, and they just keep on going up. Does that make sense? So, original baseline is 1.8 million minutes watched. The 100-day baseline is 5.6 million watched. They did that within 100 days. How? How does that actually happen in 100 days from the beginning? So let's pick on Chad for a second. Chad did a pineapple apple pen spoof, which was really good. And I watched it and I go, this is going to go big. And was it the next day that PewDiePie just ripped you in half? Okay, which it went even further, and it triggered something in his algorithm that he got a huge spike, and then his baseline, you came down and you had a new baseline for it, right? And it was probably triple. I haven't seen the back end of your stuff. Was it triple or quadruple the amount? 5 times. Okay, so quintuple the times that he had. So he had a huge spike, but he comes back down at the next baseline. Now, the whole thing about it is, what are you going to do in the next 100 days to keep that baseline or to have it trigger up? So that's the goal for you. And I know you have a strategy for that for sure. So that 100 days is critically important. Now, the reason why is because that's when a channel can really literally go up, or it can go down based on your audience watch time, the watch time of your channel. Now, there's other factors that YouTube looks at. There's a ton of factors that they look at. This is only triggering one traffic source. We'll get to that in a second. And this traffic source, I believe, is the most important traffic source. Okay, so it's all about increasing your watch time. So a lot of you are like saying, hey, I have a brand new channel. I'm trying to figure these things out. I don't see that happening because I don't have watch time. Can it actually work? So 100-day challenge. I went on a 100-day challenge, and there's a couple other content creators that did the same thing. And we have a new channel that's 125 days old, maybe 26 days old. And check this out. So our baseline was 45,000 minutes watched per day. And then we had a spike. We just had one spike, just one teeny little spike. Okay? Look at our new baseline right there. 1.2 million minutes watched. Think about where that last client was in that same structure. So that's 1.2 million minutes watched per day. Had another spike, went up higher at 2.3 million minutes watched. So there is a system about 100 days that if you can do something consistent, and then if you get any type of leverage, and sometimes it might take a lot longer than 100 days. It might take a whole year. But as soon as that kicks up the first time, What you do after that is the biggest factor if your channel is going to take off or not. Because you don't want to be a one-hit wonder. Patrick, did you have a question? This is a whole channel. Yeah. Yeah, we promote by one video. Like we had one video that took off. It's usually one video that takes off, and then the whole channel lifts. Does that make sense? So everything just kind of lifts when you do that, if you have everything set up correctly. So this right here, so we had another spike, and some of these get really ridiculous. There's some spikes that they'll get like 10 million views in 48 hours. You know, just a huge spike. It's what they do the next couple videos that makes the biggest difference if they're going to actually have it sustainable. There are content creators that have this huge massive growth, but after 100 days, they didn't sustain it in the other aspects that YouTube's actually looking at, and so their growth like literally drops. Like their income, they went from, you know, X amount of dollars, and then it's like, oh, why are we doing this? This is like not profitable anymore. And the reason why is the cycle that we go through it, okay? So let's kind of break this down. This channel, within 18 days, we were able to get watch time of 24 million minutes watched. And this channel is just exploding, you know, when it comes to that. But it's what we do in the future that makes the biggest difference. Yes, we have the thing. If we want consistency, what we need to do is make sure our videos that we have a couple planned that we know that has a higher probability of taking off. What does that mean? Is it trending? Is it something that's trending? Can we do a collaboration? Is it something that we can get a little bit more traffic? Is it something that would be newsworthy that, you know, can be picked up? And if you can get that coming in, there's a couple factors when you start session watch time that will kind of make this go bonkers. But for this right here, everything's doing around one traffic source on YouTube, okay? And that traffic source, nobody talks about. Like nobody literally talks about this. I'm just shocked they don't talk about this traffic source. So let's go to the traffic sources here real quick. So there are multiple traffic sources, but let me ask a question. What's the most important traffic source that you can bring in? Views? Okay, suggested, okay. So we have YouTube search, browser feature, suggested videos, which you said, YouTube channels, video cards and annotations, other YouTube features. There is a new one that I didn't add to it, I don't believe. Oh, it's on there, end screens, but direct, unknown, playlist page, external end screens, and direct or unknown. So would everybody agree with suggested videos is a great way to do that? Yeah? Yeah? I will say no. Now, it is a great source. You can get a lot of traffic from there, but what I'm talking about, the changes that are happening is happening with browser features. Who knows what browser features is? You got a few people that know what it is, right? The browser feature is a interesting thing. I like to call it YouTube secret sauce. Like if you have something that's going and you get a lot of browser feature views or watch time, that means YouTube's promoting you, okay? What is YouTube doing to promote you? I think that's what we need to figure out. What is the special promotion that YouTube's doing? If we can figure that out and we can capitalize on it, then you can actually grow at a really fast rate, okay? And what rate is that? I've seen channels that had a few thousand subscribers go to 1 million in just a short amount, a couple months. I've seen it several times. And the reality is once you understand what's going on, you have to have a couple metrics in place, and we're gonna talk about those metrics, because if they're out of balance, then you'll have the spike, you'll have a baseline, and then you're gonna drop. That's gonna happen every single time. And that means your income's gonna drop. You're gonna say, oh man, we're getting so much AdSense, we're doing so great, you know, we're doing great. And then 100 days later, boom, it's gonna drop like a rock. And yeah, you won't be doing as good, and you can't figure out why it's going on. And it's because your other little factors that take into that are not being met. Yes, you had the first baseline kick, and you might have had another, but you didn't do the essentials that are necessary to have that channel be sustainable. The saddest things that I ever have is people that come to me, they have 5 million subscribers, 7 million subscribers, and they're like, dude, we don't even get 100,000 views a day. I'm like, dude, you have like 5 million subscribers. Why not? You know, and it's because they don't get a few things. We'll talk about that in a second. So in browser feature, if you go dig down into it, if you have a channel that gets some browser feature, you can dig down into it. This is the channel that, a couple channels that's here, but you notice that home's really high, has a great watch time, and that's the browser feature. We're gonna talk about that in a second. You also have subscriptions, watch later. That's a very underutilized traffic source, is a watch later one. Watch history, which is another traffic source, guys. And then you have trending and my account and music feed. Okay, so the home itself is like, if you can get into trending and a few other places, there's a couple triggers on that. This one's probably not as realistic where a lot of you are at right now. It might be for where you're at. I don't know where your channel's at, but I would rather kind of do it on the newer channel because I think a lot of people can kind of relate with that and figure that out. Does that sound good? So browser feature, you notice right now, is the #1 traffic source that we have for that specific channel. That has like 4 million views, has 19 million minutes watched. But you notice that's big, but you look at the traffic sources on this one. Browser features, suggested videos, YouTube channel, other YouTube features, video cards and annotation, YouTube search, which is really low. Direct or unknowns, really low. Playlists are low comparatively. It's actually pretty high, but based on the information you have, it's low, but for me, it's actually quite high. External and notifications. Okay, so let's kind of dig down in home. This is one that if we can actually understand this a little bit better, then you can actually have a lot more audience growth if you have certain triggers that make this happen. Okay, so home, and I want everyone to realize this is a strategy 100% for mobile. It doesn't work very well for desktop. And it's a mobile type of strategy. Now, I want you to think about this. There's a lot more mobile views on YouTube than there is desktop. But the type of browser features we're talking right here does not exist on desktop. They have a version of it that's good, but it's not the same type. That mobile experience, there's something about it that people go nuts. And it's great. It's great for all demographics because YouTube does a really good job at putting the right video in front of the right people. And that's where it kind of triggers. Okay, so the YouTube suggested video, and this is more for browser feature, is dealing with mobile. Okay, so a couple years ago, I couldn't wrap my head around how this channel grew. It was nuts. I couldn't figure it out. They had some press that come in, but I just could not figure it out. I was consulting for them, so I was able to peer into the back end of the YouTube channel and see the analytics. And I was scratching my head because 98% of all their views came from browser feature. I'm like, how in the world, what is that? So for the last couple of years, I've been exploring how can we make this work? What are we able to do to make it work and have it really kind of grow a specific channel? And that's what I'm going to share with you a little bit today. I'm not going to go in deep dive in a lot of this. Matt will go over a lot of the best practices that you need to do, but we'll go from there. And then we have a panel. I think Tim's on the panel that we're doing that as well. We'll kind of dig into the analytics of it. But the browser feature suggested video portion of it is coming from mobile. And if you can get this to take off and you start increasing your baselines like we talked about, then you're going to see some massive growth. Okay, so here is that brand new channel. You look at the mobile phone, you have 20 million minutes watched, tablet, computer, TV. So computer is only 6%. TV is a little higher than I thought. Game console would be higher, but it's not. It's tablets and mobile devices. Okay, and every channel that I look at it that's really taking off, they really go after the mobile experience. Are you making your content so that it can be experienced on a mobile device? Is that where your content is coming? Is that where it's at? Like, is it engaging someone on a mobile device? I would say, and this is, I might be shooting in the dark, but I'd say more than half, if not more than that, isn't geared for mobile. Like, it's not the mobile experience. Can it be on a little teeny screen and still engaging? You know, and how can you improve that? There's a lot of people that are going to talk about how to get your content a little bit better. Everyone should have a strategy to how to improve your video to be more mobile friendly, because I'm here to tell you, that's where everything's going. I mean, think about it. You have a little bit of extra time, you pull out your phone, you check what's going on, and you're watching a video before you know it, right? I mean, I just watched Guardian of the Galaxies 2 little thing on my phone just because I saw somebody post it. I'm like, okay, we'll watch that. But that's where it's at. It's just really, really quick. And there are some things on Facebook that's working really well by changing your aspect ratio on it so that it's more for, the vertical type of format. It works really, really cool. If you're buying ads, just make sure that you're triggering it on mobile, because there's a few guys that had it on desktop. It's crazy. But these 100 days, it can make the biggest thing. So it's like there's a couple things that you need to look at. So you need to make sure you're going after mobile, number one, right? Number two, you have to create more advertising opportunities for YouTube. So how do you do this? How do you create more advertising opportunities for YouTube? Show of hands, anyone? Chad, what's that? 10-minute videos. And why the magic number of 10-minute videos? You can actually spam the heck out of someone. If they wanted to watch 20 ads, they could, right? I don't think that would make a good experience, but it gives you an intro ad, it gives you an outro ad, and you can even throw a couple in the middle if you want to, right? I would recommend that you look at your audience retention and then put it about 45 seconds after where everybody tries to drop off, and look in that video to see if that's a realistic spot to throw an ad. If it's not, then go from there. There are other channels that you can't do that just because it'll break the content and it just doesn't make sense. But longer type of content videos is great, right? And that's a unique opportunity. But what's another way to create more advertising opportunities? More videos. So you could actually start, if you're doing 3 times a week, you could go daily, right? If you're going once a month, you could go a couple, maybe a couple times a month. So you can look at those more opportunities. Here is the thing, and this is something, there's a lot of people that have, like there's people here that has 10 million subscribers, but there's a lot of ways that you can actually do it to repurpose older content to make it shine. So I'm gonna pick on Tim Schmoyer. He has a vlog. And have you recorded, Tim, some of your highlights and your best moments of your family, right? And people are connected with his family, and he has a beautiful family. He has 2 sets of twins that are just the cutest things ever, but like there's just different aspects of the family. So if there's an anniversary, you could actually take highlights of everything and make a longer type of video. I think his videos are anywhere between 7 and 12 minutes. He can make a longer video, like an 18-minute video, and put 2 other ads in that. That would be fine. And you could do that you could figure out kind of a unique opportunity to maybe every month or every other month that you're doing a maybe longer form video. That's something special for your audience, to connect with your audience. And the whole thing about it, when I showed you those examples of the 2 video, all that video B was repurposed content that was not original content at all. We had some like an intro, outro kind of, hey, this is what it's about, and we kicked into it. That was it, just to connect with our audience and have them watch it. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so more opportunities to advertise is uploading more videos. What else? Is there any other way? So you can try to drive up CPMs by figuring out what you want to show on there or not. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Boom, right there. Better use of playlists. Now, your channel actually exploded quite a bit. I've been watching it. I've been able to peer into it a couple times, but you hit a milestone of 1 million views a day. But what was your watch time? 3 or 4 million a day. So yeah, you're about, getting 3 or 4 minutes of people. Yeah. So here's the thing, and Jeremy's going to talk about the legal side, but if you ever get it, corner him somewhere, just like talk to him a little bit about, what he did, because he goes in succession of threes. Like he needs to have three. You didn't know I knew that, did you? But anyway, there's 3 videos, and if he can get those 3 videos to go, that creates a new baseline for him, and that's how he's able to grow that. And it has everything to do with thumbnail strategy, which Jeremy's going to talk about. It has everything to do, everything kind of goes together for best practices, and it only kicks off when you're doing all these other things from there. Other advertising opportunities is using all the features that you possibly can and make sure your videos are optimized so that you have the right advertisers that find you. So the first thing that I do, I block advertisers. Why in the world would I block an advertiser? Okay, so non-competitive is one thing. Okay, but why would I block any ad that I wouldn't necessarily agree with my brand? Why would I do that? They'll come, yeah, absolutely, it can come straight to me. But what I'm trying to do is if I have family-friendly content, and if I block advertisers that are not family-friendly, guess what my CPMs do? They go up. They go up. And I mean, most of your, $3 to $4, maybe $5 per thousand, on that. You can get as high as 18, 20 if you can actually figure out, if you can get there. And there's a few of you who are on Google Preferred. If you can get into that tier, you have really, really high CPMs on that. But it's like saying, hey, my content's good, but I don't want these type of advertisers, which that kind of triggers a few things internally that says, oh, if you're looking for family-friendly stuff, they're blocking this. This is what it is, in addition to all the content you're actually putting out there. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so Chad said longer form video content for sure. These are the golden zones, 10 plus minutes, 70 minutes. There is like a 30-minute version, but I would rather do a 70-minute version than a 30 because it converts higher. Okay, now think about this for a second. If our whole goal is not views, but it's watch time, if they only watch 13% of that or 20%, is that better? I mean, it's the first example, right? So I'm trying to convince a lot of my clients that it makes sense for them, because a lot of your channels, it won't make sense, but it would if you could figure out a way to say, okay, I'm gonna do a 70-minute segment that I can bring in and connect with my audience. We could do it, live or pre-recorded or whatever, and have like a 70-minute version. And you'll notice that if you can time the ads just right, you have to put the ads in there for this to work. You can time it just right, and you look at other opportunities to promote that in a way that you really wouldn't promote it in a way and get some outside traffic coming in. You're gonna notice that your baseline is gonna jump big time, okay? So does this make sense? So you have 10-minute and 70-minute. You can do 30 minutes, which is great. Now you might say, does this work for live video? Unfortunately, it does not work the same for live video. This is a pre-recorded setting. There's some other factors that you don't get as many browser feature options for that. Right now, it can change. We're still doing a lot of testing for this to see if we can get that, because right now, we get crazy engagement, amazing, views and people on there, and our video goes about nowhere with live, but we're trying to make it work. But as soon as YouTube changes a few things, we'll be on top of it. Okay, so longer form videos. Okay, so right here, and this is where Matt's gonna go in depth on, is watch time, to understand watch time. But for what I'm talking about today, we're only dealing with mobile views, and we care about it. So here's what happens when that browser feature goes. So you'll be watching a video, and a non-related video on not the channel that you're watching comes up, it pops up. It says, hey, look at my thumbnail. And you look at the thumbnail, oh, that's pretty interesting. And you click on it, and then it goes to that channel. That's what we're talking about, okay? That's what happens a lot. And it doesn't, you won't see that for every channel happening every time. It's just like, if you can prove that you can do what we're talking about within the 100 days, and you can get to that point, and you have that first takeoff, then you will have that option available, maybe for one selected video. And then if your channel gets bigger and you're doing that, you might have 2 or 3 selected videos that's doing it at the same time, or 3 or 4, and you do it more, and then that's where you have some massive growth. There's some channels right now that get over, like she had a family issue, but Family Fun Pack was gonna come here. But she gets almost 500 million video views a month, guys. And that's all she's doing. This is where it's going. I can guarantee it. Okay. So with watch time, here's what watch time equals. So session starts, views, view duration, upload frequency, session duration, and session ends. I'm not going to go into detail with this. I'll let Matt do that. But what I want to talk about is two factors that makes the biggest difference what we're talking about. Number one, session starts. If you can be the first channel that people watch when they come to YouTube, that's a really big deal. Okay, how do we do this? Well, we could have some posts on social, or it could be picked up on, some blog or whatever, or it could be on Twitter. But it's bringing that session in, okay? And if you can start that session, then you're actually getting some love from YouTube. It's like 20% ish when you start that session watch time. The next one is upload frequency. If you can increase your upload frequency and you increase the type of longer form content that YouTube wants right now, that's when things just explode. They just explode. It's just like, can you start a session? And maybe you're not starting the sessions. Maybe you don't have it, but your upload frequency is very consistent. Okay, so Jared Meekum, Ellie and Jared, I was like consulting with them a long time ago. They were doing 2 to 3 times a week videos. And I says, Jared, are you serious about that? He says, yeah. I'm like, dude, you gotta go full time. Just do it daily. So I don't know, man, I don't know, And he was just like him-hawing around. When he went daily, when he decided to go daily, his upload frequency increased, and he had the consistency of coming out daily. He hasn't missed a day. I don't know where's Craig at. He hasn't missed a day for how many? 2 years? And his growth went from non-existent to they're pushing 900,000 subscribers. But what's more interesting is their watch time is continually to go up. Like they're strategic on what they're doing, and that's what it's about. So if you can upload more, that's great. Now you might say, well, I don't have new content. What I'm saying is find a way to repurpose it, but to connect with your audience, and that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do. Bryce? Absolutely. You want to be like same time, same place. So like me as a viewer for your channel, I'd say, oh, they're going to put up a new video where Ellie gets, scared or whatever. But yeah, you want to make sure that it's the same time, same place, and they know what it is. Because all that does, if you do that, you're starting session watch time. Say, oh, it's 10 o'clock Tuesday, or 10 o'clock today, I know what I'm watching. It's like their guilty pleasure a little bit. Okay, is this making sense? Okay, the last one is the session duration that I want to talk about. Session duration. How long can you keep them on YouTube? Now, I don't care if they go to my channel first and then go binge watch Peter Hollins, or they go to my channel and they go to Tim Schmoyer's channel and binge watch Tim Schmoyer stuff. Because I get love and Tim gets love for that type of content that actually comes in. And that session duration is really, really, really important. And if you put session start time and session duration, it's almost half of what watch time really is, like the real guts of it. And so you want to really look at that. So here's the biggest thing. If you send traffic off of YouTube in every video, what are you doing? You're ending the session. Your session duration ends, and you're literally severing the ties for that. Am I saying not to send people off of YouTube? No, I'm not. What I'm saying is do it strategically. Find the right video that makes sense. I have 6 videos out of 200 videos that I put up strategically to go off of YouTube, and I get, between 200 and 300 new emails a day off of that. That goes into some automation cycle, whatever that is. Okay, that's the reality behind it. So session duration is really, really important, and you want to keep that in mind with everything that you're doing. Now, there's a lot of people that make money on Patreon, right? There's a lot of people that make money selling merchandise. Be very strategic in selling merchandise and Patreon, because if you literally push it out, then you might lose the promotion that YouTube would give you to really explode. So you have to be very strategic when you actually do that and why you'd actually do that. Now, if you're selling music every video, you need to look at, maybe I should do this once a month if I'm doing weekly videos, or just have a little bit more of a better idea how to do that. YouTube just announced like the community tab. Peter Hollins is like one of 12 people that has it. That's another way to connect with an audience and push them to other things. But be very careful to end session time, and what you want to do is keep them on the session as long as you can. So the biggest takeaway that I can give you is playlists. I can tell you, every person I go to, they don't build playlists like they can. If you're doing weekly videos, you should build one additional playlist a month that you should do, if not two. Okay, if you're doing daily content, you better be publishing 2 new playlists a week, if not more. Why would we do that? And what's in a playlist?
We talked about this at CBS Live. I wasn't sure how to do it, but I started making every video part of just a monthly
Series playlists.
and people are watching those like crazy. So they're binging the whole channel because I've gone through each month and made it.
So you're doing session duration. You're making it really easy for them to do it. Now, I'm here to tell you that YouTube gets this. We got approved. How many channels did Shana tell us for the new playlist creator? Did you see that? I think there's like only 10 or 20 different channels. But what YouTube's doing now is they have a new tool, which anyone that has a rep, I would call my rep and say, I want on that beta. What that does is it will automatically create playlists for you and say, these are the most related videos that would be really good in a playlist that makes sense. Should we make this a playlist? And you just hit yes, and it publishes it for you. Okay, a couple things on playlists, just so that everyone get this. Do not publish a playlist the same time you upload a video. Do not upload a playlist or create a playlist the same time you publish a video. Why? Cannibalism. I mean, you're competing in your feed. It's either the video or the playlist. What you want to do, if you're a daily vlogger and you post your content in the morning, then in the evening, add it to a playlist. Or you can add it to your series playlist, and then at the end of the evening, add it to another playlist. And you're actually getting 2 touches in the feed, okay, which is really important. And those that have a global audience, if you actually add something to, and some of you got to turn some of your playlist, like if you like something, it comes up in their feed and they get annoyed, so they kind of hide you. But if you can do it where you add anything to a playlist, it kicks in the feed and they're like, oh man, I got to watch this video. And they watch this video, but it's a series of videos that they watch because it's in a playlist. Owen, did you have a question? Okay, yeah.
On the playlist, you said do not create playlists. When I upload, optimize, add to 2 or 3 playlists, and publish.
So what?
It's okay or not okay?
What I'm saying is add it to one series playlist so that you're able to be in suggested videos. Okay, that's the first thing I do. I wouldn't add it to anything else until you're on a non-publishing day, because you're not doing daily, right? So do it on a non-publishing day, but only add it to one playlist. Okay.
On those playlists, sorry, Mr. Moore,
No, go ahead.
Okay, on those playlists, is this like an Owen-only playlist, or am I throwing in some stuff you might like from this guy, some stuff you might like from this guy?
Do we care where they go?
Right, as long as they're staying on.
Yeah. I mean, I do care. I want as much watch time on my channel as possible, but there might be a really good related video that makes sense to put in the playlist. And if you want to kind of piggyback traffic, you want to put other stuff in your playlist as well. Okay. Go ahead.
Having multiple playlists would be a large quantity of there's disadvantage of having a lot of them on one.
Okay, now keep in mind, it's not the playlist that you actually attach to your front page. Like, no one sees it unless they go to the playlist page, or if it pops up, oh, Bill's added a new video in the feed. That's basically how that works. And they like in our YouTube certification stuff that we've done. I mean, you have to have a playlist strategy, and it has to be just as strong. because what you're doing is creating a URL for YouTube. It creates a new, ID, and that's how they're triggered. Hey, if I only do weekly videos, but I'm publishing a new playlist or 2 playlists in a week, that means that I created 3 pieces of content for YouTube, because that's a new URL. Does that make sense? Don't do it so that you're like spamming somebody. You got to do it for the user experience so it makes sense. Okay. We have a question over here. So it doesn't, but if it doesn't make sense for your audience, I wouldn't do it. If it makes sense for your audience, like I have Tim's videos in my playlist, and Tim has my videos in his playlist, because we share a lot of the same audience, and it makes sense. It makes sense for us to do it. If it's something that's non-related, I'd be very careful from doing it. You want related, because now think about this for a second. If it's related to what you're doing, and it makes sense for it creates a good viewer experience, then guess what's going to happen in the right-hand column, or that it's like YouTube's going to suggest, oh, a lot of people watch this video and then this video. That makes sense. So, okay, I do need to move on. I do apologize. I'll answer questions during lunch, and we can go through there. But the biggest thing, we've always heard this: be consistent. I would say, look, do it in groups. Don't look at it daily. Look at it in 28 days. And what you want to do is break that 28 days in half and figure out, where's your baseline at? What can I do to increase that baseline? What type of content would resonate? And then really make your videos optimized for mobile. And these features will kick in. I've seen it a ton of times, and these channels just explode. And because it's like 80–90% of all views are through mobile. Team Edge, I would assume that you're about 75–80% mobile. Yeah, and you got to realize that there's a couple channels that it doesn't make sense, but more and more people think tablet, think phone. That's where it really starts to take off, is if you can capitalize on it. The reason why is if you can get your inventory to be enticing for mobile, then it can really explode. So tomorrow at 10:20, if you guys are really interested in furthering deep diving into this, Matthew's going to really cover this in depth. There's not a lot of people in the world that just get it. He knows his stuff. He knows his stuff, which is really good. I want to end on the demise of Channel B, and I want to explain a couple things so that everyone realizes that you have opportunities. And if you do these right opportunities, you can really explode. Okay, and this is these are actual clients, so I don't want to diss on my clients, but anyway. Channel A and Channel B had the same amount of subscribers, and they were in the millions, okay? And they were getting a lot of video views per month. When I went back and looked at both analytics before we did the collaboration with them, it was within 60,000 views. And I mean, they had million subscribers, and I mean, it was crazy. So it made sense for them to do a collaboration. And both of them were in the same genre that it made sense for them to do a collaboration. Now, Channel A has a policy to say, look, I'm going to put consistent content out there, and I'm going to just do it the best that I possibly can. It's going to be about every 3 weeks, maybe 4. We'll figure out what we can do, but it's really high production value type stuff. They put out a collaboration video. It's the same video. It was just cut differently, and they were just pushing traffic, both ways. It was there. What was interesting is they had the same amount of subscriber growth. Both of them got over 100,000 subscribers in that first 24 hours from each other. So both of them just saw it like that. And then the next day, they both got another 120,000 subscribers from there. It was really, really interesting. So these channels were really neck and neck, and you look at any of the statistics that's there, and it was amazing what was happening. It was just like almost predictable. I'm like, they're doing the same type of posting, the same type of content, and they're growing the same. I'm like, hey, this is what YouTube's all about, right? You can predict something like this. Client B, or Channel B, decided one day that instead of sending traffic from their socials when they posted a new video to YouTube, they wanted to send them to their website. okay? And I was blue in the face to say, look, if you do that, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. And he goes, well, we want this specific action to happen, and the only way we can do it is on the website. I'm like, think about this for a second. You get free promotion. You don't have to pay any ads whatsoever, and you get YouTube to promote you. Do you want that to stop? Well, it won't stop. We're too big. Famous last words, right? So what happened to Channel A, that they're at 9 million subscribers right now. Channel B just barely crossed 4 million subscribers. Barely. And it took them 2 years to do that. Within a 2-year period. So what I'm saying is, if you understand the algorithm, if you can get that traffic to come on, we're talking about baselines, if you can get that baseline to be there, if you have a breakout hit like Chad, that something there, you want to make sure that you have a couple videos that people can engage with quick. Why? Because you can have a new baseline and you can do another spike. And these don't have to be big spikes, guys. They can be very small. I would prefer the small and steady spikes that would actually grow the audience instead of getting this one big spikes and then nobody watches Numa Numa anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I want it so that we can have a sustainable audience that can grow and grow and grow and grow, and we can develop that audience. But you know what? YouTube will promote and find that audience for you if you'll do the things that they like. So listen to Matt's talk tomorrow. Keep this in mind when you send traffic onto YouTube, when you send traffic off to YouTube, and go from there. But guys, thank you so much. We're gonna have lunch right now. Thank you. I'll stick around for about an hour or so if anybody has any additional questions. This is like one of those events that come talk to us. We want to answer your questions. This is all about, helping each other and really collaborating. Okay, thank you.
All right, give it up for Daryl Eves.
I think it's about time that we actually get this live event going, wouldn't you say? Of course, that's why you're here, watching the live event. Well, I want to welcome you, and today I'm super excited because we're actually going to do a channel evaluation for one of my subscribers like you. And before we get started, I really want to know where in the world you're at watching this video. Put it in the comments of where you're at, what your channel's about, and what you'd like to achieve with YouTube. Very interested in that. The reason why is because I want to select my next channel evaluation so I can help them really improve, what they need to improve on their channel, and that they can get the success that they're actually looking for. Now, we've done a couple of these channel evaluations, and they've been super duper successful in my eyes. The reason why is because they've been able to really modify and take heed to the tips that I give them, because I give them 5 tips. Along with a free consult before we even get them on the live event. And they've changed everything. They really have just been able to really get things moving in the right direction. But today is really different. The reason why is because the channel evaluation that I'm actually bringing on today, they don't even have 100 subscribers. They don't even have 1,000 video views. They're just barely getting started on the journey of becoming a successful YouTuber. Now, if you're interested in this is something that you want to stick it out, because at the very end of the channel evaluation, I'm going to open it up to questions and answers. And you can ask me the questions and I'll throw out some answers of what I think that you can actually do for your own channel. If you had some dying question that you always wanted to ask me, you can put it in the chat and we'll go through it right at the end of this channel evaluation. So I think it's about time to get started. All right, I'm just kind of getting over this cold that I have, and yeah, I've been working myself ragged. Just shot in 4 days, 3 music videos, and I'm like dying here. Hey, how's it going, everyone? This is your exhausted YouTube expert, Daryl Eves. Now, today I'm super excited because we're actually going to do a channel evaluation for one of my subscribers. Now, this subscriber is really just starting on YouTube. They don't even have 100 subscribers. They don't even have 1,000 video views, And today I'm going to give them 5 tips of what they can actually do to their channel and maybe to, kind of figure things out so that you're able to be more successful on YouTube. So if this interests you, you better stay tuned. DarylEves.com. Now, I'm super excited today for this channel evaluation, and thank you guys so much for coming on this call. I'm excited about this specific subscriber because she's starting out brand new. She has a brand new channel. I don't even think that she has 100 subscribers, and I know that she definitely doesn't have 1,000 video views. And so she's starting fresh, and it's Abby Cooper. How you doing, Abby?
Hey, Daryl, I'm good. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. Are you kidding?
So let's just kind of jump right in. I know a lot of people that are in the same situation as you. They are still trying to figure out this YouTube thing, and they want to be a big YouTube star or a channel creator or whatever it may be, and they're trying just to make it on YouTube. And why don't you give us a little bit of background about who you are, what your channel's about, and what you're trying to accomplish?
Okay, well, I am actually a professional actor, host, and voiceover artist, so I'm in the entertainment field. But I actually also happen to have my PhD in exercise physiology. So I obviously want to increase my brand and exposure. I've been really lucky to have a great career so far, but I want to get, bigger and better. And I decided to just go for it and kind of utilize my PhD and my, authority, so to speak, in health and wellness to catapult my career using that sort of as a marketing tool and sort of like another way to increase my brand. I also have had a journey with health and wellness myself. I transitioned into plant-based eating when I was 11. I've had a lot of health issues that I've healed naturally. So I have personal experience as well as a professional experience as well. So my vision, to increase my brand is just to have my channel centered around healthy lifestyle, natural living, but also travel and adventure. I travel a lot for work, and I know how to travel well and travel healthy, but I also have a huge sense of adventure, and I like to incorporate that as well, but also have a platform that continues to have, monetization around it as far as, the blog and a podcast and appearances as well, just to help move my career forward.
So the first question I have is, wow, a PhD, Dr. Cooper. I love it. No, but anyway, with your channel itself, I think the biggest thing is to really figure out, what your channel is going to be about. And when I went through your channel, I was kind of confused to see exactly what your channel was going to be about. And knowing you personally, I was wondering, okay, how's she going to do her next video? How's it going to be? When's the stuff coming into it? And so we got to figure out the right formula. So I'm going to give you some great tips. And this first tip is probably the most important for audience growth for you. And it's something that you're going to really excel at. So a lot of misnomers for your type of channel would be, oh, I need to do like a do-it-yourself or DIY video on, how to make this. And it could be some vegan recipe, or you're doing some type of product review or whatever it may be, that you're wanting to get that information out. I would say do that, but do it in a different way. Do it the Abby style. Now, I got to know you personally, and I'll be honest with you, you have a magnetic personality, and you're going to do quite well as a YouTube creator. And so the first tip that I'd give you is figure out what type of channel you want to be. And what recommendation I'd give you is, do you know what? I would be a vlogger that focuses in on the stuff that you're doing. Okay, you're an actress and you're going out for auditions. Well, vlog about that. You're a part of a community of health and wellness. Well, vlog about that too. You're going out to events or whatever, vlog about that. But don't just vlog on a topic, vlog on the day. And that's where you'd be able to really hit home where people can really connect to you, because they're not going to necessarily connect to, you know, one recipe, you know, but they're going to connect with you making something and you're giving them a recipe at the very end. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, definitely. Yep.
You know, and so one of the things to do would be, okay, what can I do each day? And I noticed that you're doing weekly content, which is great. And I'd encourage you to do consistent content. So my second tip for you is be consistent. I know you're doing weekly right now. Be consistent in doing the weekly content. But honestly, you need to gear up for going daily, because I honestly believe that you have enough skill and enough, you know, personality to pull off a daily vlog, and you know you have the ability to do it. So, what do you think about that?
Yeah, that's actually my goal was for February was to start with daily content, and I was kind of nervous about doing it, but you know, I will make it happen.
Well, let's talk about why you're nervous about it. Let's talk about that for a second, because this is part of the consistency tip, and I want to give you other tips on that as well. So, what makes you nervous about doing daily content?
I think it's more so just a matter of getting in a schedule. I mean, I have, just because I have so many things going on, I mean, I have, you know, so many aspects of my career that I do. So it's a little overwhelming sometimes to just even do what I do now, let alone bring this in as well. But I think once I get into a groove, I'll be fine. And obviously, like the technical aspect of it, you know, I just had a computer issue, so that set me back to, you know, for my content. And I just want to make sure
Let me
that
stop
I
you there.
can...
You had a computer issue? Let me stop you there for a second. You had a computer issue? Okay, I want to ask anyone that's on watching this video right now, have you ever had a computer issue? I've had a computer issue. Have you had a computer issue? Of course. That's content right there. And you could talk about all the different things that's going on and bring your personality out, and it would be engaging. It really would. And then you can go to your vegan store and pout because you know, they didn't have your computer fixed or whatever it may be. So
Right. Exactly. And I was proud of myself because that's actually where I started going. I was in this momentum with just getting any sort of content up. And then this put a whole wrench in the thing. So I just don't want anything to stop me. And I just want to make sure I have a system in place and that I'm comfortable with it. And then I'm sure I can just start cranking it out.
Okay. So let's talk about the system. Okay. Very, very important. When you do daily content, you're always doing the next day's work that day. Okay, so that's an important thing. You're not necessarily, and you can do this 2 days out. What you need to do is have a couple videos in the can. So you need to know that you need to record stuff and that you need to upload stuff every day. Okay, and what you're uploading isn't the stuff that you shoot that day. It's just maybe a day or two out, and you're kind of building up your queue a little bit. I would not do too much in the future with these daily vlogs. It's very important that you stay authentic and real as close as you can to that specific date, because there's so much in life that's going on and people find quite fascinating. And so I really believe within 30 minutes, you should be able to film everything that you need with another 30 minutes of editing if you know how you're going to edit it before you actually shoot it. And you being in the industry, I think you understand you know, creating a video formula. If not, you know, that's something that we can kind of discuss privately, but you need to have kind of your formula of what you're going to do and your transitions from video to video. And you know what? I would just cut it, make sure you have your intro, outro, and then upload it. You're good to go. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, it definitely makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, as long as I have nothing stopping me, bam, get it out.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, there's always going to be something that comes up, but I think out of the gate, if you truly put the time and the effort, and you know, you live a mobile lifestyle, and there's no reason why you can't do that. There's an internet connection anywhere you go. If not, go find you know, a store that has some free Wi-Fi or whatever and upload there. But the reality is you have that, and the quicker that you can get through the process of finding a free half an hour in the morning or evening, a couple times a day or whatever, to get that content done, you're going to have it. And even when you're doing, like, I can totally see this where you might have 1 or 2 videos ready to go to post, and you go out for an audition, and it's too busy that day to post. Well, you might do 2 different video segments, and post in that. I think the most important thing is getting the daily content up and going from there. So.
Yeah, because that's you nailed it right on the head too. Is because my schedule is so unpredictable. I mean, there's no time management for me is hard sometimes because there isn't a set schedule that I have during the day. Things pop up at the last second, so I don't ever want that to get in the way of things. That's what's making me nervous too. Is not having that structure.
Yeah, and I think if you just give it a little thought before you hit record, in the sense, okay, this is what I'm going to be doing, but I think doing the daily vlog will be easier because all you're doing is, okay, I'm really stressed out. I mean, this is your 5-minute rant. I'm really stressed out because I'm going to this interview and I don't know what to do, and I don't know how this is going to go, and just kind of open up and share with it. And then after the interview, when you go get your little gluten-free ice cream or whatever, that you could literally just sit down and talk about it, and your content's there, and all you got to do is you have 2 pieces that you put together. It wouldn't take you much more than just a few minutes to put it together and have it ready for upload. So you might need to sacrifice a little sleep, but not too much.
Yeah, well, I'm used to that, so that's okay. I'm definitely a workaholic already, so I have that in place.
Okay, so this next tip, this is tip number 3. Is a tip that I give pretty much everyone. It's branding. You have a great banner ad, or not banner ad, but channel art. Looks great, but I would make sure that you do branding on your thumbnails, and then also do like an intro and outro. Now, let me tell you, Abby, your color is teal, and I would put teal literally on every thumbnail that you have. So when somebody's glancing through the whole myriad of videos that are related videos, that they see that teal and they recognize that it's you. And if you can throw, It's So Abby in there as well, that's even better, and have some type of template that's there. Does that make sense?
It does. Just the technology of and the knowledge of how to do it is what's stopping me at the moment, but it's nothing that I can't learn. I just haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, there's a couple things that I'm going to explain to you, and everyone that's on this video right now, is that there's a place called Fiverr, and it's a great place that you can get stuff done for $5, and somebody can do an intro or an outro for you or what have you. However, Abby, what I would like to do is do your own. I'll do your branding. I'll just have one of my guys do it for you. And this is just kind of an added bonus, for you subscribing to me, and we'll see how it turns out. How's that sound?
That sounds awesome. Thank you so much, Daryl. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and then what I'm going to do too is create a template for you for your thumbnail in Pixlr, and it's spelled Pixlr.com. It's kind of like Photoshop online. It's a great place that you can do your thumbnails and such. And I'll just get you a template where you just upload the picture that you want and change the fonts, whatever you need to there, and go from there. However, you know what? Sometimes you don't necessarily need to have any wording on a vlog, and we'll get to that a little bit later in this segment, and we'll talk about when it's appropriate, when it's not. But that tip was, get your outro, get your end card, and also the thumbnails looking great so that people can be engaged.
Sounds great. Yeah, awesome.
Okay, great. Now, tip number 4 is something that you should be able to excel at. Okay. Now, the best way to grow a business, the best way to grow a YouTube channel, the best way to do anything is through networking. Okay. And what I mean by networking is find people that you can go collaborate with. Find people that you are able to jump on their show, and they're able to jump on your show and grow an audience. Right now, people are always looking for unique people that has great content, and they don't really care. There's a lot of YouTube channel creators that really don't care how many subscribers that you have or how many views. What they care about is the interaction. And you'll see time and time again, people collaborating. And what I would do is, and this is where the tip comes in, is literally try to figure out people that are in the same situation as you, okay, which is an actor looking for work, right, that's in the health and wellness industry and needs some expert, because you literally have a PhD. You are the doctor, okay? And so you have so much to offer in so many different areas, and you just bring your magnetic personality and wham, bam, you're gonna have more subscribers. And so look for opportunities, and I would do that on slow times where you don't have a lot going on and it's not as hectic, and you're wondering, okay, how can I grow my channel more? Well, look for those collaboration opportunities and reach out to them. Reach out to them on Facebook, reach out to them on YouTube, Twitter, wherever they're at, go find them and see if you can connect with them and go from there. But when you do connect with them, don't just say, hey, how about if we do a collab? Don't do that. What you need to do is ask them for an interview, or ask them, to come on your channel. Say, hey, I'm just getting started out. I was hoping that you could give me an idea or two to improve, and I'd like to get it on camera so I can help others. How does that sound?
Yeah, totally. It totally makes sense. That was definitely a goal of mine, was to look for people that would line up, to collab with as well. Definitely.
Okay, so anyone that is subscribed to my channel right now that would like to collaborate with Abby, she's looking for a collaborator. Okay, I just made that easy for you, right?
I know, right? I kind of felt like, though, that we were on some show, and I was on a talk show or something, and that, you just helped me get a date or something.
I don't think James would approve of that, so.
Probably not, no.
Yeah, well, no, but here's the thing is, this is a collaboration right now. This is how I collaborate, believe it or not. And I'm collaborating with you right now. And I guarantee you, you're going to see subscribers. It's happened with every single person that I've had on for this channel evaluation. So I am so grateful that I'm not your first collaborator. I already seen that you had one other collaborator, but I'm your second. I don't mind being in second place. I don't mind being in second place. It's okay with me.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's awesome to collab with you. How fun is this? Because like you said, we knew each other already, and so it's so fun to do something like this too.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's fun to get involved and that I'm able to help you with this. This is awesome because I'm passionate about YouTube, and I want to see you succeed because you deserve it. You really do. You really deserve it. So.
Well, thank you, Daryl. I appreciate it.
Okay, now let's go to tip number 5. But before I do tip number 5, I'm not going to give you tip number 5, me personally. I asked another vlogger to come on, and I'm going to let him tell you the things that you could do to improve. How does that sound?
Awesome. Sounds great.
Hi, Abby. My name is Jared, and this is my wife, Ellie, and we have a channel on YouTube called Ellie and Jared. Our friend Daryl asked us to give your channel a look and see if we could help out with anything, and he wanted us to give a tip that we found very, very beneficial to us when we first started doing YouTube. About 2 years ago, we started our YouTube channel, and we didn't really know what kind of content we wanted to create. And then we just got thinking, well, back then we were going through a struggle, and why not share that? Ellie and I were trying to get pregnant and we're suffering infertility. We decided to share that journey with our viewers. The tip that I want to share is that it's very important to have a story that people can relate to have content that people are going to be wanting to come back for more. Like I said before, Ellie and I shared our infertility journey with others, and a lot of people suffer with that same thing. And that's why they enjoyed our channels, because they wanted to see someone who's going through the same experience that they're going through, and they want to see how other people are handling it, how other people are going through it, the people who are having success, the people who are still waiting for their joy. Daryl told me that you are an actress, and I think that is so cool. There are so many things that you have to do every single day to make sure you get that next gig. And I think it would be so cool to see the struggle, the triumph, the behind the scenes of what you do every single day as an actress. I don't think it's really been done all that much before, a true view on behind the scenes of what's going on in your daily life to get that job. Everyone struggles every single day with their work, trying to make the most of what they have. And I think it would be really cool to share that journey with everyone else, what you are doing every single day. So my tip to you is share a journey that is relatable to others, that will keep people wanting to come back for more. It was really successful with us, and I know it'll be successful with you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Appreciate that. It was great to get that advice. That's awesome stuff. Didn't you think that was great, Abby? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
A lot to learn from, for sure. So is there anything, I gave you 4 tips and then Jared gave you a tip. Is there anything that you would like to discuss before I move on to how to make some money with your YouTube channel?
Yeah, I think I love the ideas, and you know, I hadn't really thought about incorporating more of the vlogging and personal aspect of it. I guess I was just so focused on having it, you know, geared towards health and wellness to then catapult my career and have it help my brand more, you know, and help my career move forward. But I guess I like the vlog idea, but I'm a little hesitant just because the execution of it. You know, I think other people that I've seen do it really well. I just don't know if I'm really like that interesting enough or that I don't know about the execution of it.
Let me just tell you, you are interesting. You have a magnetic personality, and that's all. You know, you're quirky, you have a magnetic personality, you're very brilliant, and so guess what? It's going to work. It really will. It really will. And you know, the execution portion of it, just be authentic, just be real, and just talk to the camera like the subscriber is right in the same room. That's all you need to do. And make sure you include them in your frustrations. Make sure you include them in your thoughts. Make sure you include them in your happiness, you know, and really just go out and connect. That's all it is connecting with it. And I know you have a lot of friends. I know you do. Because I'm your friend, and when you came out to Utah to visit my family, you know, it was great. It was great, and they loved you. My kids loved you, you know, you and James, and it was a done deal. And so all you got to do is portray that on camera, not be intimidated by the camera, which you're not, and just being who you are, authentic, and it will come.
Okay, if you say so, I will trust in that.
You did. Listen, I mean, you can either do it or not, because right now, I mean, you're starting your channel. You can go that one direction, and this is what's going to happen with that one direction. I'm going to tell you what's going to go on. Is you're going to grow your channel, you're going to get opportunities, and you're going to get distracted, and it's not necessarily a part of your life. You might get on some sitcom or something like that, and it's over with. And the important thing, and the reason why I love YouTube, is because you become your own network. And when you get your own following and you start building them on YouTube, and you're going to build them off of YouTube, because I'm going to strongly encourage you to do that in my next tip. But it's to create your own following. And with your own following, you can generate money, they can get involved, and you will never be canceled unless you want to be canceled. And with another sitcom or network, that happens. That happens. I don't know how many times to you. I know that you got picked for this sitcom, and it was supposed to be so good, but yet it hasn't aired yet, right?
Yeah, we filmed it, and it was great. But yeah, no, the pilot hasn't been sold yet. No.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is this is a way to bring stability in, and you can become the network. There's no network executive or, you know, executive producer or whatever that is going to tell you no, because you can just upload it. And if YouTube goes away one day, you still have your following. You can go somewhere else. They'll want you. They'll want the content that you're providing. You become the network. And that's where I'm really excited about. And then that's why I'm encouraging you to do a daily vlog, because you have all the components. You really, really do to be successful.
No, you're right, and you're right. It's totally true, and I think I just need to shift my mindset a little bit, because I I am a genuine person. Like I'm what you see is what you get. And I usually tell people, take me or leave me, because I'm super real. And so you're right. I think your point is that I just need to take that realness and just film it, essentially. So no, it's just a new thought. And so I just need to get used to it and shift my mindset a little bit. And I can definitely envision everything you just said. And it sounds great to me.
Well, you said you had a goal by February to go daily, so that's like coming up really quick. So get shifting that mind, girl.
I know, right? I know. Some quick better happen fast, like now.
Yeah, it will happen, and it will happen by doing it. You know, the best way to get over anything is just go out and do it. You know, and not wait. I think doing it by February is great. But just do it. Just make it happen, and you'll figure it out, and your mind will get wrapped around it. But keep in mind, and I want you to put this down, I am the network. I am the network. Nobody can fire me. Nobody can tell me no. I'm the network. And you will attract the people that you want. And that's who you are, and that's great. So let's shift gears now on the mega money-making idea. Okay, so the idea isn't that mega money-making, but it's one of the things that I would encourage anyone that's starting out. Now, you have how many subscribers, Abby?
Ooh, I think a whopping 85.
You have 85 subscribers. Do you have email addresses for all 85 subscribers?
I don't know, do I? Oh, are you going to tell me a mailing list? Because that's on my list of things to do.
I'm going to tell you a lot here. So,
okay. Okay. Because actually, just yesterday, I was going to start my mailing list, and I didn't have enough time with my internet guy. We had to go. But yes.
Yes. So here's the thing: is email's one thing, but what we want to do is get them in the habit of receiving a daily email from you. Maybe a weekly newsletter that gets them up to date with all the different things that are gone. If they've missed your show, you know, that they can catch up. And it goes to a website that has your vlog that's there on there. There's another thing that I want you to do, and this is something that I will set up for you. And you're getting a lot of free stuff. I don't know how you're doing this.
I'm making out like a bandit.
You are a bandit is what it is. But I'm going to set up what they call retargeting remarketing. So I'm going to set up universal analytics on your website. I'm going to attach the universal analytics to your YouTube channel. And also I'm going to attach it to an AdWords account. There's a reason why we do that. This is not the call for that. It's more of advanced training. I'm going to also install custom audiences that you can do on Facebook on your website too. And also perfect audience. You can go to perfectaudience.com. What I'm going to do is set everything so you're actually generating lists. Okay. And forever, I always wanted to have the email address. And right now I could care less about the email address. I really do. I don't care too much because eventually I'll get it. And what I do is I want to make sure that they watch a video or go to a specific page, because then I can track them. If they watch a video, Abby, I can literally track someone for 540 days. That's right, 540 days. And if they go to my website, I can track them.
I thought you were a good guy. That's a little stalkerish, isn't it?
I know. To show you what to do and the results. I'm going to basically say, okay, this is how you do it, this is how you set it up, and the results. I think it would be very interesting. But I do use the tracking data for Facebook ads. And let me tell you what I do is when someone goes to my website and they go to Facebook next, a little ad pops up in the newsfeed, says, hey, I just noticed that you were on my website. Why don't you like my Facebook page too? So they click it, costs me a little bit of money, and I'm able to grow an audience on Facebook as well. Because what I want to do is have audiences. I want an email list. I want subscribers. I want Facebook, so I can interact and communicate with my audience, okay? And I think the difference is for you is getting this all set up in the beginning. You'll have everything primed for one day when you decide to do something with it. So let me give you an idea. You will have tips on nutrition, and you might come out with a cookbook, or you might come out with some free thing that you want to give away to your subscribers. Well, this gives you a mechanism to do that. You can have people opt in and get that. But realistically too, you know, there are a lot of people that are interested in you if they watch a video on this, that you can actually serve them up. Says, hey, I noticed that you watched this video. Guess what? I have this product. If you want it, it costs X amount of dollars. You know, and you're able to generate income that way as well. So realistically, whether we like it or not, this type of stuff happens every day on the internet, and you might as well capitalize on it. That's the way I look at it.
Brilliant. I love it.
So
yeah, I do have one question, Daryl. The thing is, you know me very well. I'm an overachiever and I don't mess around. When I do something, I want to do it well right away. So I want to kick butt at this right away, and I want to start making money right away. So what's a good tip for that?
Well, okay, first off, monetize your channel, but don't put any ads on your channel. What I mean by that, just make sure that you're a partner on YouTube. That's the first thing that I would do. The next thing would be, think of something unique that your potential subscriber would actually like, okay? And I would do something for free. I literally would do something for free, do a video on it, make an offer, have them go to your website to get the free information in exchange for an email address or whatever, okay? And grow your list. And then once you have that list, I don't care if it's 20 people, I want you to figure out something that you can sell them for $20, okay? And see if you get a sell. And if it doesn't sell, there's something wrong with it. If it's something related to the free offer, but figure out a $20 a point and figure out, you know, hey, this would be good. And if they like this, they would definitely like this product. Then that's all you need to do. And let's say that you sell 4, okay? Then it's worth your time, okay? Let's say that you sell 1. Then you learn something and you have a product that you can continue to do it. You just need to get more traffic to that one video and it'll generate. Or you can talk about it in another video and get more traffic on that as well. Now, don't do this. I do not want you to always have them go to your website at the end of the video. Don't do that. Only do that occasionally. If you're doing weekly videos, you can do it once a week. If you're doing if you're doing daily videos, you can do it once a week. If you're doing weekly videos, then you can do it once a month. Just don't do it frequently. If not, then YouTube will actually penalize you. Okay?
Okay, yeah, that was my question. That was gonna be my follow-up question, is if I'm promoting the free product then, but I have to direct them to my website to get the free product then, right?
That's correct. And you can do that. And I would just be very sparingly of how often you direct them to your website for that. Okay?
Cool.
Okay, well, thank you, Abby, so much for coming on. Is there any advice that you'd like to give or tell my subscribers? I mean, you have the floor now, I guess.
Oh, wow. Well, just that Daryl is one of the best people I know. I'm really lucky to know him on a personal level as well. Just one of the best people I know, just hands down. And not only that, but he is just insanely smart in every aspect of what he does. So be sure to follow his brand and him anywhere he goes, because he'll definitely have a tip for you. And just, Daryl, I just want to say to you, thank you so much. Meeting you, a while ago has just been an extreme blessing in my life. And I just love you tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm going to become a vegan right now because I'm going to eat my celery here. Isn't that what vegans do, is eat celery?
That's totally what we do.
Right, we eat celery and subscribe before I go out and get a big hamburger or a steak.
No, remember, you voluntarily went with me to a vegan restaurant, remember?
I actually did. I went to, I'm in LA and I'm like, hey, I'm in LA, do you want to go to dinner or whatever? And she's like, yeah, let's go to a restaurant. And she's like, how about vegan? I'm like, okay, I've never been to a vegan restaurant. It was actually really good. I was actually surprised. But I know the waiter kind of got tripped up when I asked for a steak.
She was like, what, is he joking?
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm not joking at all. I want the vegan beef.
I know, but Daryl, that is one of the best things I love about you. I mean, not only are you so loving and kind and have a big heart, but like you translate that into being so adventurous. And it's a man after my own heart right there.
Thank you. I thought it was really funny when, the waitress comes up and I says, hey, I want some vegan beef. And she looks at me like, who? I go, the cows eat the vegetables and then I eat the cow. She's like, wrong place, wrong place. Well, anyway, thanks, Abby, so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. And literally take those tips. Listen to Jared and Ellie. They are catapulting in, the vlog community, and you could be just like them, catapulting if you just listen to the 5 tips that we actually gave you and the mega money-making idea. Now, for those that are watching this channel evaluation right now, I want you on my radar because I need to figure out who I'm going to feature next, and that could be you. So if you're interested, make sure you comment, like, and share my videos, but specifically put where you're from, what your channel's about in the comments below, and check out some of these other channel evaluations I have right here. And if you're not subscribed to me, well, I guess you can't have a channel evaluation unless you hit the subscribe button and subscribe. So stick around and learn more from, the videos I have coming out, a couple times a week. And my sole purpose is to help you become more successful on YouTube. Okay, that was a very bad ending, but we're ready to get started on the Q&A, so stick around for that. Let me just get logged in here and we'll be good to go. Okay, guys, let's do some Q&As. Let me kind of go through some of the chats here. Brawler Up calling me Kevin James. It's pretty funny. I kind of do look like that actor. We're both portly. Oh, that's awesome. So if you have any questions or concerns or anything that you're struggling with YouTube related, let's kind of go through this. But before I do hit your questions in the Q&A, I think one thing that's really important is realizing that the tips that I give, you might say, well, I'm not in that niche, or I'm not a vlogger, I'm a gamer, or what have you. I think you're really missing out on some wealth. You're supposed to literally apply this. Okay, how can this apply to me in the gaming channel? Because there might be some things that are said that you're not doing that would apply to you. So I think you need to look at that a little bit closer. I am looking for a channel evaluation for a gamer. That's one of the things that I'm doing. However, the ones that I'm really want to do, there's a couple things that I'm looking for, a couple things that I'd like to see, and I'm not seeing it quite yet. So maybe you're not commenting, liking, sharing, going from there, or you're pretty vulgar, in some sense. And I need to be able to. The idea that I have is to be able to show my kids and maybe get my kids involved or whatever as a gamer, gamer channel. But do an evaluation for one of you. So if you're super interested in any Q&A, now's the time to talk about it. Just go ahead and put it in the chat. I'll go through the chat and look like. Okay, so people are asking about Abby's channel. Let me pull that up real quick. Didn't have that right on top of hand. It's Abby TV, I think, Abigail TV. Let's see here. User, I think that's what it is. Here it is. I'll put it in the chat here real quick. Oh, I can't put links in there. I should know these things about YouTube, that I can't put a link in a live chat. But if you just look for this in YouTube, that will be good to go. But let's pull this in real quick. Any questions at all? I'm going to go back through. Gideon, my friend from Australia, is asking a great question. It says, do you know how to preserve these comments that you're getting during the live to show up in the comment area after the video is live? So YouTube actually does a couple things. First off is they have the, as you're well aware, Gideon, because you're YouTube certified as well, but you realize that they have the chat role. And they actually have this little algorithm to figure out, okay, what's a valid comment? And then it applies over to the video. And then they also have in the algorithm what's just kind of in the chat. and it doesn't really show up. Even though that if you look at any screen or what have you that has, you know, the video, the live event under that, you're able to see, oh, there's 2,000 chats or 2,000 comments, but yet maybe only 300 show up. It's because, you know, they're basically taking that algorithm, trying to figure out, okay, what's actually a valid comment and what's just chat. So, okay, very good, very good. So Senna Love's asking me a question. It says, what size of gaming channel am I actually looking for? I'm looking for a couple key things. The first off is someone that truly wants to make it on YouTube. And there's a couple indicators that I look for. You know, the consistency of the upload, the length of the upload, the engagement of the audience. You know, one of the things about Abby is she had a pretty high engaged audience for only having 85 subscribers. She was getting about 500 views, or I'm sorry, about 50 views or so, to 150 views to 200 views. And they were pretty engaged on that. And one of the things I'm looking for is a gamer that is consistently putting up content, is trying to engage their specific audience, and also, you know, that they're subscribed to me and they're doing the tips that I give. And also, you know, commenting, liking, sharing my videos. And I'm able to pull in, I have a little cool little tool that I use that kind of shows me who's the most engaged, and that's kind of how I narrow it down. But I am looking for a gamer right now, so that might be you if you meet that qualification, Sinalove. All right. Sasquatch video says, you know, I don't want to be vulgar. Okay, Sasquatch. All right, my friend. Okay. So let me pull in. Sorry, I'm pulling this up. When's the best time to upload? I just saw that and it just kicked away. Give me 1 second. Let me find that. Okay, so Mandylicious says, what's the best day to upload? Well, Mandy, that varies from, you know, channel to channel, and realistically, you can figure that out. There are tools out there. The one tool that I use almost religiously is at tubular.com, or is it tubularlabs.com? And you just basically sync your channel, you log in and go from there. And then they basically will collect information of, you know, some people that would be, you're able to collaborate with and so on. However, they look for the most optimum time for you to actually upload. Now, for me, it's Thursdays at like 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. However, you know, I'm putting out consistent content, and I've been toying around with Monday and Tuesday. However, Tuesday and Thursday so close together, you know, I was like putting it out on Monday, and I'm in the process of probably changing when I actually upload, because it's more effective for me to do it on Tuesdays. So I'm still looking into that and seeing what works. Now, your channel might be completely different. Your subscribers might be completely different. The people that view your videos might be, you know, wanting to see them at different times, and they might be in different time zones. So without going through Tubular Labs, you can literally go in through your analytics and see where your subscribers are at, and you can see the geolocation from there and try to figure out, okay, they would be most likely to come on at this time, and go from there. But there's another feature that I really love, which is you know, analytics that you're able to see in real time. And I do that to see how many views I can get within a certain period of time. And if I get more at a certain time, I try to figure out the factors behind that. So I know that that's probably not the answer you're looking for, but it does vary. And I would just test it out and see what works for you. But you might want to check out Tubular Labs for sure. Okay. Okay, so if you have a question, just put it on here. Okay, so Christopher Vogelman asks, how do Google Plus Hangouts on air compare to the engagement on YouTube channels? So there's a couple options. So you can actually do a live stream, and you can use Hangouts on air. That's one option. I prefer not to use that just because I don't like the watermark for Google Plus up in the upper left-hand corner. And also there's some other limitations from it. I want everything in the highest resolution possible. As you look at this video right now, Christopher, you can literally stream it at 1080. So it's super high def, or it's high def, 1080. And that's kind of the reason why I want to do it. And there's a couple other things. So I'm actually using Wirecast for YouTube. I got the pro version, and I'm able to do a lot with that. It's a lot more flexible on it, and I'll have some training coming up on it as well. But it does send, your question is, how does it do for engagement? It actually does a lot for engagement because, number one, YouTube really wants you to have live content. They're really trying to go after that market, and they tend to favor those videos that are, you know, a live event. And also, you know, you're able to get instant comments, interaction, and your ranking for organic and also on Google is literally through the roof. And I've seen it rank as fast as, you know, 20 seconds in some very difficult key searches, just because, you know, they're doing it as a live stream. So, okay, okay. Some guys smoking weed in the bathtub while they're watching that. Okay, that's great. Hopefully you're in Colorado. Okay, let's see here. Sorry, I got a lot of questions coming on here. Okay, Karina Morales says, "Hi Daryl, I have a new beauty lifestyle channel. I'm not good with technology, and YouTube is forcing me to learn. You mentioned a website that will make the intros, outros for a low price. Please, more information." So there's a place out there that I use, I wouldn't say frequently, but you know, a few times a month or whatever. It's called Fiverr.com. It's spelled Fiverr.com. And it's basically a website where people will do things for $5. And you can find someone that will do an intro and outro, and it could probably cost you $10, you know, and you can literally pull that together. There's other options, Karina, too. You can also look for someone local that you might want to work a relationship with, so they can do other things for you as well. Or you can just use the same person on Fiverr, you know, create that relationship. There's another service out there called Odesk, and it's just odesk.com. You can find people that will do different tasks for you as well, that would be able to pull the video in. Or you might want to just ask one of your subscribers. Maybe one of your subscribers, they specialize in video editing and they wouldn't mind making a little bit of money. And this is a way that you can kind of reach out to them and involve them as well. So, all right, let's keep on going here. So if you have a question, Simon Ellis, let's see. Yeah, Simon Elias is asking this. Is he reading the chat box right now? Yes, I am, Simon. I'm reading your questions right now. So if you have a question, just put them in the chat and I'll go right through that. So let's kind of go from there. Okay, a lot of comments, a lot of stuff coming in. So I'm sitting here trying to pull in one that would be good. Shirk Knight Cape says, "How do you edit your videos on YouTube? What do you edit with? Is there something free?" I actually have a series of videos that's about to come out. I've been working on them frequently, trying to get it just right for you all. Because I know that when I release a video, there's multiple people. There are experts and there are novices, and I wanted to release a video that would actually appeal to both the novice and expert. And so I have been putting a lot of effort and time into those videos, and I have a series of videos that's coming out soon. So just stay tuned. There we go. Okay. So cat, bird, and little girl, like that screen name. Is there any advantage of joining Animation Network? So there's always the question about, I'm getting these requests to join these networks, the MCN, the multi-channel networks. And what a multi-channel network is basically a group of channels that come together, and the MCN will go out and sell the advertising and split costs with you and with YouTube, and they actually make a little cut as well. And some of the advantages is they give you, opportunities to do collaboration or promotion or so on. This is what I found, and I do a lot of consulting, and there are advantages to almost every MCN that's out there, and it might not be relevant for you depending on what type of videos that you make. The thing that I would discourage everyone is you need to look really close to the contract that you're going to sign, because most MCNs are 2 to 3 year contracts. And by signing that, you're literally locked in. And if YouTube does something else, you're literally locked in to that contract, because you're with that MCN, and they're really enticing to try to get you to lock in, and then they just kind of push you aside if you're not a bigger channel. So I'm not saying that for every MCN. There's some great MCNs out there, but I would literally do your research, see if it appeals, see if like 5 or 6 other people that are a part of that network, and talk to them. And I would do that literally independently from the MCN, just giving you some referrals, so you can see what type of experience. One thing that you do need to look at is your CPM. What is it, how much money you're actually going to make for your cost per 1,000 views on your YouTube videos. And I've found that, with some of my clients that are not with any, networks or anything like that, multi-channel networks, they actually have a higher CPM than what the, the multi-channel networks that's offering. So then I have some others that are making a lot more with an MCN. So it really varies. Okay. All righty. Okay. Okay, so big guy review is asking, can I put Amazon affiliate links in descriptions of my videos to make a little extra money? Now, there's a little gray line with affiliate marketing on YouTube. And one of the things that you need to be very careful with is when you're doing the videos, that if it's a review or whatever, I would do both links. I would literally do an affiliate link, and I would do a non-affiliate link in there, give people the option. It's kind of a little gray area. I do know people that really just create channels that are affiliate channels, and they get banned because they're breaking the terms of service. And I don't know if it's changed since then, since the beginning of the year. I'll have to go back and look, big guy review. But I think for what you're doing, just don't put them as clickable annotations in the video. You can have them in the description. I would use a URL shortener to go to that. And then also, I think one of the most important things is to, excuse me, sorry. Just getting rid of my cold. One of the things that you can do is just make sure that you have one that says, hey, this is an affiliate link, this is not. Give people the option. So, however, like I said, a lot of people tend to really skirt the line, and some people get banned by YouTube. And I wouldn't want to see your channel banned at all. Okay, let's see. King K Gaming, what kind of recording software would you prefer? I need help, please. I can never find an answer. Is this, King K, is this dealing with your gaming channel? Is that what you're trying to do? Because if it's screen recording, I have a video that's coming out on that. That's part of that series of videos I was talking about. And I give, some free software. I show you where some free software is and some paid software. And it really depends on, what you're actually looking to do and what platform you're on. So, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting a ton of comments, and I'm trying to go through that. So hopefully that answers that. The thing for me is you can use Camtasia, or, if you're in a Mac operating system. I use ScreenFlow. I love it. I love ScreenFlow. Okay. Okay, I want to refresh my my thing just so I can get some more comments in, and it just says it's loading. So, oh, Johnny J. So did Abby pay for her evaluation? Johnny, no, she did not. So basically how it works is I actually look for the subscribers that are out there. I call them up. I try to figure out how to get a hold of them. And I give them a call and say, hey, do you know what? I want to do a channel evaluation. Are you interested? And they say, yeah. And I usually do a consult, maybe, 2 or 3 meetings with them, trying to get them up to speed on their YouTube channel. And then I bring them on that we do a live event, and I give them, my 5 tips and a money-making idea. So, okay. But yeah, no, it can be you too. And I want you to keep in mind that I'm actively looking for the next individual. If you go into the description in any of my videos, you can see, the prerequisites of what you'd need to have, or watch this video again. I mentioned that as well. So, okay. Okay, the Diamond 872. Would you talk about keyword Google tool? I think that you're talking about the AdWords tool. Okay, because it's changed. I'd love to talk about the keyword tool because it's changed. Yes, it has. It's called the Keyword Planner, and it's in AdWords. And here's the thing is, Google likes to change a few things, and one of the things is they were giving a lot of information out, and people were using it to, optimize and not paying for AdWords. Now you actually have to go into AdWords and use that tool and create your account and get access to that. And it has changed quite a bit. However, they're not displaying as much information as they did before. However, you're still able to search and figure out what keywords would be relevant to use and so on and so forth. And what I would encourage you to do is, just go through the process. I should probably do a video on this. It would be a lot easier because it's a little bit more complicated than just to explain to you. And maybe that's the best to do. So if I can get a thumbs up, then I'll do a video on that. Yes, so that didn't really help you right now. Sorry about that. Okay. MIA X Cinema. What's the fastest way to grow your gaming channel? Can you help me or give me tips? Well, this in this training video that we just channel evaluation, I gave some tips. Consistent content is really important for any channel growth. And also you need to create that audience, or, be able to communicate with that audience, and they just look forward to your content every day, and they'll want to watch, comment, like, and share. That's probably the most important thing. However, what I would do if and this is more for the gaming, evaluation, but I'll kind of talk to you about this now. But what I would do for a gaming channel is look to see, what's hot with the video game, what people are asking. If it's a tip or a technique, it really depends on the type of gaming channel that you're looking to do. And that's what I would look to give my subscribers, the hot tip, or if it's a tip with some funny commenting and interacting, yeah, go for it that way. So. But like I said, I am looking right now for a channel review that I can go through, a gamer. I have a really, really good friend that's a mega gamer, has almost, I think it's like 1.2 million subscribers. He really knows his stuff. And I was going to have him help me out on this as well. Give the tips. So. Okay, so another one. Cope the Ranger. I'm a toy reviewer, and I was wondering if you could give me some tips since I want to make intros and everything, and I didn't want to feel overwhelmed. What I would do is have a game plan, Cope the Ranger, and figure out how you're going to improve little by little. And realistically, you don't need to do all the tips that I give you all at once. And then once the intro is done, you know, maybe next week I'm going to do the outro, or you can say this month I'm doing the intro, the next month I'm doing an outro, depending on your time. I think the most important thing is realizing that, you know, where you can improve your content and finding ways to really know your video creation formula. We talk about that a lot in these channel evaluations, and what that is basically saying, okay, this video is going to have this part, this part, this part, this part, and this part. And it can be on any topic, but it would be kind of similar and the same. If you watch any of my videos, I guarantee you will see a video creation formula or video formula for all my videos, and each segment might have just a little bit different you know, formula from there. So like these channel evaluations, they come on, talk a little bit, start the video, and then I have my bumper, and then I have my content interview, and then I have my outro, and then we have our Q&A. And then I literally, as soon as I go through it, I always edit out my Q&As like a week or two after the video comes out, because I only want that engaged for you know, my avid subscribers or my super subscribers. And so, you know, that's something that I do religiously. And the reason why I do that is because I want to bring added benefit for the people that actually come on live or watch it within that first week or two. So, okay. Or getting some people say, hey, come subscribe to me because, you know, I rant. Okay. Pulling in questions here. Well, if you have a question, put it in here. Let's just kind of wrap this up, and we'll go from there. So, just looking real quick, find a couple. I want to do two more questions here. So, JY41 is asking, could you clarify on your pixel or retargeting? Okay, so for that, so not a lot of people realize this, but when I gave Abby a tip, and it's a really, really important tip, if you have your own channel or if you're marketing for someone else, that you're collecting data. And what that data is, so you're actually able to tie your YouTube channel with your AdWords account and create lists. So I can literally say, okay, anyone that watched this video, I want to create a list of everyone that's watched this video. I want to create a list of anyone that's liked the video or shared the video or commented on the video or subscribed to my YouTube channel. And the list goes on. There's a lot of different variations. And what Google does is they don't really tell you who it is. It just says, oh, here's a profile that actually did that. And they, you know, go out and pull similar people and so on and so forth and pull it together into a specific list. Now, this list is power. And let me tell you why. Is because in the future, or you literally have 540 days, like I was talking about before, is you're able to remarket or retarget them based on, you know, if you're looking to sell something. So let me just give you an example. If you have a gaming channel and you have some tips and it's in a guide that you want to sell, well, you can literally reach all the people that watched a specific video and have a pre-roll video ad come up, or you can have a display ad show on the Google Ad Display Network, and it will be across all different channels like CNN.com or wherever they're going when they're using AdSense to make some money, and your ad can be there. And all you're doing is either paying for the view or paying for the click, and it can go through a funnel, and you know they can come buy your product, and you know you can make a lot of money. And the reality is by setting this up and having it together, you can literally generate a lot more money than you can with getting, you know, views or whatever, you can make a lot more money. And I would encourage everyone to figure out a monetization strategy for their channel so that they can utilize this data. And it all basically would be is having Google or YouTube find the people that are similar to what's watching your video, and you're able to market to them to give them content that they would actually want. And they are really good at this, and you can set it up so you can segment the list. It's really advanced stuff. However, I'll have some training on it because I think it's necessary and it's really, really important. And you can do the same thing on your website, like I was telling Abby, where you can put, universal analytics, and that ties in and creates profiles that will attach to your AdWords account. You can use Perfect Audience. You can go to perfectaudience.com to do the same thing. And then also Facebook custom audiences. I love the Facebook custom audience because honestly, when I'm looking to build an audience, I do it on Facebook first, and then I try to convert it over to YouTube as quickly as I can. And it's a very powerful way because you can create an audience fairly quick. People are a lot more liberal in clicking the like button and liking a specific page or content that's there. And you can literally remarket to them and push out your content. So very powerful to do that. Great question. Great question. Okay, so let me. Okay, last comment for the day. Ray Z Gravity. Should a small channel be a YouTube partner? Would that upset my views to see ads early in the process? Well, in this channel evaluation, I was talking to Abby to actually become a partner, but not to monetize the videos, because what are you going to make, like 5 cents? And I would rather do that. So like for my channel, the channel that you're watching right now, for the first year, I went from 0 subscribers, okay, to 30,000 subscribers. And I went to, I can't remember how many views, I think it was 6 million or something like that. But in the first year, and I didn't monetize one video. I didn't want to have anything impede with my goal of getting the subscribers that I want. And it wasn't till, a year and a half before I started monetize. And I only monetized on some videos, and then I eventually monetized on all videos. But realistically, that's not my end goal. But I got to the point now where it doesn't interfere with people's audience retention on the video. But when I consult with a brand new client, if they're starting a brand new channel, I have them be a partner, but I don't have them monetize so that it can open up some other things. And then my goal is to get them to 1,000 subscribers as quickly as I can, so that there's added benefit, and then it's 10,000, and then 30, 50, and so on. And there's a lot of opportunity there. So yeah, I definitely do that, and it'll be great. So guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming on and watching this live event. And I really enjoy these. And I think it's time that I need to do the channel evaluation for gamers, because I was like going through some of these comments, and there's like a ton of gamers on here, and they're like, man, do a channel evaluation for us. It would be interesting. And I do want to put this out there so you understand, even though that you're not a part of the niche, I might give you a tip, what I like to call a golden nugget, that would work for you, as long as you're thinking, okay, how does this apply to me? How does this apply to my niche? How does this apply to my channel? And that's where it can really make a difference. And I learned, I'm literally telling you, I learned so much from non-related channels to me, and non-related channels for my clients, because I'm really paying attention to what they're doing. So I'm doing some cool things on Snapchat, where I wasn't doing Snapchat before, but I'm seeing a lot of successful people using Snapchat in some very unique ways. And so I'm like, okay, that's something I need to look at. That's something I need to apply, even though that it might not have been related with my demographic for a specific client or my own channel. And so I would always be mindful and observant of what's being said, and look at it from the perspective, so, okay, how can I apply this to my channel? And that's when you'll succeed. I'm here to tell you. And if you literally will do the tips, you will get the subscribers, and the subscribers will help you get the views, and that's where it will help you be more successful. But I do want to clarify this. You do want to look for alternate ways to make money off of your videos. outside of, AdSense, because realistically you'd have to get a ton of views to make a living on YouTube, and realistically you could make a lot more. Like Abby would be able to make a lot more even with 1,000 subscribers if she came up with a product that they would be interested in, and she could sell it for $20 or whatever it may be. But you need to look for opportunities to do that. That should be maybe another call that I just, maybe bring on multiple people that we have that discussion and we can go from there. But thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate you coming on live. Hopefully you enjoy these Q&As. If you do, put it in the chat. Say, hey, Daryl, I love these Q&As. I'd like to see them more frequent. And also look for more videos. I actually have one on Facebook video. It's coming out soon, like really soon. And I'm going to talk about how Facebook video is killing YouTube. It's going to be really interesting. So hopefully you'll find that here shortly in your video feed. Thanks, guys. When you understand the algorithm, it can be amazing. Now, where's the Jaegers at? Steve, where were you at this year with your YouTube channel? January 1st, we had 47 subscribers, right? Okay. What did you have July 1st? How many subscribers you had July 1st? 1,000. 1,000 subscribers. Okay. How many do you have now?
140, almost 149.
149, and you're adding about another 1,000 to 2,000 to 4,000 a day, right? Okay. If you understand the algorithm and what it wants, you can grow at a rapid rate. You really can. And things have changed. It was really easy to grow an audience on YouTube. I mean, it was so easy because we had a partner called Facebook. And between 2010, 2011 was a really interesting time. A lot of big YouTubers here in the Valley was able to succeed because of Facebook. I know that seems really odd, but it's true. Devin Graham would post a video on YouTube, embed it on Facebook or do a little shout out. He would get tons of traffic that would actually go to YouTube. And at that time, YouTube's algorithm was, can you actually start a session on YouTube? So are you bringing traffic to YouTube? That was an indicator that they really cared about. And number two was about the view. And that was an interesting thing. So those session starts was probably the most important algorithm component to grow a YouTube channel, because the more that could happen, the more YouTube would actually promote you. And what YouTube would do is say, oh, this video is trending because it has all this traffic that's coming onto YouTube, so it's trending. And so more people would watch it. And then they'd say, oh, we're actually changing this, so we're going to actually help push this channel as well. And they did other ways to help push the channel. They were really concerned about views, and views actually meant during this time is just a view. They didn't really go much more than that. There were people gaming it in the sense that they were creating these bogus YouTube accounts and using bots to buy views. And there was a lot of companies that were created that were charging a lot of people money to go and get them to different view count. Now, from YouTube's perspective, they want to make money. And by totally inflating this and not making it real, they're losing money. So what do you think they're going to do? They're going to shut it down. So the biggest change that occurred was during this, late 2012 and mid 2013. This is when they shifted their algorithm big time. I mean, huge. They stopped saying, we don't care about the view, we care about the watch time. And what watch time meant at that time in late 2012 was how many minutes are they actually staying on that video, okay? And it wasn't accrued like what we're going to talk about later tonight. but they really cared about watch time. So their views got replaced by watch time. Now, if you ever want an indicator of what YouTube's doing, if you know the analytics of the back end and they change verbiage in it, then you know that there's something going on. In 2013, February, is when they changed from views to watch time in the algorithm or in the analytics. So they literally take away views and it says watch time there. And that's a very important metric. If you look at it, when you go into analytics, you go to your overview section, see which is the #1 section, upper left-hand side, it's watch time. And it's watch time for your channel. And we'll talk about that in a second. Also, some interesting things were happening. Facebook decided to be a little bit more ambitious with video. They're dabbling in it in 2012. 2013, they says, we need to not let people leave Facebook, because if they leave Facebook, we don't make as much money, and we need to make money. 2013, they went and did their IPO, and they had to report to investors at that time and shareholders. And so that was kind of a big deal. So what happened was Facebook slowly started to shut down all traffic that was going to YouTube videos. And they didn't do it all immediately. They didn't do it immediately. And so this metric right here is what really changed from people that started YouTube back in that time to now, because that was the fastest way to grow on YouTube, was to have people share your video and come onto the platform. And slowly they started shutting it down. Facebook actually completely shut it down in 2014. This is no exaggeration. You'll never see me embed a video on Facebook. And there's a reason why I never embed a video on Facebook, is because when real-time analytics came out, I go, this is interesting. I can actually see in real time what's going on. And there's 5 things that I had assumptions that I could never prove because I didn't have the tools. The first thing that I did was I have a group of people that come on and listen to me yap every week on a webinar. I got 100 people to go to this private group in Facebook and watch a video, and every one of them did. And it registered 0 on that video. 0. And I go, okay, this might be a fluke because it's a private group. Let's put it on the page. I put it on the page. Same thing, 0. I says, okay, maybe it's just because it's a page in a private group. Let's put it on my profile. 100 people, 0. Okay. So, Facebook no likey YouTube, okay? They don't like it. And YouTube doesn't like Facebook. They're not talking. And people, the reason, I think it's both to blame, not just Facebook. I think they're both to blame, because a lot of people were embedding it on social and then hitting that page and with bots and getting views that way. And so I think it's both ways. Now, 2013 became a pretty monumental moment for YouTube, because it had the most changes that ever occurred on the platform. And it happened within about 6 months. And it was really, really interesting. So they started to clean house. This started in February of 2013. And they did a small group, and they started deleting subscribers and deleting account channels and so on and so forth. During that time, they were testing out some software that when you actually upload, it would trigger certain things to happen to go and verify accounts, and started to shut down a lot of accounts. Now, it was in very small numbers, and what happened was there was small reports. And I'm one that trolls. I really do troll, really do. All the support requests or anything from YouTube, I want to see what's going on. And I noticed that people were seeing subscribers being lost. They're like, what's going on? And some people had valid YouTube channels that were subscribed to other people, and they were starting to be unsubscribed. In May was probably the biggest because they decided, okay, this worked. Let's go ahead and take all the accounts off. They let everybody know about May 6th, and 2 weeks later, they literally deleted millions of accounts on YouTube. Some channels lost millions of subscribers because they were fake. Some were real, but they were breaking terms of service, but it really started to clean house. Who sees a negative number if you watch your analytics, about every couple weeks? See that? That's this algorithm. It goes out and verifies. They're doing it more real time now, and we'll talk about that in a minute. They tweaked, the next thing is, and this is in yellow, they tweaked the watch time algorithm big time. This is when they completely went away with all the other suggested ways that they'd actually do this because they launched a new design. This is when one channel design hit and it had a new layout. It wasn't the same layout that everybody was used to. It was a responsive layout that could work on any mobile device, and it started to change the way that people interacted with YouTube. And they tested this out in smaller groups, and I'm here to tell you, they're getting ready to change the layout again, just to let you know. It's gonna happen because it's almost identical to what they did back in 2013. But now they had more flexibility of the algorithm that is still in use today, is the algorithm that you guys wanna know. And this is exactly what YouTube was doing. So they also started to tweak the validating of YouTube uploads. Who remembers the 301 freeze? They started to tweak that a little bit until they got rid of it. Live streams were introduced, and they really didn't do anything with live streams, which is so sad. They could have dominated the market, but live streams had 100% priority over every content. And there's another vertical right now that's doing the same thing. Where's Freaking Rad? I saw them here. Tell me what content has priority over every content on YouTube. Gaming, but more so, what's happening on Monday?
What is that?
Are you releasing a VR video?
Oh yeah, that's true. You're right.
VR. I'm here to tell you, VR has the same priority as live stream, and it has been on their radar. They spent a lot of money in R&D on VR, and they're really pushing it forward. I'm glad I can embarrass you a little bit. That's awesome. Yeah. Then they did the dreaded Google Plus integration. Oh, that was the worst, right? You had to have a Google, they tried to make Google Plus the center of the Googleverse, and you had to have that account to even comment on a YouTube video. It was a mess. And then comment changes was really horrible. So this is where the metrics started. These are all metrics. This is how the algorithm works on YouTube. This is when it was introduced in 2013. But they want to know how many minutes watched on a video. They really care about that. Now, that video with the minutes watched, there's other triggers that make things happen. We'll talk about that in a minute. But they really care about minutes watched for a specific video. Now, if there's one thing that I could teach you, it's this. Literally this. If you want to grow a channel, you have to have a video that pops. Okay? That means get a whole bunch of watch time minutes. And what you do after that video pops will depend on how fast you grow. Dan with What's Inside, when he started, he had 0 subscribers like us all, and putting his content up from there. In August, he decided, he got a silver play button, decided to cut it in half. Because how cool would it be to say, what's inside a silver play button, right? So he cut the thing in half, and that video popped like no other. Internally from Google and YouTube were sharing it. That was really one of those things. A lot of people were crying because here they took all this effort and time to get this monumental moment and they cut it in half. And that video popped. And what he did after that, he went from 100,000 subscribers to 1 million by November, and from 1 million to 3.5 billion now, just because of the algorithm. Okay, his video was being recommended in a feature called Browse Feature. Okay, and I'm going to explain what Browse Feature is in a minute, but his video was being recommended all over the place. If you can get your videos recommended as a Browse Feature, you will literally take off. What you do after that will depend on how fast your channel grows. So the most important thing is getting a video to take off if you want to grow a YouTube channel, okay? The same for Studio C. We've tried consistently to get a lot of stuff. It was Scott Sterling #1 that popped, that we were able to capitalize on, that actually grew the channel where we needed to be, if that makes sense. Okay, moving on. Next is channel minutes watched. This is a very critical component. In 2013, that's when it changed. And this is a component that, or a metric that is probably just as important or more important than video minutes watched. Now, what YouTube wants is they want to know how many minutes watched in 28 days, okay, for your channel. And if you go to your channel, you can see upticks or downticks, and they tell you the percentage of gains or losses for each one of the metrics. The channel metric is very interesting because they care about that, but also what you've done for the last month, the last quarter, the last half of the year, the last year, and also for the lifetime of your channel. Are you trending up or are you trending down? That's what they care about. Where are you going? So if you're able to get a video to take off that gets a whole bunch of minutes watched, your channel starts getting more minutes watched. Then it starts a couple triggers where it starts suggesting more of your videos. And if you know how to trigger that, where's Beach House? If you know how to trigger that, what happens, Michael? A lot of good things. Like, where were you at this time last year? 1,000 subscribers. And then where were you at July 1st? 5,000. And September 1st? 14,000. And December 1st? 70,000. And now? 115. Okay. And we'll talk about it. We'll talk about his case a little bit more in depth. So channel minutes is really, really important. Then it's the view duration. Now in 2013, they really cared about view duration. Now what view duration means is when someone comes on, how long they actually stay on the video. Now, listen to what I'm saying now. They would never tell you this, but they don't really care how long people stay on your video. They just care about how many minutes watched are on your video. Think about that for a second. They don't care how long they stay on your video. They just care how many minutes that actually accrued. And yes, if you have a 2-hour video and they stay on for 15 minutes or 5 minutes or 2 minutes, it's better than staying on for 30 seconds for a 1 minute video. So, and there's some things, and we'll go a little bit more in depth on that here in a minute when we talk about triggers. The next thing is session duration. This is one that most people don't understand, and it's one that is really important to know. So the session starts which is below that, but session duration is one of the triggers that if you can get that to happen, there's no analytics that you can ever see. You have no idea what your traffic does or what they do. They don't give us any data, but this is a factor that they don't talk about, but is the most important. Is if you can bring someone to YouTube, how long do they stay on YouTube? Do they stay for one video? Do they stay for 7? Do they stay for 7 hours? The longer they stay on YouTube, the video that brought them in. So if Studio C brought them into the platform, and then they decided, hey, this is great, but we're going to go over to the Beach House vlogs and watch their content, and they start binge watching the content. Two channels are benefited. Number one, Studio C is, because the session duration time is an indicator for the person that actually brought it in, but also for the person that actually keeps them watching video after video after video. There are strategies to keep them to do video after video after video. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Session starts are the most important component to get everything happening. And it's kind of, you're like probably thinking, well, how do we do this now? Facebook's blocking YouTube, and how do we get that to happen? You got to look at other ways. You got to look at other platforms. You got to go live on Facebook. You got to go live on Instagram. You got to do a Snapchat. You got to go on Twitter and push traffic to your videos. Don't push them to your channel, push them to a specific video. And if you're really smart, and I'm going to give you an advanced tip, don't send them to the beginning of a video. Send them to the beginning of a video in the middle of a playlist. That's what you need to do. Because after that, it gets them in a session. And if they're always watching your content. And if you do it right, people will go on the binge. And it's just that human nature of content now and how people consume content. Let me give you another advanced tip. Longer form content, you can do longer. This is good for gamers. So Chad, this is a tip for you. So if there's a specific point in a video that you do something, instead of doing a smaller video on that, you might have some moment that you didn't put as an upload for that one moment. You say, you got to check out this moment that happened when I was like killing someone in Overwatch, or when I actually suck at Overwatch, which I saw your first stream, but
It worked for me.
It did. People felt bad. They gave you $40. They're like, get a life. But you send them to the timestamp. So you can go to that point in the video, hit pause, then hit the share button, and then there's a link that has a link with the timestamp on it. Put it in a playlist before you do that. And what it will do is send it to the playlist to that moment, that 2-hour video or whatever, the gameplay, but it'll go right to that moment. And you'll see a huge spike right in the middle of your video because you're leading traffic to it. And what's interesting from it is you can engage them to watch the rest, because it kind of sucks them into that one moment and then kind of goes from there. Now, that's not a strategy for a lot of channels that are here, just because the content is different. Does everybody understand these metrics? Any questions on this before we go on to a couple others?
You said put it in a playlist and then send it the link. So is that a different timestamp link than if you didn't put it?
Yeah, so if you put a video in a playlist, there are other videos that are along with that, okay? And you're sharing the playlist link, but to that video. And so when they're going to YouTube, they're just in a cycle to watch your next content. Instead of going to a suggested video, they're going to your video after the video's done.
Playlist-specific link.
Just hit the share button, go into a playlist, click on a video, and hit the share button.
I have all my videos.
Yeah.
I click on the playlist, and then
Yeah.
play the video. So that's
Okay, so I will answer this at the end for playlist strategies, because this is one that you need to understand, because most people have 4 playlists. All my videos, dumb cat videos, and videos that I like, and they need to do more. We'll talk about that. Any other questions on this? Okay, moving on. A couple other ones is upload frequency. Over time, this has become more priority. As of late, it does make a huge difference. I was talking with Sean Duras the other day, and he's like, dude, he goes, I'll be honest with you, we had some pretty ambitious goals. We wanted to get where we needed to be, but he goes, until I went daily, it would never happen. Never happen. YouTube cares about getting people to come back to YouTube, not just to come on and stay on, but can we get them to come back? And can we get them to come back more frequently? And their main goal is to make money. And the only way they make more money is to increase the session watch time of the people that are actually there. And so the algorithm will always change to make YouTube more money. I want you to understand that. And those that understand it will make a lot more money with YouTube versus those that start losing views. And I've talked to people that they're in their heyday, they don't do any best practices. They're like, man, YouTube's amazing, I just have this amazing life. And then they stop all their revenue. They start losing traffic. They don't get their videos suggested anymore. And they're like, YouTube's broken, I hate it. Well, no, it's not broken. You're just not doing, like, they didn't even put any tags in their video. How's YouTube gonna know it's related to someone else? I mean, it's ridiculous. Then there's also a penalty, guys, a penalty that if you end a session on YouTube, that's not a good thing. If you take people off of YouTube once they're on YouTube, that's not a good thing. Now you're thinking, what the heck? You know, how am I supposed to make money if I can't, you know, monetize on YouTube? You can do it, just don't do it every video. Be very strategic of when you do it. I only have 6 videos, and I'm getting ready to release 6 more out of 200 that I lead people off of YouTube. Everything else, I keep them on. Go try to find a social link on my channel. I just don't do it, because our whole goal is to use this metrics to have YouTube promote us, because that's when you go nuts. I mean, you can overnight have you know, a huge increase in pay because you're getting more exposure, and that's what we want to go over. So the session ends. Be very cautious when you send people off of YouTube. Okay, just be very cautious when to do it. I'm not saying not do it. I'm just saying if you're going to do it, you better have a dang good reason to do it. And that means that some sponsor paying you money, put it in your bank account to compensate for some of your time or the effort that you're doing there. To push people to an Instagram post is not going, I'm here to tell you, it's not going to do anything for you for Instagram. It's not going to do it. You can grow in Instagram faster if you know Instagram and use Instagram to leverage Instagram than to push your YouTube traffic to it. They'll naturally find you where you need to be, okay? And be very selective of what you send off YouTube. Okay, question?
So you see a lot of folks take Kevin Graham right on his blog, and people at Amazon for associate links.
Yep.
Trying to purchase products.
Yep.
Is
that breaks it. Breaks session watch time. Yeah, and Devin's not immune to you know, this algorithm. I mean, his channel suffers, you know, just like anything else. And there's multiple reasons why it does. You just have to gauge, is that worth the money that you're making on affiliate? Is it worth sending traffic off? For Casey Neistat to send people, say, here's my gear, and he makes an extra 100K that month, then that's not bad. You know, you just got to weigh it.
Daryl, what's the difference between sending someone to another place and just stop watching? You just turn it off.
You turn it off? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. So what you want to do is the call to action in the video is really important. Say, okay, you know, we just did a collab with this person. Go check out their channel. Send them to somebody else's channel. The reason why gamers do that on YouTube is because they're trying to keep the people on YouTube and they get credit for it, even though that they did the rage.
So you're passing the buck on to someone else if they stay on.
And you get credit for it.
And then you don't get the penalty.
And you don't get the penalty, but you get the credit for it. So if you get longer, you get a percentage because they just sent it to somebody they just watched Chad getting killed in Overwatch for 2 hours.
And so unless they stop watching Chad and they don't continue, then he gets the penalty.
Boom! There you go, away. But he'll take it. He made $40.
So say there was a playlist right there and you are doing tutorials and want to find it, and then you have material on there. If you send it to Amazon, does it change if you link it and they open into a different tab, so they click on it, it leaves your video up there?
That's a session in. Goes into a new tab and they stop it. The algorithm is really smart. They know when you stop engaging with the content. And if you think you could just open up a window and just have it go, which is fine. There's a lot of people that listen to music that way. They know that too. They know what you're doing. So be very, very cautious. And I'm not saying not do it, just have a good reason why you're doing it, and then just monitor from there. Les?
So a session end would be something that would end the video, so you could tell someone to go somewhere else, but if they stop it prematurely, that's considered a session end, or
When they go off of YouTube, that's a session end.
anytime, doesn't matter if there's a link or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, for the longest time on a session end, for all you to know this, it was really weird, but if you did a shortener that wasn't Google, it would break a session end. It's really weird. But then you'd have a session begin is kind of it, but they worked around that one. So I think we had a hand in the back. Do we have somebody here? Okay, I guess.
This is one of the most important. I mean, we've been talking about for a while. I think the other ones have more influence or session not important.
We are going to go in depth on that. I'm not going to go more in depth on this one. So this other ones we're going to go a lot more in depth on.
Do they penalize you, say, if they say pause the video, go open another tab, and go?
Yeah, they know what you're doing. They know if they're not watching a video on YouTube and they're paused. Like I have like 10 paused videos on my desktop right now. They know I'm not watching videos, you know. Okay, one last one.
Yeah, does that apply though to like so gamers, like if you're just listening on a different tab versus like music, like would it is like
They know what you're watching. They know this specifically. Let's kind of move on to triggers. Who always hears, hey, the algorithm just changed? Who hears that all the time? The algorithm never changes. However, they constantly change the triggers and the metrics. So anyone that understands, search engine algorithm type stuff is there's certain percentages based on things that happen that will trigger things to happen and occur, okay? And this is an indicator that they always tweak. They're always changing, and all they tweak is the percentages. So they figure out, let's give a little bit more influence for anyone that uploads VR content over any other content. How many times have you been on trends for VR? Every video that they uploaded. Why is that? There's not a lot of VR content on YouTube. That's their goal to do it. So they're giving more priority. You're getting more views, and you have a strategy to take it from a VR content onto the rest of the videos. In 2013, it was live video. Okay, they're always doing it. If there is, like, if you go to the sort tool, like you go to search and you go to filter, there's indicators. Each one of those indicators have different priorities. So, videos over the length of X amount of, time or whatever. 4K videos, you can search through 4K videos. For the longest time, 4K videos had that priority. So if you upload it in 4K, they're like, oh, wow. We do a lot of testing, and when they had priority to that, we were able to the only change that we did in the whole channel was upload in 4K, 60 frames per second, and boom, we had this huge influx of new recommendations because that's what they had a percentage of that metric. They say, hey, if you have this content, let's get it out to see if people actually like it, because we want to push 4K. Does that make sense? Okay. So let's talk about the triggers, because the triggers is really how to decode the algorithm, and the triggers actually help us, grow on YouTube. First one, my friend Matt Gillian termed the phrase view velocity way back when. I kind of adopted that and modified it to watch time velocity. They care how much watch time is being accrued in a 60-minute, 60 minutes in the day, right then and there. They care what happens the last 48 hours. Okay, now why do I say 60 minutes? Why do I say 48 hours? Is because in real-time analytics, you're able to see those two indicators. If they didn't care about it, they wouldn't put it there for you to see. They really care about that. Now, Who's seen an absurd amount of traffic come to your website or your channel and you're like, where is that coming from? Anyone? And you're like, I don't know. And so you start searching videos, you try to do that. Let me teach you a little technique. This is something that you all need to know. But if you click on the 60-minute, real-time thing, it will sort by the most viewed, and you can see which video popped in the last 60 minutes. You can see the video that popped in the last 24 hours. If there was one indicator that I would look at on YouTube, it would be that. What in your content is hot right now? So let's talk about this a little bit further. Michael, do you want to come up for a second? I'm going to pick on you because I can, because we're friends. If Rebecca was here, I'd pick on her too.
All right. Yeah, we're friends.
So Michael, tell them about your video. What happened, like your first video?
Okay. So in August, to celebrate 10,000 subscribers, we did a treasure hunt video. It was 38 minutes long, and that's a lot longer than our typical vlogs. I had no idea what to expect, and I was almost afraid to post it. But I was like, oh, we'll just post it anyway and see what happens. And a couple weeks later, it exploded. And
so it didn't explode right at that time?
No, right away, no. It took a couple weeks.
Okay. So this is the important thing. If you go look at his thumbnail, brilliant. I mean, it's the best. Was that, I mean, you didn't know that was going to happen, right?
No idea.
So you were like totally shocked.
Yeah.
You got the right screenshot.
Yeah.
It was the perfect thumbnail. Okay. And what we're going to talk about what happened, why it waited a couple weeks for it to trigger. And I'll explain that in a second. But you released another video that you said, hey, we're going to give this treasure chest to you. How did that do?
That one didn't do very good.
Okay. So, I mean, how many days after that you're saying, hey, we're going to give this to our subscribers? And
that was like maybe a week.
Okay. So he waited a week after it popped, or was it a week after?
After the original post.
After the original post. So right before it popped, he released content saying, hey, we're going to give this away and so on and so forth. I see this huge long note in Facebook in our YouTubers group, and he's like, the video just took off, and look, it's awesome. And so instead of responding in the comments, I just sent him a message because we're friends, and I'm like, dude, we got to talk. So why don't you kind of go through our process, our thought process of what we want to do, and I want to kind of follow up with that.
Okay. So first of all, you messaged me a link to your video from Vid Summit talking about growth hack, growing. And you said it's most important when you see a pop in one of your videos, what you do next is critical to determine if your channel continues to pop or if it just fizzles out back down where you were. So I said, okay, that's great. What am I going to do now to follow this up? Now that it's popping. And so then I went back to Daryl and I was like, hey, do you have any ideas? What can I do to follow this up? Because I've already kind of followed it up a little bit. He said, you got to do something big and you got to really push it. Like really make sure that second video, you push it as much as possible so that it can also get a lot of attention and make sure that it's related with a similar title and thumbnail. And so that's when we took the treasure chest out with us in public and surprised people buying their groceries or paying for their gas by walking up with a huge treasure chest full of money and then giving them money to pay for the groceries. So that was our follow-up video, and it went really, really, really well.
It did.
Yeah.
And what happened in the first 24 hours of that video? This is really important, guys. So they have a video that's taking off. They waited 3 days after, because you had a couple releases. It took a little bit while, to go out there, and then they released this one. What happened in the first 24 hours?
If I remember correctly, I think it did about 150,000 views in the first 24 hours.
And what was that based on versus your two channels that you have? Was that your fastest growth?
Yeah, that was unprecedented. We've never done that much in a 24-hour period for one video. For a new release video, it was crazy. Awesome.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, right then and there, he had a spike, and then he was able to follow it up to increase his baseline. And that's where a lot of subscriber growth came from, because YouTube says, oh my gosh, they just got a whole bunch of watch time minutes because of this one video that is very popular. They did a follow-up video And we tweaked a couple things. Write this down if you have this, but this is what we did. We wanted to make sure that the title was very similar to the title that we used. We want to use the same keywords. Your most important keyword should be at the beginning of the title. Very, very important to do that. Second thing was we wanted to make sure that first line of the description was exactly what we wanted. Same keywords, just varied a little bit. Had a lot to do with the original content. And then we also put the playlist in there, going to the original play. We created a playlist and had that link right in the description. Lastly, we had the tags that were almost identical to the first one. Okay, so this is what happens when you upload to YouTube. Okay, YouTube assesses, okay, how are we going to rank this video? So they assess off the metrics that we're talking about. First time, is the channel growing? Do we send this video to all of their subscribers or a higher percentage of subscribers? And they make that. I mean, you'd be surprised that maybe 3%, 5% of your subscribers will see your videos. Unless your channel's performing, then you'll have more like 30 to 40% of your subscribers will see your video. And so that's kind of a key indicator is, are we going to help this channel grow based on the metrics that we're looking at? Does that make sense so far? Okay, so YouTube, when you upload that, then they're going to say, is there any similar content that this creator has created that would be close to this? And we've already put all this information in there. Then after he uploaded it, the first thing I had to do was put a comment in the first video and pin the post to the top. That's a new feature that YouTube offers, but pin it to the top. Why? We want to be able to do that. We had them change out the cards, end cards, and info cards, your end screen elements, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And we just had a lot of traffic going to it. And YouTube says, oh, this is a good video, let's promote it a little bit more. And he had like 125,000 views in 24 hours, which was great for his channel at the time. Okay, YouTube really cares about the velocity. How fast can it go? Okay, this is what happens. When a video pops and you get the watch time velocity happening, YouTube starts suggesting it out there to more videos, okay? As it's out there to more videos, on user behavior, if people will see it in the suggested videos and they click on your video to watch it, it gets suggested more. And as they click it and do more and more and more, it gets to a percentage where it literally switches and YouTube says, this video's hot. And when your first video came out, everywhere I went on YouTube, like YouTube mobile, whatever, I saw your video. And the reason why it's hot, it's getting a lot of traffic. Let's get it in front of more eyeballs. And that's when browse feature comes in. Now, let me explain what browse feature is. I don't have my phone, but browse feature is fine. Is when you go on mobile, you open up YouTube and you start flipping through videos. That's the browse feature. On the desktop, same thing. It's like when you start browsing through, you're not using the search bar, but you're just kind of browsing through your subscriber feed, trending feed, and all the other feeds from there. But if you want your videos to take off, focus on mobile. So that thumbnail better be dang good that someone on a very small device, unless they have a big iPad micro like I have, can see the thumbnail. And it needs to be very engaging, because if they swipe past it or they don't click on it, then you're not going to be suggested as much. So if there is something that I would spend more time on in creating content, it would be thumbnails. Okay. So watch time velocity, when that happens, they basically, that trigger comes on and helps you promote your channel, and that's when it can really blow up. Any questions on this one? Okay, Bryce, for viral campaigns, is this really critical? And how long has it been critical for? About 2013, right? Yeah, it's so important that you get a lot of people starting the video and watching the video. There's a lot of people that do advertising, and they decide to start advertising day one on your video as part of the strategy. Don't ever do that. That kills this. It literally kills this suggestion engine. Like literally, it kills it. You put $1 of ad spend on AdWords, guaranteed that kills that feature. Why? Because I've tested it. I've seen it. I have a lot of data, and we're able to see, hey, if people contribute and they want to hook up their YouTube channel to their their YouTube to their AdWords account and put an ad spin on it in that first bet, it kills the organic 100% of the time. On Facebook, same thing. Same thing. We literally killed the Squatty Potty campaign when we decided, hey, let's put some money on this, see how far it goes. And it literally went from we were at 28 million. And we were growing 2 to 3 million views about every hour, and it stopped at 30. And it's like, okay, you're ready to spend more money, go ahead. So be very careful when you do that. There is a time to spend money, but you do it after it starts going. Or you pay for influencers to send traffic to that video, or you have some page on Facebook that has shared the video on there, and then they start promoting it through their page. But Facebook's getting pretty smart. I think they've been catching on to my secrets. Okay, watch time velocity is really important. Upload frequency is important. Now, a lot of you, it's not sustainable to do a weekly or a daily video. Okay, I'm going to give you a strategy how to trick YouTube to think that you're uploading more frequently. Okay, what YouTube. I need another water. It's kind of throwing water all around. Okay, so YouTube cares about unique IDs, okay? When you upload a video, you get a unique ID, and it's called a digital asset, and they care about that. That, in their eyes, is an upload. Another way to do that is to create another unique ID, which would be creating playlists. Playlist is creating a new URL. Let me just state one thing real quick here, because it's really important. There is a new engine happening when you create a new playlist, because a lot of people are starting to figure this out, that if you try to keyword stuff your playlist like you would a title in a video, thank you so much, you could get a community strike, and it's automatic. And I've already seen it happen on a few channels. That just happened just barely. So that just barely happened. Say it again? Okay. What's going in my head, it sounds really good, but I guess it didn't get communicated very well. So to create a new ID, you either upload a video, or you add a video, or you create a playlist and add a video to a playlist. When you create a playlist, that creates a new ID. We got to that part, right? Okay, the titling of the playlist cannot be the same, can't have the same freedom and flexibility as your title of the video. If you try to keyword stuff it at all, it will flag you now. There's an automatic feature. It will flag you and say, you just broke community guidelines. You just got a strike. You get 2 more, we kick you off YouTube. And it just like, there's a lot of people trying to growth hack YouTube in all different ways. Some are white hat, others are black hat. There's been a lot of bots and people trying to figure out how to get more views. One strategy is always to create more digital assets, which would be, triggering that upload frequency, which would be, creating playlists. Bryce, did you have a question?
So if the keywords are actually associated with your content, are they talking like if something's trending, might just have nothing to do with that?
There's a strategy you can do, which is actually put the videos of that playlist, or of the ones that are trending in your own playlist, which is great. If you look into analytics, you'll see that they care about how many playlists your videos are in. It's a huge metric. They do care about that, but it's like saying, it's not saying that it's not associated with the video, but it would just say your video's about Pokemon. You're like, Pokemon Go with Pikachu. And you keep, I don't even know Pokemon, but you get it up. Just keyword, 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 instead of having it be a logical playlist. So an easy way to do, say, best of Pokemon Go with Pikachu. That would be a good title. Instead of Pokemon Go, Pikachu, Pikachu, Pikachu wins the day, Pikachu. Okay? Just be very careful. Okay. This is one that most of you don't take into account, and it is a huge factor that YouTube loves. Now, I told you, a metric is view duration, right? The session duration, right? They really care about that. They don't give you any data on this. They don't give you any data on viewing history, except for one section in your analytics, which is source. Where is the source of your traffic coming from? And you can see videos that they're coming from. Now, I told you the number one place I'd look to would be real-time data of 60 minutes, 48 hours. This source of where your traffic's coming from is the next important thing I'd look at. So if you have a video that's bringing traffic to you, you better start paying attention to what type of videos are bringing traffic to you. And if they do a similar niche and they're in a similar vein and they're like, hey, they've done this and this, you might want to reach out to them and work together on a collab. Or if they don't want to do that, you can piggyback them. Who's ever heard about the piggyback, right? Piggyback would be, hey, I can make content that's similar. Pokemon Go's hot, so we're gonna do Pokemon Go dodgeball. And we're gonna do it in Salt Lake City. So I'd say, oh, man, I'm getting traffic from that because I have a Pokemon thing. So I'm gonna do a dodgeball something or other. And that's gonna piggyback his traffic and give me more traffic coming from him. And you see that all the time because, you have all these challenge videos and everybody does a challenge video where, it's pie in the face and then it's like, we just ate flour and, we just ate peppers and all this other stuff. That's what they're doing. They're saying, okay, this is trending. We're getting traffic from them. So let's do a video and get more traffic from them. Okay. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm not saying it's good. It's just a good, solid strategy. If that's what you want to do. I like the people that are trendsetters that make it happen. And you can explode by being a trendsetter in the sense that you do it before anybody else. If any video takes off, your video can take off if things happen. So someone might get 4 or 5, 15 million views, and you have a video you did 4 months ago. There's a way that you can get that traffic. So if that happens, if you ever see that happen on a video that you made that you had something similar that's older, this is what you do. You add a new tag, just one tag, which I would put as the title or close to the related video. I would change the first line of the description and modify your title. That triggers YouTube to say, they just changed their meta information. Let's see what's going on with that video. They do, and then guess what happens? Oh, this video is related to this one. So let's give it more traffic. Now you might see a video that pops and you're like, where's this traffic coming from? You go to the source and you're like, okay, now I'm gonna change my meta information. Don't do that. It's only if your video is not getting any traffic or minimal traffic and you see something trending is when you do that. Make sense? Questions on this one?
Can you say the order of that again? Add new tag, change the first line of the description and what?
Just update your meta information. So just don't change it too much, but make it a little bit more, just update it because it triggers YouTube to reevaluate it. So they're not going to judge your video off of, this is an important point. There's a transition about 5 to 7 days where YouTube only cares about your meta information, and then they trigger your meta information, your channel authority, and your last upload, and where you're at in minutes watched. But and then it triggers to the own merits of the video. How's the video doing comparatively to other videos that are similar? That's what they care about. If you change, and this is something with TubeBuddy that you don't ever want to do, is don't change all your meta information on your channel. That's channel suicide. Don't say, oh, here, go to this new video and this link and put it in your description, even though that it's available. Don't do that. Just be very selective of how you do that. There's other ways to promote it without putting it in the description, because as soon as you change that meta information, it re-triggers YouTube. Oh, they made changes to it. And then you might have been getting so many views that now you drop because they just did a new evaluation on your video, okay? Other questions on this one?
So videos that are doing well, you don't want to touch.
Don't touch, don't ever touch. Yeah, and I asked Michael on that one, I'm like, do not. I go, we're gonna do this. You're not gonna modify the title. You're not gonna modify anything. You just don't touch this. And then I started dancing like MC Hammer, but not really. I used to have those parachute pants. Can you imagine that? No, I'm just joking. Okay, in the back, and then I'll come to you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but sometimes you would want to add more translation to the video if it's relevant, right?
Translation is, it doesn't trigger it. It just adds to your meta. So you're not triggering a reevaluation because I can add translations to your videos and you can approve it and it doesn't re-trigger it. Okay, there's a tab for that. But when you modify as the owner of that, you can upload captions and it doesn't trigger it either. It's just modifying what I told you. So, okay, your question, then one in the back.
So we had a video that went semi-viral in Europe, and then someone in Kosovo put a copyright strike on it, and I had to go and improve.
Don't you love Kosovo?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so that completely broke, like that it was,
Yep.
it was trending like at 50,000 per hour. So how do we get that back now? Because like since that, like it was like a 3-day like back and forth. Like
You know, you lost the velocity on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no way to could I go in and like re-update anything to like?
No.
Oh.
No. Oh, and you can kind of give me specifics on it, but it's all about that velocity of what was happening at the time, and it broke.
Right.
So, and if there's one thing that I could change at Facebook and YouTube, if anyone did a frivolous, claim, that's a strike if they get down, and 3 strikes are out, which I am an advocate for that to happen. Far too many people get momentum, they do a copyright claim. It's notorious, especially if you're using music. It's crazy. So, okay, in the back. Those are usually the videos that take off, the crappy ones. It works. I don't know why. No, not at all. Please do that. Very good strategy. Very good strategy. Okay. Okay, so YouTube really cares about viewer history. They care about behavior. A lot of people don't really care about that. I told you one option of what I always look at, and it's one of the indicators that I always look at because you need to know where your traffic's coming from. When you understand that, you know how to replicate it. There are traffic coming from all over the world. Don't think that all your traffic's come from the US. I change my upload times based on where people are at. Like I literally upload, it seems crazy, but we have about 7 videos a day we upload every day. And it's just channels that we own or manage or whatever it is. And the thing about it is all of them are at different times. I can't do it at the same time. I have like after this, I'll go and just kind of rest a little bit and figure out, maybe eat something. And then, come 12:30, I got 2 videos that need to go out because Saudi Arabia is really, really important to me. And so is Iran, because we get a lot of views and it starts that velocity really quick that by the time that it hits East Coast, it just goes on by wildfire. And then it picks up and then it hits Indonesia. And then we're ready for another upload. So, I mean, it's really, really important that you know how to do it. And there's strategies that you can do to kind of amplify your uploads, but YouTube cares about what's going on, where your traffic is, and so on. View history. They know everything that you do, when you do it, how you do it. Doesn't matter if you're logged in or not, they're tracking it. You can see in history all the videos that are related, but they care about how videos correlate with other videos. Their suggestion engine is based off of a couple key factors, things that will trigger it, but also if people click on it and what they click on next. And that's how things come together, okay? And that recommendation engine, 100% is off user behavior on that. And the more that they say on your content, you'll see more suggested videos that are all yours when they watch one video. And the more that you get that to roll, and that happens, that's when you have huge growth. There's a couple things that I would never do. A vlogger, don't put your vlog number in the title. Do not do that. There's no point. There's no point to that. Okay, put it, if you want to put it somewhere and it's that important to you, put it in that first part of the description so they can verify it. They can see that on every platform that it's that vlog number. Have that be your first item in the first part of the description. Number two, I would be very careful and cautious. Like never put your name in the title either. They already know from your channel what your name is. It's already associated with it. You just wasted space. You know, you have 100 characters and you just wasted, you know, those characters because you're going to rank for #1 for your keyword. You will. Just make sure it's a tag and, you know, it's there and you're set. It's just, that's the way that it is. Question in the back? Absolutely. Like the biggest shift, like they'll always shift that percentage. And so I did a video a while back, you guys can watch it, but it's on my channel. But they will see how long they can keep people on and where their traffic source is. And that's what they'll tweak to be. So like I showed 3 different examples or 4 different examples of channels of where they're at and where their traffic was coming from and how many views were accrued and how many minutes watched. And it all came from suggested videos and browse feature, because if it came from that, they actually stayed on the video longer. And if they stay on the video longer, that's what makes them more money. So.
How do you feel about tags on that specific language? Like you're talking about Saudi Arabia.
I do international tags all the time.
Like,
yeah.
is that?
Yeah. So YouTube has the ability that you can add 80. I think either 88 or 96 different languages in there. And you can create your meta information, all of them in those different languages. They don't have the options for tags in that. So there's a way that you can see how many subscribers that are coming from each country. And if you have like a heavy, you know, Hispanic or heavy, you know, like right now, Saudi Arabia is just hot. It really is. It literally is hot, but it's like really taking off. And you definitely want to add a few in your channel and the other. A good friend of mine, his name's Clintus, and he does dirt bike vlogging and family vlog. He got this just huge spike on this dirt bike, and they were all coming from Saudi Arabia. And then, you know, he dominated that front page for dirt bikes. And then he dominated in, you know, Arabic because he was able to take advantage of that. So got a lot of traffic from it. And the CPM, I'll be honest with you, the CPM with Dubai and Saudi Arabia is a lot better than US. So, but Norway is, that should have been the question, is who has the highest CPM? Norway is, by the way. Okay, in the back, last one on this one, because I need to get going on it. Absolutely. So when someone from that country goes to that video, depending on their setting for their computer, if their YouTube is in Arabic, you will get a higher priority than someone in English, even if it's the same content. And there's a service called rev.com. I should have like an affiliate link for that, but closed captioning is a very, very important thing. They do also all my translation for very inexpensive. If you make any money on YouTube, let's say that you make $30,000 a month, I would strongly advise you to go get all your videos closed captioned and look at your highest countries and get it translated, or pay someone to. We live in Provo. There's a lot of people that speak those languages, but you want to make sure that it's translated right and get it translated. Like have an actual translation file kicked in. And if you're really, really ambitious, Studio C has a Russian Studio C channel, which is crazy. Some guy just dubs it over and does Studio C in Russian, which is cool. You can do stuff like that too, but that takes a little bit more time. Very, very important you do that. I shouldn't share that. So I was gonna say, there's a channel that really blew up over a strategy, but I'm not supposed to talk about it, so. Yes. Hey, how you doing, Jake?
Transcriptions for a blog?
Yes. Yeah. But that's only if you have money, that you're making money. Like, let the auto thing do the auto way, but if you're making, you will notice a huge difference in your video content. So as soon as you do a verified file up, you get more priority internationally. Okay, another trigger is last upload. YouTube cares about how, they're kind of like a bandwagon. They want to know what your last, if your last video was good, they're going to promote you more. If your last video was bad, you're not going to be promoted more. So we already talked about the upload. This deals more with your subscribers than anything else. So if your last video was really good, your next video better be dang good. Because if it improves, then YouTube says, oh, okay, so they had this video was doing good, this video was doing good. Let's start suggesting that one more. I'm not going to go over, we have a channel that we own that we got 32 million views, and all we did was improved our last upload, just tweaking it the way that we knew that people would engage with it, which the only way that people would engage with it would be the thumbnail and the title. So we spent triple the amount of time on getting the right title, getting the right thumbnail, because that's the only indicator that you have for people to click on it. Now, when people are swiping on a phone, they're looking at your title and your thumbnail, and that's all they're doing. And I'm here to tell you that you're having 70% of your traffic, some or more, coming from mobile, and they're just swinging by. So until you grab their attention and they click on it, you know, that's a penalty. I mean, from YouTube's perspective, they're not going to show it out there, but the more that you can get them to click on it, the better it'll be. You go look at the top channels that are really taking off right now and have been for the last year, and it's because they had really good thumbnails. Good thumbnails. What's inside? When they cut open the rattlesnake rattle, Dan's brilliant at this, is keep capturing that thing to like, oh my gosh, I gotta see what's going on. That one got like 40 million views, and it was being suggested to everywhere. And the reason why is because he had a really good last upload. YouTube realized, hey, this is going good. This next one was really good. And then when that one hit, it just went nuts. It just went nuts. Now, if your content's bad, you know, most people says, well, I'm gonna just spam it. All I'm gonna just spam is amazing titles and amazing thumbnails, and then my content can just be crap. You're gonna still hurt, because it's the other metrics that we'll get for recommending, because you'll only get suggested. This is only going out to your subscribers. But everything else deals with, you know, having good content that people would want to engage with and grow a community. Okay, is that making sense? No? All right, let's go to the next one. So, triggers. Triggers are really important. You want to increase that watch time velocity as much as you can. So, some channels, this is not realistic. I'm here to tell you. Some of you put hundreds of hours into one video that you release once a month. This strategy can't be for you. However, you can follow up with you know, behind the scenes and other things that will keep people engaged until you release your big hero video, which I encourage you to do. Far too many people say, well, that's for my second channel. There should never be a second channel. I've always preached that. You should engage your audience to learn to know who you are, and at this time every month, you're gonna release your hero video. And you will grow faster that way than ever before. There are big channels right now suffering because they have two channels that they don't resonate very well. And even if they would have put the same content, they're like, I'm gonna lose my, like, people know me for this video. Well, do you know what? That's great, but what if you were able to get 5% more people seeing that content was out there, and they started to watch your longer form content that may have been 10-minute behind the scenes of this making of? Isn't that more valuable than putting it on a second channel and having little to no audience do that? And some of the bigger channels, they might have, 5, 7, 9 million subscribers. Their second channel has about 500,000, and they always suffer, always suffer. Tiffany Alford, everybody knows her. She's brilliant. I think they do good. She was like one of the first musicians that says, look, I'm going to do some vlogging with this as well. And she's done it. I mean, and there's others that do it that way too. Then there's other creators like Peter Hollins that just kills himself to put out a new video every day, pretty much just like every week. But it's tough. It's tough. So you got to look at how you can increase that watch time and getting that velocity. So Snapchat's a really good way to get traffic. Getting verified on Instagram is a really good. It's what Facebook was. If you can get verified on Instagram, you can go to a live video, say, hey, just release a live video or just release a video on YouTube. Link is a swipe up. Swipe up and you'll go right to it. I am telling you, that is getting a ton of traffic right now. That's like what Facebook used to be. It will shut down maybe, but they're trying to compete with Snapchat, so I don't know how they're going to do that. So, do we have a question over there?
Do you have any tricks on getting verified on Instagram?
It's a beast. It's a beast. I don't know, Alex. There's a few in the room that we've gone through the process. I wanted to be verified for me. They're like, yeah, you're verified on YouTube, you're verified on Twitter, you're verified on Facebook, but you're not cool enough to be verified on Instagram. And I'm like, how dare you?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can't give you an answer. It really varies. Like, I have a brand new client. She's from the UK. She's just amazing. She had like 10 followers on Instagram. We got verified because we submitted for it. But she had the right bio. She now has 200,000 followers on Instagram. So not bad for a month's worth of work. Mm-hmm. Okay, we gotta get. How much time do I have, Anthony? What? I'm long-winded. Sorry, guys. I'll get going. This is the next one. They care about related meta information of your last upload for your channel, but also for other channels. We talked about that strategy a little bit. Those are triggers. What happened with Michael Beach's video and other videos that just pop is someone uploaded a video that his video got suggested, even if it was 2 or 3 weeks old or 2 or 3 months old or even a year old. And they says, oh, similar meta information on the video that we just released and similar meta information on this other one. They might be a good fit. So let's go ahead and suggest that and see what people do. So they suggested it and people was clicking on that link and saying, oh my gosh, I just watched 38 minutes of total awesomeness and I just hit subscribe. This is an amazing channel. And YouTube says, oh, and that's when your video popped. That's what's going on. And so having the right thumbnail, having the right title, and then that's why I said that strategy. If you see someone that you've done something prior to tweak it a little bit, it causes a reevaluation. But if that video is getting traffic, don't touch it. Don't touch it. All right. Okay. Let's talk about playlists. This is probably the most underutilized asset that YouTubers don't do, which is playlists. Playlist is the most powerful way to grow an audience outside of creating new content and really get them in the cycle of what YouTube wants. Okay. Never share a video, share a playlist, share a video in a playlist. You can it creates a shortener in URL, a URL shortener when you share that. It's a little bit longer than the regular video one because it adds it to a playlist itself. But you can even shorten the playlist into a Google shortener or Bitly or whatever. Just send them there. I prefer, if you have a website, use your own shortening service. Create your own. If you use WordPress, there's easy plugins that you can put in there. The reason why is because you already associated that. I would assume that you already associated that website with YouTube, and I can't prove this yet, but there's some theories on just anything that's associated or approved by YouTube has different session ends. Like it doesn't penalize you as much. And so, but setting them off of unapproved ones do. But I can't prove that. And no engineer will tell me yay or nay on that. But if you upload daily content, you should be adding a video to a playlist every day. You should be creating new playlists, like 3 a week. You should be adding other videos to at least 3 or 4 other playlists every day. Do not add, okay, let me reiterate. Do not create playlists when you're uploading a video. Okay? Do it before that video comes out, even if there's no videos in it. The reason why is because it triggers, if there's a video in it, it triggers to go into the feed and it can affect your upload. Also, after a couple days after, I usually wait 48 hours. If you need to add a video to a playlist or create a playlist, do it then, okay? New playlists are, they just give you that strategy. Let's talk about, I only got 10 minutes left, so I would like to say cards are underutilized. I've been able to see a 12% increase in views just with cards alone. The more mobile viewers you have, the more effective cards are. There are certain channels that get like 40% of their latest upload view off of cards, just because of the strategies they do with that. End screen elements is really important. I've changed my method on this one. This is one that I would have everyone do. I know that there's some content you think that doesn't relate, that you says, oh, we have other videos and we have annotations, and it's just not going to work. I wouldn't care about it. I would literally do this. On every video, I would have one of your videos be the latest upload. There's an option as an end screen element that you can make the latest upload. That solely will solve some of your problems that you have of getting that view velocity to the new video. Okay, let me tell you, we had a channel that would get a lot of views collectively on the channel, but we could never get a lot of views early that 24 hours. We did that one thing, and we were getting videos that were getting anywhere between 100,000 to 200,000 views just because we triggered that event to happen. And the only thing that we did was put that end screen element on every video that we had. Okay? Okay.
Can mobile users see the end screen element?
Yes, and they can click on it and they can go to that video. Let me give one more thing. I think this is really important. Could you turn off my camera for 1 second? And can we turn cameras off for 1 second? Is that okay? You have no idea how important that is. Alex? I won't answer that. The camera's back on. Talk to me after. Talk to me after. Okay, so I literally only have 4 minutes because Patrick is getting nervous and we're getting booted out. So I got more slides, but I can't get to them all. So let's go ahead and answer any questions that you have. Please be very thoughtful of your questions. I'm not going to let you ask 10 questions. I will stick around a little bit longer that you can ask the questions afterwards. But please don't go over questions already asked, and you only get one shot. So let's start with a female, because we've had a lot of guys ask questions, and there's not a lot of females in the room compared to guys. Right in the back. Okay. Yeah. Stop doing that. This is what I would do in the contract. Say, hey, push my videos. I'll do it, but push to mine. But I don't think that company will do it now because that's their model of creating content is to pay you a little bit of money to create content, and they're getting the growth instead of you. So, but you gotta, is it worth the money? I'm not saying don't do it. Just, is it worth the money? But by changing that one strategy, say, no, the content has to live on my channel. Well, they'll push traffic to you. So, best way to do it is just make them believe in you and that you're gonna take it where it needs to be and that they need to invest in you. So, question over here.
Most of my followers on Facebook, and I'm trying to transition to YouTube. How do I push?
Don't do that. Build your Facebook. They're opening monetization now, where you can do that. I would, if you want to do longer form content that people find on YouTube, I would put all your effort into Facebook and use live video on Facebook to push your YouTube traffic. But other than that, that's the only thing that will, like, just telling them, hey, I have a YouTube channel. This is what I'm doing. Check it out. So awesome. They'll be smart. But if you put one link in any comment, you put YouTube, anything in a post, your post reach will suffer. That means less people are going to see your content. They hate each other. So build your Facebook audience, then you can leverage it a little bit later.
Do you have any tips for doing like collabs with social media influencers or like paid or unpaid? You know, I know you kind of said a little bit about it.
Just talk to me afterwards. I always like to collab. So, wait, am I an influencer? I guess so, right? Okay. No, it just, the best thing to do is have a plan and offer value. Like even the biggest YouTubers, like everyone's so nervous. I can't ask this person for a collab. They have millions of subscribers. They need to entertain their audience. They need to come up with great ideas. If you have something that they find as valuable and you don't have an audience, they will collab with you. Trust me, I know these things. It happens all the time. Just have good value. Okay, right here.
So on collaborations, you put the videos on both channels or just one channel?
You can put it on one channel, and you won't succeed as if you put it on one-for-one collab. So they're pushing traffic to you, you're pushing traffic to them. The more that you do that, the faster you'll grow. Because there's no reason for them to leave. They're like, oh yeah, you collab, that's great, but he collabs with everybody, or they went out to dinner with everybody. There needs to be some reason to send them over to your channel. When that happens, that's a true collab. So, because if not, you're just an extra in the video.
So when you were saying do a live Facebook to promote your YouTube, how do you do that if you can't put a link anywhere?
Just tell them, say, hey, check this out. Show your computer. I just released a video. It's so amazing. YouTube right now. That's the right way to do it. Yeah. Yeah. So. I'll give them to Anthony and when they're there. I don't know if they're really. Of course, the times are. Oh, okay. Everybody, I think there's 1, 2, 3 people that have their hands raised. I get it. They have their hands raised. They've been like this the whole time. We got 3 left. I'm sorry. I'm vetoing right now. Go ahead. Lightning round.
I would imagine at the end of the day, YouTube wants their content creators primarily focused on creating quality content. So
No, they don't.
No?
They don't care about that. They just want watch time. But they are paying creators to release first on YouTube. Ask Evan. I don't know if I was supposed to say that, but does live stream, okay, that algorithm is completely separate than anything else. It's dumb. So yeah. So that's a topic for another day, but it doesn't. It's a totally different algorithm. Okay, where are we at? Right here.
Is it ever better to start a new channel than to try and jumpstart?
Jumpstart you can always jumpstart a channel faster than you can create a new one. And so you have 100 days. You have 100 days of period of time for any channel. It's easier to jumpstart a channel that already exists than one that you just created, unless it's super hot. Okay. Hey, thank you guys. I'll be around for a little bit.
All right, so let's do this as a total experiment. Like this video and comment something down below. I don't care if it's your favorite color, your favorite number, just something. So if my theory is correct, that's going to increase the level of engagement and activity on this video and increase the likelihood of it getting recommended or suggested. And if this works, it'll serve as a great example and a great tutorial for new YouTubers out there to try to get their videos recommended, suggested, and ranked on the search results and get people to see the videos that they put out there. Because I know there are some amazing channels out there that I really love watching that just don't get any views because nobody finds them. But there are amazing small content creators out there that I think deserve way more views and way more subs than they already have. What's up, you guys? It's Graham here. So because I get asked so often how I was able to grow my channel from 0 to over 35,000 in just a matter of a few months, I'm going to be sharing exactly what I've learned, exactly what I've done along the way, and a few of my thoughts and theories about what's going on and how that can help you if you're thinking about starting a YouTube channel or if you have a YouTube channel and want to grow your audience. Now, keep in mind, these are just my personal thoughts, my firsthand experiences, and my theories with how the YouTube algorithm works. Nobody knows 100% about what works and what doesn't work. But from what I've seen, there's been a few things that have been fairly consistent among my videos that have gotten pushed. So I'm going to be sharing exactly what I've done and what I think works. So from the research I've done, it appears as though YouTube used to base their search results off SEO. That means that if you had a specific title that matched a description, that matched your tags, chances are your video was about that topic. And as long as you had good engagement in the form of likes or comments or subscribing or shares, YouTube would rank you pretty high because chances are your video is good and chances are it's about the subject that you made the video on. It didn't really look into anything else much further than that. Now, from what I've seen, this actually all still really works well, especially for a small channel when you don't have a lot of views coming in. The best option you have is to try to get ranked in the search results. But even though I've been able to rank most of my videos on the first page of many search results, most of my views do not come from search results. In fact, I've had over 400,000 views in the last 28 days, and of that, less than 10,000 views came from search results. That means that most people found me from recommended videos and suggested videos, which is probably how you're watching me now and how you found my channel. So with that said, after a certain point when you try to grow a YouTube channel, your goal should not be to end up on search results. Your goal instead should be to get your videos recommended and suggested because that's where the bulk of the views actually come from. So completely unknowingly to me, this is how I've been able to get so many subscribers so quickly. It wasn't from me ranking in search results. It wasn't me doing something magical. It was me doing something that the YouTube algorithm really liked, and therefore they wanted to push my videos and see them succeed, and that's what got me so many views, so many subscribers so quickly. So this is what I think is happening, and this is what I think will work for all of you watching. Now, to get this out of the way, YouTube is a big business, and by that, businesses are drawn by profit. So it's so important as a creator of any YouTube videos to turn on monetization. Now, my theory is that when you turn on monetization, YouTube all of a sudden has a financial interest in your video succeeding and doing well because it makes money for YouTube. If you have monetization turned off, they don't really have any financial interest in it. They don't really care, in my opinion. Now, when you have monetization turned on, all of a sudden YouTube makes money from every view that you get or from every ad that's watched or clicked. Now, when this happens, YouTube is more likely to promote your video and help it succeed because at the end of the day, it makes them money. And money for a business is obviously profit. So turning on monetization, in my opinion, will greatly heighten your chance of getting promoted and suggested. So now let's start at the very beginning. If you're just starting out a YouTube channel, these are the top 7 things that you can do to increase the engagement on your channel, increase the views on your channel, try to rank high in search results, and subsequently get your videos pushed and suggested by YouTube. So the first and most important thing you can do is have good content, and I think that goes without saying. So we're going to take my first video as an example that I ever uploaded onto YouTube, and that was a few months ago. Right now it has a little bit over 300,000 views, and from the perspective of quality, I did a lot of things wrong. To start, it was an almost 18-minute video that I uploaded onto YouTube. It was filmed from my iPhone, and not even like the good side of iPhone, like the selfie side of my iPhone. So the quality was crap. Now, despite having bad quality and a lot of things like that, the content was over to overcome a lot of that and help that video succeed really well. So the second most important thing you can do is good SEO. Now, for those of you that don't know what SEO stands for, it's search engine optimization, which is where a website takes data and analytics from your video and decides to rank it accordingly based off the search. And when you first start out, it's very important, in my opinion, to have good SEO, because if no one's able to see it, YouTube's not able to pull any data from the video and isn't going to be able to rank it. Now, I didn't know any of this when I made my first video, but unknowingly, I had a good title, I had a description that matched that title, and I had tags that matched that title. This gave YouTube enough data about my video to begin ranking it for certain search results. So in my opinion, when you're first starting out, it's so important to go for a very niche search result than it is to try to tackle something that's very general and broad. So for instance, if I were just starting out, I wouldn't want to make a video about how to sell real estate because there's going to be a lot of competition for that. Instead, I would want to rank about a niche subject about how to sell real estate in Los Angeles, because far fewer people are going to be searching for that, and you're more likely to show up on that search result. So that's why it's so important, especially as a new channel, to be in a very niche subject so you can stand out, versus being in a large market with nobody seeing you because there's so much competition and there's so many other people making the exact same videos as you. So with that said, the third most important thing you could do is make sure your title matches up with your description, which matches up with your tags. From that, like I said, YouTube is able to conclude that your video is probably about what you're titling it, and chances are they're going to be able to rank it based off the title of the video. So one of the things I also recommend you doing is putting as much information in the description as possible and making the description as detailed as you can. So the fourth most important thing you can do is upload videos frequently. Now, I recommend 2 to 3 times per week or more for YouTube to begin taking notice to you. Now, it wasn't until I started uploading 2 to 3 times per week that YouTube took notice of me and started recommending my videos. YouTube really favors people that make a lot of content because it keeps people coming back to YouTube, and when people come back to YouTube, YouTube makes more money. So obviously they're going to favor the channel creators that make as much content as possible. Now, one of the other things I noticed is that when I started uploading regularly, YouTube started ranking me higher in the search results because they see me as a creator who's putting out a lot of content, and therefore they're more likely to recommend my videos because more people come back to see them. So the fifth most important thing you can do is have good engagement on your videos. This means that a lot of people like your video, subscribe, comment, or share, or have some sort of interaction in some form or another with your video. So YouTube looks at the ratio between the amount of views that you get and the amount of interaction you get with that video. The more interaction you get, chances are the better it's going to be for YouTube to promote because it gets people engaging and interactive with your content. And this is why you see so many YouTubers say, make sure to smash that like button, comment down below and let me know your favorite color. Make sure to share this video with every single one of your friends and post on Facebook and post on Instagram and post it on LinkedIn and tell all of your work colleagues about this video. Share this video everywhere. Let's make this go viral, you guys. And I think too, the more animated and energetic you are, the more likely you are to probably get people to actually like your video, to comment, and share it. So the sixth most important thing you can do is have a good thumbnail. And I think this is pretty common sense. I don't think I have to say this. But what I've noticed is that people actually look at the picture first and then read the title second. So it's so important to have a good custom thumbnail for people to see before they actually read the title. And that increases their chances of clicking through to your video. So the seventh most important thing I've noticed is called social proof. It's when people see that a lot of other people have subscribed, they're more likely to subscribe because they think, well, if 35,000 other people subscribed, it must be good, and therefore I'm going to subscribe as well. So basically, the more subscribers you have, the more likely people are to subscribe to you, which means the more subscribers you have. It's just a snowball effect from there. Plus, once you start to get more established, people see that you have regular uploads and they're more likely to subscribe to you because they know they're going to be getting content from you. So as a new YouTuber, the methods I just mentioned will help get you started, but it won't get you the big views. Now, this is where YouTube's algorithm starts to get really interesting. So from what I've seen, the larger you get, the less important SEO becomes. YouTube changed up their algorithm in early 2017 to favor videos with a high watch time, high retention rate, and high engagement, and they preferred those videos over videos with a lot of views or how searchable that video was. So instead of promoting short videos that people are going to watch all the way through, YouTube is more likely to promote a long video that keeps people watching for a longer period of time because people stay on YouTube longer. So it's a lot less about making videos that you're going to rank on search results and more about just making good, entertaining, engaging content that keeps people watching as long as possible, keeps them coming back to YouTube as often as possible, and YouTube is more likely to push your videos and see them succeed if they see you following these guidelines. So when you're first starting out, it's very difficult to get your video recommended because YouTube first needs to see how many people watch it, how long they watch it, how often they engage with it, how many people like, subscribe, and share, and interact with the video. And when you have a small following, it's not enough data for YouTube to pick up and analyze and decide where to place it on their algorithms. And that's very difficult to do unless you already have a bit of a following. So what can you do? Well, these are my thoughts. When you've already mastered the basics of the 7 things that I recommended that have worked really well for me, YouTube will begin analyzing all the data from all the viewers and from all the engagement that you get, and will decide to rank and push you accordingly. Now, I'm totally guessing that this happens when you reach about 10,000 views. I think prior to that, YouTube just isn't able to get a large enough data sample to decide where to rank you. They're gonna see how many people like or dislike your video. They're gonna see how many people comment on your channel. They're gonna see how many people subscribe after watching your video. They're gonna see how many people see other videos from you. They're gonna see how long you watch the videos for. And they're gonna see how likely you are to click on one of the ads that's being played before the video. It's probably Ty Lopez. So the higher the ratio between the amount of views that you get to the amount of engagement that you get, coupled with a long watch time, suggests to YouTube that chances are your video is good, that people like it, and they're gonna be promoting it because you turned on monetization, and that video will make YouTube money. And that also keeps people coming back to YouTube because you have regular uploads that keep people watching for a long time. Now, speaking of watch time, from all the videos I've had significantly pushed, they all have one thing in common, and that is a long watch time. Now, I have 0 concrete evidence behind this, but from what I've seen and observed by watching a lot of videos on YouTube, it seems as though 11 to 18 minutes is about the golden mark of time for YouTube to want to promote your video. It's long enough that keeps people engaged and entertained and on YouTube, but it's not so long that people just get intimidated and they see it and they're like, what the fuck is this shit? 55 minutes? Nah, I ain't watching that. Now keep in mind as a reminder that retention rate and watch time are also just as equally important. So if you have a 15-minute video, but people are clicking out after the first 30 seconds, YouTube is gonna think, this video is probably not that good. We don't want to have anything to do with it because people are leaving this video really quickly. You want people to be engaged and watch a long time through. So it's so important when you make content to keep it engaging and to keep people entertained. So like I said, when you start making videos, YouTube analyzes all the data and the analytics from everybody that watches, that subscribes, that likes, that comments. It pulls this all together. And then after about 10,000 views, it decides what to do with your video. If your video passes the test, which is, in my opinion, a video with a high engagement rate, high watch time, and a high chance of people watching the video, subscribing, and watching other of your videos, YouTube starts to promote your video in the recommended and the suggested searches. So when YouTube starts suggesting or promoting your videos, they do it on a very small scale to start. They take a very small sample size, and they might suggest it to a few hundred people at a time, or maybe 1,000 people at a time. And you notice this on YouTube's analytics. You'll see a very consistent amount of views, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, it just shoots up. Sometimes the views are like 10 times what you were getting an hour ago. And YouTube keeps those views within a very tight range, and they analyze the data that they get from those viewers. Do people like the video? Do they subscribe? Do they share the video? Are they likely to watch it all the way through? It takes everything into consideration about the person and then decides if they're going to suggest it again. And usually if it does well on the initial test, by giving it out to a few people and seeing if they like it, it'll then promote you on a much larger scale. So for an example, I've had videos that range between 200 and 300 views per hour. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it'll jump from 650 to 1,000 views per hour for a few hours, and then it'll die down. Then the next day, all of a sudden, it bumps up to 1,500 views an hour, sometimes as high as 2,000 views an hour, and that'll last for a few hours, and then it dies down again. When it passes these tests, which means that every single time someone clicks through, they have a high chance of subscribing, they have a high chance of commenting, they have a high chance of watching a long way through and watching other of my videos, YouTube says, this video is probably pretty good. We're going to recommend it to even more people now because obviously a lot of people like it and it does well with our analytics. Then after that, YouTube goes all out. And I've had videos that get 5,000 or more views per hour out of nowhere because YouTube decided this is probably a good video. We're going to put it on YouTube's homepage, and a lot of people are going to see it because a lot of people like this content creator. A lot of people engage with it, and it's probably a good video. And from this, completely unknowingly, is how my channel grew from 0 to over 35,000 in just a matter of a few months. Little did I know, it was just YouTube testing out my video to see what the analytics are like, to see if it's going to continue testing my video. that video had good engagement and good interaction based off coming up in search results and based off coming up as a next video for other videos about the same topic of real estate. Now, to be completely honest with you, most of this was just complete dumb luck. I had no idea what I was doing, but little did I know I was doing a lot of the things that YouTube liked to see in their videos. It wasn't until I started doing more research and looking into this further that I actually get to understand what was really going on behind the scenes. So while I could pretend to know exactly what's going on and pretend to have all the answers, I really don't. I have no idea 100% what works and what doesn't work. YouTube keeps the exact algorithm a secret, and I don't think we're ever going to be able to truly crack the code of the algorithm to try to game YouTube. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But from what I've seen, everything I mentioned in this video has worked really well for me. So as always, you guys, thank you so much for watching my videos. It seriously means the world to me to see everybody enjoying it. If you haven't already, feel free to click subscribe. Also, feel free to add me on Instagram or on Snapchat. I post there pretty much daily, so if you want to be a part of it, feel free to add me there. Thank you, guys. Thank you seriously for watching, and until next time. So one more little tip if you're trying to rank on search results. If you're trying to go for a very broad subject, like how to sell a home, and you don't have the following or the subscribers to back that up and rank on the search results, what you can do is this. Go to the search, how to sell a house, and copy the name of whoever has the first search result in your tag of that video. Now, what I've noticed is that even though you might not show up on the search results in the first 5 or 10 pages, you may show up as a recommended or suggested video on the first search result when you type in how to sell a home. And sometimes this is just as good as being on the first or second page of a search result. So as an example, when I was first starting out, I wanted to get on the first page when you typed in Lotus Exige, but I didn't have the subscriber base or the following or the views to ever do that. I think when I first uploaded that video, I was on page 9 or page 10. But what I did is I copied the channel name to the person that was in first on Lotus Exige, and magically when people clicked that video, my video came up as the next up to the first search result, which started getting me some engagement and some activity on my channel. Just a quick tip.
Welcome back to Listen, Drive, Surprise! We're almost at the end of our game.
But as you can see here, Bert Pacifica is still at the starting line.
Just tilt your seat back a little more, Bert. Oh, okay. Like this? Mm-hmm. This seems like a lot, Ernie. Just a little more. But Ernie, I can't even see the road anymore. All I see is sky. Mm-hmm. Isn't it a beautiful day?
Meanwhile, Grover's on his final challenge.
Now listen carefully, because this is the most challenging challenge yet. Parallel parking. Parakeets parking?
No, listen. Parallel parking.
Oh, yeah, I do not know how to do that. Is parking parallelly different from parking horizontally? Me thinking more sidewaysy.
What about parking vertically?
That more uppy downy. Oh. So, the question now, Grover, is what will you do? Try and parallel park yourself? Or phone a friend for help? The penguins have spoken. I shall phone a friend.
Hello?
Izzy, is there something that can help me park parallelly?
Sure, Grover. The available parallel park assist.
Great! Oh, tell me what to do and I will follow what I'm sure are very complicated directions.
Just press that button.
Oh.
The Pacifica does most of the work for you.
Oh. Oh, it looks like... Yes, he's doing it! He's parallel parking! Well, would you look at that parking job? Congratulations, Grover! You passed the final challenge, which means you've won!
Listen, Drive, Surprise!
Cute little me!
And here's your surprise! Your very own surprise party!
That is the very best kind of surprise! Okay, Bert, now we're ready to go. Let's drive.
The game's over, Ernie.
Over?
Yes, over.
Gee, Bert, you really should have started sooner.
Oh, come on, let's join the party!
What a good idea.
I never had a chance.
This is Guy Smiley saying, thanks for playing. Listen, drive, surprise! Yes! Oh, isn't it wonderful? Oh, yes! Oh.
Hey guys, you know there's a hole in the roof?
So YouTube's at it again. They are changing things around. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Are you surprised? I'm not surprised. It's basically job security for me because they're always changing something. But they are literally moving things around. And honestly, this affects all creators.
DarylEves.com.
Greetings, people of the internet. Daryl Eves here. Now, YouTube is at it again. They are meddling. That's right, meddling. This is meddling with the algorithm. And anytime they meddle with the algorithm, it gets content creators here on YouTube really upset. And a time not to meddle with the algorithm probably is about now, because you know what? Wow, there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and there's a lot of upset creators. I mean, there's a lot of things that are going on. But several months ago, a lot of content creators here on YouTube have noticed a huge decline in views. And they're trying to figure out what's going on because, you know, they're uploading regularly, they're doing all the things consistently that they've always done before, but yet they're getting less views. Well, here's the big thing that most people don't know, but the #1 traffic source on YouTube is... what is it, guys? Suggested videos. I mean, that right there gets more views than any other thing across the board. Now, one thing that YouTube always does is they're always trying to tweak the suggested videos to get it out to the right people. And their suggestion engine, that algorithm that tries to suggest and try to predict what people want to watch, they're always meddling with that and trying to get that in front of the right people. Because if they can do that, people will actually extend their watch time on YouTube. And if they extend their watch time on YouTube, YouTube is going to make more money and content creators will make more money. Here's where it gets really, really interesting. Back in the fall, I actually noticed, along with a lot of different content creators, that there were some things happening on YouTube that they were testing out. Now, this is very normal and commonplace for YouTube to actually group channels together and have a focus group, but nobody knows what's going on. And basically what happens is they tweak and see what happens to this focus group if the indicators are positive or if they're negative or if they're neutral. And basically they make a decision. Are we gonna move on? Are we gonna add more channels to this focus group? Or are we going to readjust some things and see what happens to it? Or are we gonna completely abandon this test? And generally, if it's a positive thing for YouTube, and when it's positive, it's basically getting the results that they want, which is more watch time and keeping people more engaged on YouTube so they're actually making more money. And when that happens, they basically will extend out that focus group, which is adding more channels together and testing it to a larger sample size. Now, what's really interesting is where they're actually tweaking the algorithm and what they were actually doing. And basically it had everything to do with the YouTube watch page. That's basically where people watch the video that they're consuming on YouTube. And those suggested videos that actually come up on the side of the video if they're on desktop or down below if they're on mobile, that's what they're actually modifying. Because before, for several years, there was actually a system in place of, hey, what would show up where? And the algorithm would kind of tweak, but there's like some set parameters that's there. Now, you guys have seen this. You've watched a lot of videos on YouTube, and the first thing that actually shows up is up next. Now, the up next video suggestion is basically unique to every viewer. So basically, YouTube takes the viewer's history of what they actually do on YouTube and also the video that they're actually watching. that history of what people actually do, and they actually bring it together, and basically YouTube saying, okay, because of this information and this information, this is what we're going to show up next for this specific viewer. And so it's very unique, and because someone's actually watching a video on your channel doesn't necessarily mean that they're actually going to see the next video in your channel or any video on your channel in the up next section, because it's based on that information. However, to increase the likelihood, there's some playlist strategies that you can do that will increase the chances for that video to actually show up. Now, the next suggestion is an ad, and that ad is related to the channel, but also the video, and also it's a placement depending on how they're actually putting that ad out there. And what YouTube did before, and this is what they've changed, is the next 4 videos that actually showed up would be the video that you're actually watching, that creator, it would be one of their videos. And the YouTube algorithm would figure out what video would make sense for the viewer that's actually watching based on their history and so on. Next, basically, YouTube would go out and look for related videos similar to your video, and it could be multiple different creators, or it could even be your videos if you had a lot in a series or whatever it may be. Basically, YouTube would go out from there. And the last section that they'd actually recommend would be based on the viewer itself. So, for example, if I actually watched GoPro videos, and this is not necessarily a GoPro video, but I have a history of watching GoPro videos, well, YouTube would actually suggest that and say, hey, you know what? I know in the past you've watched like 100 different GoPro videos, and so let's go ahead and watch this one. And so what YouTube actually did was changing the order of the suggested videos. And so basically there was that set pattern. And basically they're saying, oh, what if we took this out? And what if we modified this? What if we actually put here based on these variables? And that's what they were testing. Well, since they did that, they kind of extended their focus group, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and now rolled out for basically the whole platform on YouTube. And what happened was those 4 videos that was guaranteed a creator to have, those are guaranteed suggested videos, are no longer there. That's right. They're no longer a guarantee. It's like my friend was saying, Matt Gillian says, like, YouTube literally has slapped every content creator in the face. Ouch. Now, that really hurts, or does it? I'd really love to hear your thoughts. Put it in the comments. This will be a very interesting read. Now, we actually have access to a lot of YouTube channels. We own channels, we manage channels. We have a lot of friends that are content creators. And so that data is right at our fingertips. And we've noticed that there are a lot of channels losing those views based on, what they've been doing, year over year on YouTube. And like what Matt says, it's like a slap in the face to them. However, we do have data on some other channels that literally say, okay, YouTube wants this, we're going to adjust the way our strategy is. And those channels are exploding. They're getting a lot more views, a lot more suggested views that's there. So there is a balance, are you always going to do the things that you're going to do, or do you need to change up your strategies and look for other ways of doing things on YouTube? So what do? Well, we got to give YouTube what it wants. And what YouTube wants, of course, is to make money. But how do they actually make money? Well, it's getting people to come on the platform, on YouTube, every day, and getting them to extend their watch time on that platform every day. So they'll come on one day, and then the next day they come on, and YouTube wants them to stay longer on YouTube. And they come back the next day after that, and they stay longer on YouTube. That's what YouTube wants. And they have a lot of data saying the longer they actually come back on a consistent basis and come back and extend their watch time, there's a guarantee that they're actually going to make more money, and that's what they're looking to do. And so if they can tweak the algorithm with the suggested videos to make that happen, that's what they're going to do every single time. So what can you do as a content creator? Well, it is literally changing your strategy to modify to fulfill with what YouTube wants as their goal. So if you don't upload at a consistent time, I would say, do you know what? Upload it at a consistent time and a date. And honestly, be consistent with that and say, okay, instead of doing once a week, I'm going to go to twice a week, and I'm going to let people know when that is so that they'll actually come on YouTube every single time. And if you can't create more content, you can create more playlists. Now, this is a tool that, is so underutilized on YouTube. I can tell you, everyone that I talk to, they don't really use the power of playlists. And this strategy right now with giving YouTube what it wants, and especially with those suggested videos, it's all about grouping videos together and get people in a pattern of watching videos and engaging with those videos in a pattern. And that will help you actually have those videos be suggested for your channel. And more so than ever before, I would say that YouTube really wants you to focus in on your thumbnail, your title, your hook, your content, your call to engagement, and your call to action than ever before. That's what I would actually do. How to actually engage with them in the video, how do you actually engage with them in the description, and so on. It's very, very important to do that. And another way that I'm really shocked is seeing that a lot of content creators aren't using cards or even end screen elements. They're not sending their traffic anywhere, not even to their own videos. And that's one thing that we can do. And that helps YouTube say, okay, this video, there's a large majority of people that when they finish the video, they click on that end screen element and they go watch this other video. Let's make that the up next video. Or let's make that in that suggestion, because you know what, there's a higher probability that people will want to watch that because we actually have a lot of data on it. Now, I'd really love to hear your thoughts. Now, is YouTube's meddling literally going to make YouTube implode and destroy it? Go ahead and put your comments in the comments below. And also, have you noticed, a down cycle with your channel? Are you getting less views, or actually you're getting more views? I'd really love to hear what's actually going on with people that are actually watching this video. Now, if you're not subscribed yet, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And I want to give a special shout out and thanks to my patrons over on Patreon. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring this video and forcing me, encouraging me to make more videos. Thank you guys, and have a wonderful and effective day.
Crab Fest is on at Red Lobster. Now this is seafood.
Hey everyone, Daryl Eves here. Now, there's one thing that I know about YouTube, and there's one constant, and basically that constant is change. It's always changing. It's always transforming. It's always evolving. They're always little meddling with YouTube, and it always happens because, as the platform grows, they're trying to improve it. But with the improvement and the change, and sometimes they have flops, Google Plus integration, come on. Now, recently, there's been a lot of YouTube content creators talking about a new issue that they're facing, which is they're losing views, and they've seen a huge dip, a huge decline in the last few months of views, and they're freaking out. They're getting mad because they don't know what's going on, and they're saying, oh, YouTube's broken now because this is not working for me anymore. So in this video, we're going to cover a lot of those questions, if YouTube's broke and all these little things about the algorithm. And we're really going to look at a lot of data and deep dive and geek out and really explain what the true issue is and what YouTube actually wants. Let's do this. DarylEves.com. Now, there's been a lot of discussion on the tubes and also on Twitter, and there's been a lot of people talking about what's going on, what they think, their hypothesis, and their answers. And some of the answers that they're giving are way off. I mean, way off. What I find fascinating, too, is people are trying things to see if they can test it. And I think that's really cool. I do a lot of testing all the time for myself and my clients to try to figure what's actually happening, what's actually working. One specific test caught my eye from Drama Alert. They basically said, hey, you know what? We're seeing a dip in views, and we think that YouTube's all about engagement. It's all about comment like. If we can get 1 trillion likes, then guess what? Our video will actually be served out more. It'll be more suggested, and it'll be picked up in browse feature. And guess what? They did a test, and basically this video did not perform any better than any other video, even though that had 3 times the engagement than their other videos in that week. Now, the interesting thing is there's a lot of theories out there. There's a lot of people giving attention and time. And there's only a few people in the world that actually really do a lot of due diligence and understanding the data. One of the great videos that I saw just a couple days ago was Matt Pat. He doesn't do this all the time, but he basically was decoding what was going on and did a really, really great job at explaining what the data is and how that affects a lot of creators. Now, I'll put that in the description below. And there's other creators like Matt Gillian, Matt Ballack, that's a lot of Matts, and myself and others that really deep dive into the analytics and really try to understand the algorithm as much as possible. Now, one thing that you guys probably didn't know, but Google actually puts out their information publicly for a lot of people to actually read and to consume. Now, one of the things that they put out there is patents. And, you know, I've been doing internet marketing since 1999, and I've been really involved with a lot of research of understanding the dynamics of how things work and how search engines operate. And, you know, I'd really follow people like Danny Sullivan and a few others and really dig deep in things that YouTube announces or Google announces, or any patents that they actually submit. Now, we could talk about patents, and we could talk about the changes in 2012 where it switched over to watch time and how it evolved and transformed from then. But I want to simplify this because I think it's really important that we simplify the intentions of YouTube, what they actually want, and where they're actually going. So the question for you right now is, what is the #1 goal for YouTube? To make more money. Well, let's further define that. It's actually to become a lot more profitable. Now, in a recent interview with the Wall Street Journal, the CEO at YouTube mentioned that they have 1 billion users. However, they make little to no profit. So if profit is their main focus, let's figure out actually how they make money. Now, we all know this is through ads and ad revenue. And if we can encourage, you know, more people to come on the platform, then they actually make more revenue. Now, what strategies and plans that YouTube can actually put in place to become more profitable? Now, one of the things is they don't have control over the content. So if they would actually put in YouTube Spaces, that, you know, some of the content would improve because it's going to help creators create better content. You're going to do Creators Academy, so it's going to teach creators what they need to do to make better videos and to build communities and get more people engaged in your content. They're also going to start YouTube Red, which is a subscription service, which they've done, and they're also going to pay for content creators to make specific content just for YouTube, giving them something where they can leverage their audiences and get different people watching longer form content or getting into a subscription service. So they have a lot of control and they do a lot of different things. However, there is a strategy that they've been using for a very long time that gets overlooked. And it's a strategy that they have complete control over. And it's all about where the traffic comes from for your videos and your channels. Now, what I actually do for a living is I actually own a company and we work with YouTubers and brands, and we help them develop audiences, get more views, and really monetize. So we actually have access to a lot of data. And I'm going to show you 2 specific YouTube channels and some data, but we're going to go back in time a little bit and see where YouTube was and the traffic sources where they were at and what YouTube's actually tweaking along the way and where they're actually pointed now. So let's look at channel A. This is for the year 2015, and this channel actually uploads 3 to 4 times a week. Now you can see that they have over 500 million minutes watched during that year and just shy of 200 million video views. I think all of us would love that and have the growth that's actually happening on this channel. So most content creators just care about the views. Now, for me specifically, when I'm working with a client, it doesn't matter if they're a big YouTube channel, small YouTube channel, a brand. I look at what YouTube cares about, and it is watch time and watch time minutes. Now, let's look at the traffic sources for channel A here. And it's no surprise that suggested videos is the #1 traffic source with 259 million minutes watched, 92 million views. Now, here's the thing that I always look at is the views to average view duration, which is 2 minutes 47 seconds. Now, the #2 traffic source for this channel is YouTube search, which makes sense that they'd have a higher view duration when someone's actually searching for something. They're going to actually watch the video a little bit longer. And then playlists is a surprising thing to see it as a high traffic source. It's #3 in 2015 that there people were actually watching these videos from a playlist. And there's several reasons from it, but you can see that the average view duration is lower than the suggested video. It's 2 minutes, 38 seconds. And then we have browse feature, which is 3 minutes, 14 seconds, which is really high, a lot higher than suggested videos, a lot higher than playlists, but just under YouTube search, which is the number one, to keep people on the video and to have more watch time for this specific channel. And then the last one is YouTube channels, and you can see it's at 2 minutes, 56 seconds. Now, this is the data for 2015. Let's go ahead and look at the data for 2016. So for 2016, Channel A exploded. They had 1.2 billion minutes watched, 443 million video views, and they had really good growth. Now let's look at the traffic sources. This is where it gets really, really interesting. You can see suggested videos is number one with 673 million minutes watched and 229 million video views. The average view duration, once again, isn't that high comparatively to the other couple here, 2 minutes, 56 seconds, but the number two traffic source, so the changes between 2015 and 2016 is browse features. You can see that it's 3 minutes, 14 seconds, and you can see that there's actually more video views being consumed, and it's actually getting more watch time. So the watch time with less views are being consumed, and that's a real key. So if they can get actually more watch time with less views, that's something that they're going to look at. Let's go ahead and take a look at Channel B. Now, this is for the year 2015. Channel B actually uploads daily, and they had 717 million minutes watched and just 149 million video views.